I won't be the lonely one. Las Vegas. Daddy's gone. Prologue. The 4-year-old boy stirs in the back seat of the station wagon, his body little more than a bump beneath the blanket draped over him, his hips sore where the seatbelt's buckle presses into it. He sits up, rubbing his eyes in the morning light, and looks around, confused. The car is pulled to the curb, idling beside a chain-link fence. His father grips the steering wheel, his arms shaking. Sweat tracks down the band of flushed skin at the back of his neck. The boy swallows to wet his parched throat. Where's Mama? His father takes a wheezy breath and half turns, a day's worth of stubble darkening his cheek. She's not here. Then he bends his head and begins to cry. It is all jerks and gasps, the way someone cries who isn't used to it. Beyond the fence, kids run on cracked asphalt and line up for their turn on a rusted set of swings. A sign wired to the chain link proclaims, "It's morning again in America. Ronald Reagan for president." The boy is hot. He looks down at himself. He is wearing jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, not the pajamas he'd gone to bed in. He tries to make sense of his father's words, the unfamiliar street, the blanket bunched in his lap, but can focus on nothing except the hollowness in his gut and the rushing in his ears. "This is not your fault, Champ." His father's voice is high-pitched, uneven. "Do you understand me? If you remember one thing, you have to remember that nothing that happened is your fault." He shifts his grip on the steering wheel, squeezing so hard his hands turn white. His shirt cuff has a black splotch on it. The sound of laughter carries to them. Kids are hanging off monkey bars and crawling around the beat-up jungle gym. "What did I do?" the boy asks. "Your mother and I, we love you very much. More than anything." His father's hands keep moving on the steering wheel. Shift, squeeze. Shift, squeeze. The shirt cuff moves into direct light, and the boy sees that the splotch isn't black at all. It is blood red. His father hunches forward and his shoulders heave, but he makes no sound. Then, with apparent effort, he straightens back up. "Go play." The boy looks out the window at the strange yard with the strange kids running and shrieking. "Where am I?" "I'll be back in a few hours." "Promise?" His father still doesn't turn around, but he lifts his eyes to the rear view, meets the boy's stare for the first time. In the reflection, his mouth is firm, a straight line, and his pale blue eyes are steady and clear. "I promise," he says. The boy just sits there. His father's breathing gets funny. "Go," he says. "Play." The boy slides over and climbs out. He walks through the gate, and when he pauses to look back, the station wagon is gone. Kids bob on seesaws and whistle down the fireman's pole. They look like they know their way around. One of the kids runs up and smacks the boy's arm. "You're it," he brays. The boy plays chase with the others. He climbs on the jungle gym and crawls in a yellow plastic tunnel, jostled by the bigger kids and doing his best to jostle back. A bell rings from the facing building, and the kids fly off the equipment and disappear inside. The boy climbs out of the tunnel and stands on the playground, alone. The wind picks up, the dead leaves like fingernails dragging across the asphalt. He doesn't know what to do, so he sits on a bench and waits for his father. A cloud drifts across the sun. He has no jacket. He kicks the leaves piled by the base of the bench. More clouds cluster overhead. He sits until his rear end hurts. Finally, a woman with graying brown hair emerges through the double doors. She approaches him, puts her hands on her knees. "Hi there." He looks down at his lap. "Right," she says. "Okay." She glances across the abandoned playground, then through the chain link, eyeing the empty parking spots along the curb. She says, "Can you tell me who you belong to?" Now. Chapter 1. Mike lay in the darkness, his gaze fixed on the baby monitor on the nightstand. He had to be up in 3 hours, but sleep wasn't coming any easier than it usually did. A blowfly had been circling the bedroom at irregular intervals as if to ensure his continued alertness. His mother used to say that a blowfly in the house meant that evil was stalking the family. One of the only things he remembered about her. He took a moment to catalog some less morbid memories from his early years. The few imprints he'd retained were little more than sensory flashes. The scent of sage incense in a yellow-tiled kitchen, his mother bathing him, how her skin always seemed tan, her smell like cinnamon. The red light bars fanned up on the monitor, a crackle of static. Or was that Cat coughing? He nudged the volume down so as not to wake Annabelle, but she shifted around beneath the sheets, then said hoarsely, "Honey, there's a reason they call it a baby monitor." "I know. I'm sorry. I thought I heard something." "She's 8 years old, and more mature than either of us. If she needs something, she'll march in here and announce it." It was an old argument, and Annabelle was right, so he muted the volume and lay morosely staring at the damn thing, unable to click it off altogether. A little plastic unit that held a parent's worst fears. Choking, illness, intruders. Usually the sounds were just interference or crossover noise from other frequencies, a charge in the air, or the neighbor's toddler snuffling from a cold. Sometimes Mike even heard voices in the rush of white noise. He swore there were ghosts in the thing. Murmurs from the past. It was a portal to your half-conscious mind, and you could read into its phantom whisper whatever you wanted. But what if he turned it off, and this proved to be the night Cat did need them? What if she awakened terrified and disoriented from a nightmare, sudden paralysis, the blowfly's evil spell, and lay stricken for hours, trapped alone with her fear? How do you choose the first night to take that risk? In the early hours, logic and reason seemed to fall asleep before he did. Everything seemed possible in the worst kind of way. He finally started to drift off, but then the blowfly took another loop around the nightlight, and a moment later the red bars flared again on the muted unit. Cat crying out? He sat up and rubbed his face. "She's fine," Annabelle groaned. I know. But he got up and padded down the hall. Cat was out cold, one slender arm flung across a stuffed polar bear, her mouth ajar. Chestnut hair framed her serious face. She had her mother's wide-set eyes, pert nose, and generous lower lip. Given her looks and whip-smart demeanor, it was sometimes hard to tell whether Cat was an 8-year-old version of Annabelle, or Annabelle a 36-year-old version of Cat. The one trait that Cat had received from Mike was at least an obvious one. One brown eye, one amber. Heterochromia, they called it. As for her curls, who knew where she got those? Mike leaned over her, listened for the whistle of breath. Then he sat in the glider chair in the corner and watched his daughter. He felt a stab of pride about the childhood he and Annabelle had given her, the sense of security that let her sleep so soundly. "Babe." Annabelle stood in the doorway, shoving her lank hair off her forehead. She wore a Gap tank top and his boxers and looked as good in them as she had a decade before on their honeymoon. "Come to bed. Tomorrow's a huge day for you." "Be there in a moment." She crossed, and they kissed quietly, and then she trudged off to bed again. The movement of the glider was hypnotic, but his thoughts kept circling back to the unresolved business of the coming day. After a time he realized he wasn't going to be able to sleep, so he went into the kitchen and made a pot of coffee. Back in the chair, sipping contentedly from his mug, he soaked in the pale yellow walls, the raft of dolls on the floating shelf, his daughter in angelic repose. The only interruption was the occasional buzz from the blowfly, which had stalked him down the hall. Chapter 2. Cat skidded through the kitchen, her ponytail loose and off-center. Annabelle paused above the omelet pan and regarded the fount of curls. "Your father did that, didn't he?" Kat shoved her stuffed polar bear into her backpack and climbed onto a counter stool next to Mike. Annabelle slung the omelet onto Kat's plate, then leaned over and readjusted her daughter's hair tie with a few expert flips and tucks. She dropped the pan into soapy water, mopped the leak beneath the farmhouse sink with a foot-held paper towel, and moved back to finishing Kat's lunch, cutting the crust off her peanut butter, no jelly sandwich. Slurping at his third cup of coffee and watching his wife, Mike felt like he was moving in slow motion. "I'll fix the sink tonight," he said, and Annabelle gave him a thumbs up. He noted the furry white arm protruding from his daughter's backpack. "May I ask why you packed a polar bear for school?" "I have a report today." "Another report? Aren't you in 3rd grade?" "It's for that enriched learning thing after class. I'm talking about global warming." Annabelle, sarcastic. "No kidding. And this isn't just any polar bear." Mike lifted an eyebrow. "No?" Kat pulled the stuffed animal from her backpack and presented it theatrically. "This is no longer Snowball, childhood friend. This is Snowball, the last dying polar bear." She removed her eyeglasses from their case and put them on. The round red rims added gravity to her expression. Not that she needed the help. "Did you know," she asked, "that polar bears will probably be extinct by the time I'm a grown-up?" "Yes," Mike said, "from that Al Gore movie, with the melting ice caps and drowning polar bears. You cried for 2 days." Annabelle said, "Eat your omelet." Kat picked at the edge. Mike gave the nape of her neck a squeeze. "Want me to walk you to class today?" "Dad, I'm 8. "So you keep reminding me." Mike tugged his sturdy cell from his pocket and hit redial. A few rings, and then the bank manager picked up. "Hi, Mike Wingate again. Did the wire hit?" "Just a minute, Mr. Wingate." The sound of keyboard typing. As Kat and Annabelle negotiated how many more bites Kat had to eat, Mike waited, drumming his fingers nervously on the counter. It had taken him 13 years to work his way from hired hand to carpenter to foreman to contractor, and now he was on the brink of closing out his first deal as a developer. He'd taken some ulcer-inducing risks to get here, leveraging their house and maxing out a handful of loans to buy a section of undeveloped canyon at the edge of town. Lost Hills, a valley community 30 miles northwest of downtown Los Angeles, had a number of advantages, the main one being that real estate was merely expensive, not obscene. Mike had carved the land into 40 generous parcels and built a community of ecological houses that he had named, uninventively, Green Valley. Not that he was a die-hard eco-freak, but Kat had shown an interest in environmental stuff from an early age, and he had to admit that those futuristic computer-generated photos of Manhattan flooded due to sea level rise scared the hell out of him. The state's offer of green subsidies had helped the houses sell quickly, the cash from the final cluster of sales due to be wired from the title company this morning. This wire would get him out from under the bank, finally, entirely, after 3.5 years, and meant they'd no longer have to eyeball their checking account balance before deciding to go out to a meal. The bank manager's breath whistled over the line. The typing stopped. "Still nothing, Mr. Wingate." Mike thanked him, clicked his cell closed, and ran the sweat off his forehead with the heel of a hand. The little nagging voice returned. What if, after all this work, something did go wrong? He caught Annabelle looking at him, and he said, "I shouldn't have bought that stupid truck yet." She said, "And what? Duct tape the transmission together on your beater pickup? We're fine. The money's there. You've worked hard. So hard. It's okay to let yourself enjoy it a little." And I certainly didn't need to drop $800 on a suit. "You've got a photo shoot with the governor, honey. We can't have you show up in ripped jeans. Besides, you can wear it again at the awards ceremony. Which reminds me." She snapped her fingers. "I need to pick it up from the tailor this morning after class. Kat's got that back-to-school checkup this morning. Can you take her on your way in? Meet back here at lunch?" In the past year, their schedules had gotten more complicated to coordinate. Once it had become clear that Kat and 3rd grade were getting along, Annabelle decided it was time to go back to Northridge University for her teaching degree. State school tuition was manageable, as long as they bent the budget here and there. Mike flipped his phone open and checked the screen in case he'd missed the bank calling back with good news. He rubbed a knot out of his neck. The stress. still holding on. I don't know what was wrong with my old sport coat. Kat said, I don't think anyone wears plaid jackets anymore, Dad. It's not plaid, it's window pane. Annabelle nodded at Kat and mouthed, plaid. Mike had to smile. He took a deep breath, tried for a full exhale. The money was already at the title company. What could go wrong? Annabelle finished at the sink, tugged off her rings, and rubbed lotion into her hands. The engagement ring, a fleck of pale yellow diamond that he'd scraped together 2 paychecks to afford, gave off a dull sparkle. He loved that ring, like he loved their nice little house. The American dream distilled into 2 bedrooms and 1,500 square feet. Having money come in would be great, sure, but they'd always known to be grateful, to appreciate how fortunate they were. Annabelle reached for his hands. Come here. I got too much lotion. The light from the window was pouring over her shoulders, bronzing her dark hair at the edges, and her eyes, picking up the frost blue of her shirt, looked translucent. He raised the cell phone, framed her in the built-in camera, and snapped a picture. What? She said. Your hair. Your eyes. Annabelle rolled her hands in his. God, Kat said. Just kiss and get it over with already. The Ford F-450 gleamed in the garage like a spit-polished tank. The 4-ton truck guzzled enough diesel to offset whatever help Green Valley was lending the environment, but Mike couldn't exactly haul gear to a construction site in a Prius. The truck was extravagant, irresponsible even, but he had to confess that when he'd driven it off the lot yesterday, he'd felt more delight than seemed prudent. Kat hopped into the back and stuck her nose in a book, the usual morning procedure. Pulling out of the driveway, Mike gestured at the roof-mounted TV-DVD player. Stop reading. Check out the TV. It's got wireless headphones. Noise-canceling. He sounded like the brochure, but couldn't help himself. The new car smell was making him heady. She put on the headphones, clicked around the channels. Yes, she said, too loud, since the volume was cranked up. Hannah Montana. He coasted up the quiet suburban streets, tilting down the sun visor, thinking about how nervous and yet excited he was about today's photo shoot with the governor. They passed a jewelry shop, and he looked at all the glimmering ice in the storefront window and thought that once that wire hit, just maybe he'd stop by and get something to surprise Annabelle. As they neared Dr. Obuchi's, Kate's face darkened, and she tugged off the headphones. No shots, she said. No shots. It's just a checkup. Don't freak out. As long as there are no needles, there will be no freaking out. She extended her hand with a ceremony beyond her years. Deal? Mike half turned, and they shook solemnly. Deal. I don't believe you, she said. Have I ever broken a promise to you? No, she said. But you could start. Glad to see I've built up trust. I'm 8. I'm supposed to be difficult. Her mouth stayed firm for the rest of the drive and all the way into the examination room, where she shifted back and forth on the table, the paper crinkling beneath her as Dr. Obuchi checked her reflexes. The doctor finished the physical and eyed Kat's chart. Oh, she never got her second MMR, since Annabelle wanted me to spread out the vaccines. She tugged at a lock of shiny black hair. We're late on it. She fussed in a drawer for the vial and syringe. Kat's eyes got big. She stiffened on the table and directed an imploring stare at her father. Dad, you swore. She prefers to get ready for shots, Mike said. Mentally. A little more notice. Can we come back later in the week? It's September. Back to school. You can guess what my schedule looks like. Dr. Obuchi took note of Kat's glare, unwavering. I might have a slot Friday morning. Mike clicked his teeth together, frustrated. Kat was watching him closely. He put his hands on his daughter's knobby knees. Honey, I'm wall-to-wall with meetings Friday, and Mom has class. It's my worst day. Let's just do this now and get it over with. Kat's face colored. Dr. Obuchi said, It's just a prick. Over before you know it. Kat tore her gaze from Mike and looked at the wall, her breath quickening, her arm almost as pale as the latex glove gripping it. Dr. Obuchi dabbed some alcohol on Kat's biceps and readied the needle. Mike watched, his discomfort growing. Kat kept her face turned away. As the stainless steel point lowered, Mike reached out and gently stopped the doctor's hand. "I'll make Friday work," he said. Mike drove, chomped juicy fruit, and tried to keep from checking in with the bank manager for the 4th time that morning. As they approached Kat's school, he rolled down the window and spit his gum into the wind. "Dad!" "What?" "That's not good for the environment." "Like if a bald eagle chokes on it?" Kat scowled. "Okay, fine," he said. "I won't spit any more gum out the window." "Snowball, the last dying polar bear, thanks you." He pulled up to the front of the school, but she just sat there in the back seat, fingering the wireless headphones in her lap. "You're getting some award thing for the greenhouses, aren't you?" she asked. "From the governor?" "I'm being recognized, yeah." "I know you care about nature and stuff, but you're not, really into it, right? So why do you build all these greenhouses?" "You really don't know?" He angled the rear view so he could see her face. She shook her head. He said, "For you." Her mouth came open a little, and then she looked away and smiled privately. She scooted across and climbed out, and even once she was halfway across the playground, he could see that her face was still flushed with joy. Letting the breeze blow through the rolled-down window, he took in the scene. A few teachers were out supervising the yard. Parents clustered among the parked cars, arranging playdates, coordinating carpools, planning field trips. Kids whooped and ran and tackled one another on the grass. It was a life he'd always dreamed about, but barely dared to believe he could have for himself. And yet, here it was. He dialed, raised the cell phone to his face. The bank manager sounded a touch impatient. "Yes, Mr. Wingate, I was about to call. I'm pleased to tell you that the wire came through just this instant." For a moment Mike was rendered speechless. The phone sweaty in his grip, he asked for the amount, and then asked the bank manager to repeat it, just to make sure it was real. "So the loan is paid off now, yeah?" Mike said, though he knew he had just received enough to close out the remaining debt 5 times over. "Fully paid off." A note of amusement in the man's voice. "You are free and clear, Mr. Wingate." Mike's throat was tightening, so he thanked the manager and hung up. He tipped his face into his hand and just breathed a while, worried he might lose it here in the middle of the Lost Hills Elementary parking lot. It was the money, sure, but it was so much more than that, too. It was relief and pride, the knowledge that he'd taken a gamble and put nearly 4 years of non-stop effort behind it, and now his wife and daughter would never have to worry about having a roof over their heads and food in the refrigerator and overdue tuition bills tucked into the desk blotter. Across the playground, her image split by the cross-hatching of the chain-link fence, Kat climbed to the top of a fireman's pole and dinged the top bar with a fist. The sight of her made his heart ache. Her safe little world, composed of small challenges, open horizons, and boundless affection. Late for work, he sat and watched her play. Chapter 3. The workers clustered around Mike's truck as soon as he pulled onto the job site. "Hoo-wee! Boss got a new vehicle. What did this baby run you?" Mike climbed out, waving off the questions to hide his discomfort. He'd never fully adjusted to being a boss and missed the easy camaraderie that came from working beside the guys day after day. "Not as much as you think." Jimmy leaned on the hood with both hands, one fist gripping a screwdriver. Mike said, "Watch the paint," and immediately regretted opening his mouth. Jimmy put his hands in the air, stick-up style, and the others laughed. All right, Mike said. "I deserve that. Where's Andres?" His irritable foreman trudged over, stirring a gourd with a stainless steel straw. The gourd held yerba mate, and the straw, a bombilla, filtered out the loose leaves so Andres could suck the bitter tea all day without spitting twigs. He shooed the workers off. "Well, what you wait for? You're supposed to love when the boss leave, not when he show up." The workers dispersed, and Andres set down his mate gourd on the truck's bumper. "Arg," he said without inflection. "Arg? It is National Talk Like a Pirate Day. What a country. All these holiday. Take your kid to work day, Martin Luther King Day." An import from Uruguay, Andres was finally applying for naturalization and had become a walking repository of obscure U.S. trivia. Mike said, "I've heard they called him Martin Luther King." "That what I say, matey?" They headed up the slope into the heart of the planned community. The 40 houses, framing a park-like sprawl of grass in the canyon's dip, stretched up the slope on either side, rising in altitude and sticker price. At first glance they looked like ordinary houses, but closer inspection revealed bioswales for storm drain runoff, roofs scaled with photovoltaic cells and breathing with vegetation, vitrified clay pipes instead of non-degradable toxin-leaking PVC. Even with all that, the houses had barely squeaked by to get the coveted Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design green certification. But they had. And now, aside from some final electrical and trim work and a few cosmetic flourishes, the job was done. They crested the rise and walked down into the park. It was Mike's favorite part of Green Valley, positioned in the center where parents could look out their kitchen windows and see their kids playing. The development was zoned for 2 more lots there, but he couldn't bring himself to build over that land. They headed for the hole at the far edge of the park, already prepped for the pouring of the fire pit's foundation. "What are we waiting for?" Mike asked. "That tree-hugger concrete take longer to mix," Andres said. "But my control freak developer boss don't let me use the normal kind." This was their routine. An old couple, bitter and exasperated, but in it together to the end. "The LEED certification is too tight. We don't have the wiggle room." Mike grimaced, ran a hand over his face. Jesus, who knew what a pain this would be? Andres took another pull through his bombilla. "What we gonna build next?" "A coal factory." Andres snickered, poked the stainless steel straw into the gourd. "I told you, we no do this green. We could have pulled another 25% profit off the top. Then we all drive new trucks." As they approached, Jimmy waved and started backing up a concrete mixer to the fire pit hole. Andres lifted an arm in response, the bombilla flying from his gourd into the pit. He frowned down as if this were only the latest in a string of the day's disappointments. "Forget it. I buy another." Staring at the reed-thin steel straw stuck in the mud, Mike heard Kat's voice in his head, chattering about trash and decomposing metals. His conscience reared up annoyingly. Jimmy was just about to tip the drum of concrete when Mike shouted to him and pointed. Jimmy rolled his eyes and stepped off for a smoke while Mike hopped down. The hole was about 5 feet with sheer walls. They'd gone deep for the gas lines. As Mike crouched to pluck up the straw, he spotted an elbow of drain pipe protruding from the dirt wall. The water main. He froze. His stomach knotted. The metal straw fell from his hand. The mossy reek of moist earth and roots pressed in on him, crowding his lungs. At first he thought he was mistaken. Then he fingered around the crumbling dirt, and dread finally broke through the shock. The pipe wasn't the environmentally friendly vitrified clay he'd paid a small fortune for. It was PVC. How much was used? Mike stood at the edge of the hole now with Andres, trying to keep the panic from his voice. He'd sent the other workers away. Andres said, "I don't know." "Get the van here," Mike said. "I want to run plumbing cameras through the sewage and drain lines." "The day rate for that van—" "I don't care." Mike grabbed a shovel from a nearby mound of decorative rock, jumped down into the hole, and started chiseling at the wall. He'd retained his laborer's build, muscular forearms, strong hands, broad enough through his chest to stretch a t-shirt, and he made impressive progress, but still the packed earth didn't give way under his shovel as it might have a few years ago. Andres called for the van, then stood with his arms crossed, chewing his cheek, watching. Mike's grunts carried up out of the hole. After a few moments, Andres picked up a second shovel and slid down there with him. The plumbing van idled in the middle of the street, a pipe video camera snaking through the laid-open rear doors and dropping down a manhole. Despite the hour, the workers, except for Jimmy, had been sent home. Aside from the occasional passing bird, a pervasive stillness lingered over the development. The community of shiny, empty new houses, beneath the late-morning sun, seemed like a fake town awaiting an atomic test blast. Inside the van, crammed beside the hose reel, their clothes muddy, their faces streaked with dirt, Mike and Andres watched a live feed on a small black-and-white screen, a grainy endoscopic view of black piping. The hose reel next to their heads turned with a slow hum as the camera continued its subterranean crawl, transmitting footage so consistent it seemed looped. Meter after meter of PVC pipe stretching out beneath the hillside, beneath the streets, beneath the concrete slabs of the houses. Light from the screen flickered across the men's faces. Their lifeless expressions did not change. Jimmy crawled up from the manhole, his dark skin glistening with sweat, and peered through the open van doors. "We done?" Mike nodded, his eyes distant, barely able to register the words. "Thanks, Jimmy. You can go now." Jimmy shrugged and walked off. A moment later, an engine turned over with a familiar growl, and then the men listened to Jimmy putter off in Mike's old truck. When Mike finally spoke, his voice was cracked. "PVC is the worst of all of it. The chemicals leak into the soil. The shit migrates. They find it in whale blubber. They find it in Inuit breast milk, for Christ's sake." Andres leaned back, resting his head against the wall of the van. "How much would it cost?" Mike asked. "You kidding? No?" "To make it right. To replace it with vitrified clay." "It's not just under the street. It's under the slabs. Under the houses." "I know where pipes go." Andres sucked his teeth and looked away. Mike registered a dull ache at the hinge of his jaw and realized he was clenching. Tearing up the houses would be a nightmare. A lot of the families had already sold their old places. They were middle-income folks who wouldn't have the money for a rent back or a prolonged hotel stay. Hell, that had been a big part of this, to help families get into nice houses. Many of the properties he'd placed not with the highest bidders, but with people who needed them. Single mothers, working-class couples, families who needed a break. Mike said, "How did you not notice this?" "Me? You choose the grade and contractor, Vic Manning. The guy roll in with 30 workers and do the whole thing over Christmas break. Remember? You were thrilled." Mike stared across at his Ford with resentment and enmity. A $55,000 pickup. What the hell was he thinking? Would the dealership take it back? His anger mounted, the fuse burning down. "You got Manning's number there?" he asked. Andres scrolled through his cell phone, hit send, and handed it off to Mike. As it rang, Mike ran a dirty hand through his sweaty hair, tried to slow his breathing. "This prick better carry a hefty insurance policy, because I don't care what it costs. I'm going to hit him with as many lawsuits as I can—" "This number is no longer in service. If you believe you have reached this recording in error—" Mike's heart did something in his chest. He hung up, clicked around in Andre's phone, tried Manning's cell. "The Nextel subscriber you are trying to reach is no longer—" Mike hurled the phone against the side of the van. Andres looked at him, then leaned over slowly, retrieved his phone, eyed the screen to make sure it still worked. Mike was breathing hard. "I checked his goddamn license myself." "You better check again," Andres said. His shirt sticking to his body, Mike made a chain of calls, jotting down each new number on the back of an envelope. The picture swiftly resolved. Vic Manning's license had expired 5 months ago, shortly after he'd finished the job for Mike. Manning had let his general liability insurance lapse before that, so it had not been in effect when he'd laid in the PVC pipes. The policy documents he'd produced for Mike had been fraudulent, which meant, in all likelihood, no money to cover damages. For the first time in a long time, Mike's mind went to violence, the crush of knuckles meeting nose cartilage, and he thought, how quickly we regress. He lowered his head, made fists in his hair, squeezed until it stung. His breath floated up hot against his cheeks. "You can't be that surprised," Andres said, "about finding the PVC." "What the hell kind of thing is that to say? Of course I'm surprised." "Come on. Vitrified clay is heavier than cast iron, more expensive to make, to truck, to install. So how you think Manning's quote come in 30% below everyone else's?" The brown skin at Andre's temples crinkled. "Maybe you didn't want to know." Mike looked down at his rough hands. Andres said, You've got 40 families moving in this week. Even if you want to spend all the money to replace, what are you going to do? Jackhammer through all their houses, their streets? Yes. Andres lifted an eyebrow. To switch one set of pipes with another. I signed, Mike said. My name. Guaranteeing I used vitrified clay pipes in place of PVC. My name. You didn't do anything wrong. These guys screw us. Mike's voice was hoarse. Those houses are built on a lie. Andres shrugged wearily. He climbed out of the van with a groan, and a moment later Mike followed, his muscles feeling tight and arthritic. They faced each other in the middle of the street, blinking against the sudden brightness like newborns, the canyon laid out before them, beautiful and steep, and crusted with sagebrush. The air, crisp and sharp, tasted of eucalyptus. The green of the roofs matched the green of the hillside sumac, and when Mike squinted, it all blended together and became one. No one will know, Andres said. He nodded once, as if confirming something, then started for his car. Mike said, I will. Chapter 4. Mike sat on the hearth of their small bedroom fireplace, his back to the wall, staring at the cordless phone in his lap, debating with himself. Finally he dialed the familiar number. A strong voice, husky with age. Hank Danville, Private Investigations. It's Mike, he said. Wingate. Mike, I don't know what else to tell you. I said I'd call if I found anything, but I've got nowhere else to look. No, not that. Something new. I have a guy I need you to track down. I hope it's something I can actually make headway with this time. He's a contractor who screwed me. Mike gave a brief rundown. He could hear the faint rasp of Hank's breathing as he took notes. I need to know where he is. To say it's urgent is an understatement. How much you in for? Hank asked. Mike told him. Hank whistled. I'll see what I can do, he said, and hung up. Mike was used to searching for information he probably didn't want to know, but that didn't make the waiting any easier. He got into the shower and leaned against the tile, blasting himself with steaming water, trying to pressure wash away the stress. As he was drying off, the phone rang. Towel wrapped around his waist, he picked it up, sat on the bed, and braced for the bad news. Vic Mannon's last known puts him in St. Croix, Hank said. A bounced check at a bar 2 months ago. God knows where he is now. His wife left him. He was staring at an expensive divorce, all that. Probably figured pulling a last job and splitting with his cash would be a better way to go. I'm not sure how he dummied the insurance papers and the databases, but there were no real policies backing him when he did your job. Mike closed his eyes, breathed. You can't find where he is now? The guy's on the run from the cops and his wife's lawyers. He probably hightailed it to Haiti by now. He's not findable. Bitterness rode the back of Mike's tongue. Come on. The guy's hardly Jason Bourne. You're welcome to have someone else try. I thought I did pretty good for 15 minutes. It's just another dead end, Hank. We seem to keep hitting them. Hank's voice sharpened with indignation. Oh, we're back to that now. I told you when you first came in that what you were asking for would be next to impossible. I never promised you results. No, you sure didn't. You can be displeased with the facts, but I'm too old to have my character questioned. Come by the office and pick up your file. We're done. Mike held the phone to his face until the dial tone bleated, regret washing through him. He'd acted like an asshole, looking for someone to blame, and he owed Hank an apology. Before he could hit redial, he heard the door to the garage open, and then Annabelle breezing through the kitchen. He tossed the phone onto the bed just before she swept in, his suit slung over her shoulder. Sorry I'm late. He pressed the pants wrong, made them look like dockers. Come here, grab a shirt. Put this on. She jangled her watch around her wrist until the face came visible. We can still get you there on time. The photo shoot. Right. He obliged, moving on stunned autopilot. He couldn't figure out how to stop getting dressed and start telling her. Annabelle moved around him, tugging at the lapels, straightening the sleeves. No, not that tie. Something darker. It used to be I could pick out my own tie, Mike murmured. When did I become so useless? You were always useless, babe. You just didn't have me around to point it out. She went on tiptoes, kissed him lightly on the cheek. You look amazing. The governor will be impressed. Might hit on you, even. Could be a scandal. She stepped back, appraised him. Certainly beats that plaid jacket. Window pane, Mike said weakly. Listen. Lord. She'd spotted his work clothes, kicked off on the bathroom floor. What did you do? Crawl through a sewer? She went over and scooped up the grimy clothes. A small brown box fell from the pocket of the jeans, bounced on the linoleum, and spit out a ring, the 2-carat diamond he'd chosen at the jewelry store after dropping Kat off at school. He'd forgotten about it. Annabelle's hand went to her mouth. She crouched reverently over the ring, plucked it up. Her eyes glimmered with tears. The deal closed. She laughed and ran over, embracing him. I told you it would all work out. And this ring. I mean, Mike, are you kidding? She slid it onto her right hand, splayed her fingers to admire the stone. The joy on her face was so absolute that the notion of breaking the spell tightened his throat, made it hard to breathe. He set his hands gently on her shoulders, her bones, delicate and fragile beneath the skin. She looked up at him. Her gaze sharpened. What's wrong? There he was, in their tiny walk-in closet, wearing a jacket and shirt with no pants. The pipes. Remember the pipes? Vitrified clay, arm and a leg, of course. The subcontractor screwed us and took off. I just found out. Everything stubbed up through the slabs is vitrified clay. That's how we passed environmental inspection. He moistened his lips. But everything buried beneath the surface is PVC. A flicker of understanding crossed Annabelle's face. How much to fix it? More than we'll make. She took a step back and sat on the bed. Her hands were clasped and her eyes on that big diamond sticking out, gleaming even in the faint light of the bedroom. She and Mike breathed a while in the silence. I love my old ring anyway, she finally said. You married me with it. Something in his chest unraveled a bit, and he felt suddenly much older than his 35 years. It's you and me, she said, and Kat. We don't need more money. I can put school on hold, get a job for a while. Just until, we'll find room in the budget. We can pull Kat from that after-school enrichment program. We'll live in a condo. I don't care. He pulled on his pants, slowly, his legs heavy and numb, like they didn't belong to him. He couldn't meet Annabelle's eyes, because he was scared of what that would make him feel. You are always true, she said. She took off the 2-carat ring, set it on the duvet beside her, and managed to smile. Make this right, however you have to. The suite in the Beverly Hills Hotel was the largest Mike had ever seen. Bill Garner sat behind an antique letter desk, cocked back thoughtfully in a leather chair that seemed designed for musing. He studied the photo, a computer printout that showed PVC pipe protruding into the ditch. Through the open door to the sitting room wafted laughter, tidbits of conversation, and the occasional camera flash. The recipients of the Community Leadership Award were to mingle now and take some PR photos to lay the media foundation for the formal ceremony Sunday evening. Aside from the governor, who, judging by the chorus of salutations, had just swept in, Mike had been the last to arrive. Garner rose, strode across, and poked his head through the doorway. Are the setups ready? Okay, give us a minute here. He closed the door and resumed his spot behind the desk. His face, teenage smooth, registered nothing but pleasant optimism, as it had the entire time Mike had explained the problem. Garner templed his fingers. You're going to pay for the fix? Mike said, I am prepared to do that. Those PVC pipes, where do you think they'll go once you dig them up? I hadn't given that much thought, Mike said. Into a landfill, I'd guess. So you want to move pipes from the ground back into the ground in another location, and use a lot of gas-guzzling machinery to do it? He smiled affably. Sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Mike became suddenly aware of his new suit. Yes, but honest, at least. These houses you've built, they're 99% green. There's a lot to be proud of. Mike studied him a moment, trying to read his face. I don't see it that way. He shifted on the plush armchair, uncomfortable in the dress clothes. I'm not sure I'm following the direction this conversation is taking. The governor's hung his hat on this project, Mike. You know how strong he is on the environment. And your housing community, with our pilot subsidy program, shows that a green model can work, not just for rich assholes, that it can make sense for working folks. Green Valley is the governor's baby. He's been talking it up in the press for months. I understand that this is an embarrassment, Mike said. I'm sorry. The subsidies are a pilot program, tenuous at best. The governor is under fire from both sides of the aisle. If we don't parade out a community model to show the energy benefits, soon those subsidies will be off the table. You're aware of the election in a month's time. The governor's got a host of ballot initiatives he's put his neck on the line for. That's why we timed the press, the photo shoot, the award ceremony this Sunday. He pursed his lips. How long will it take you to switch out these pipes? Discomfort glowed to life in Mike's stomach, crept up his throat. Months. And your award for outstanding community leadership? Obviously, you'll have to withdraw that. See, Garner said, that's the thing. No award ceremony means no press. No press means no public support. No public support means no state subsidies for those home buyers. Mike's mouth went dry. How much are the subsidies? Garner asked. 300,000 per family? 275, Mike said faintly. And these are middle-class families you have moving in there. I mean, that was the point, really. And now you're going to tell these folks that not only can they not move into their new houses for months, but that the subsidies upon which they've based their financial planning will no longer be there for them? He grinned ruefully. That they will have to come up with nearly 300 grand more apiece? Or were you planning on covering that as well? Mike swallowed to wet his throat. I don't have anywhere near that kind of money. Then are you sure you want to pass on this problem to those families? For the first time, Mike had no ready answer. Garner placed a manicured fingertip on the photograph and slid it slowly back across the antique desk. Mike stared down at it. An impatient knock on the door. A young aide leaned into the room and said, We need him now. The photographer's restless, and I have to get the governor on a plane back to Sacramento. From behind him, Mike could make out the governor telling a joke, the firehouse pressure vowels of the Austrian intonation. Garner held up a finger. The aide sighed, said, You got 30 seconds, and withdrew. Mike and Garner regarded each other, the silence cut only by the ticking of a carriage clock and muffled conversation from the sitting room. So what do you say? Garner leaned forward on the desk, a flash of skin peeping through the slit in his shirt sleeve. For the benefit of 40 families. Think you can smile for a few cameras? He gestured toward the sitting room, his gold cufflink glittering. On his knees, Mike peered into the flickering fire. It threw an orange glow across his face, the carpet, the white duvet of their bed. In his hand, he clutched the picture showing that telltale elbow of PVC. Ridiculously, it struck him that his posture was that of a shamed samurai. Annabelle stood behind him, still absorbing the scene. Kat, thankfully, was in her room with the door closed, engrossed in homework. Annabelle hadn't spoken. Not since he'd trudged in, tugged off his suit jacket, and taken his spot on the floor. She didn't have to. She already knew, and was just waiting for him to tell her. They don't want a delay, he said. They need the PR from the award ceremony. They threatened that the families will lose the subsidies. Then we should absorb the cost for them, Annabelle said. How much is it? On top of the pipe replacement costs? $11 million. He heard the breath leave her. So what are we going to do? She asked. He held out his hand, dropped the photograph into the flames. The picture curled and blackened. "Okay." Her voice was faint, crestfallen. "I guess I'll buy a new dress." The bathroom door clicked shut behind her. He stared into the fire, wondering what the hell else a lie like this could open up. Chapter 5. A baby's sputtering cry split the night air, rising from the basket placed on the front porch. Folds of fluffy blue blanket poked up from the woven straw. All was still, save the flecks of circling gnats in the yellow smudge of the porch light. Night-blooming jasmine, trellised up the porch, perfumed the air. SUV bumpers gleamed up and down the street. Every third house was being remodeled, the low-boy dumpsters as much a mark of the neighborhood's affluence as the boxsters slumbering beneath car covers. The intermittent cries strengthened into a wail. Finally, footsteps became audible from within the house, then the beep of an alarm being turned off. The front door cracked so far as the security chain allowed, and a woman's sleep-heavy face peered down. A gasp, then the door closed, the chain unclasped, and she stepped out onto the porch. A well-kept woman in her 50s, she clasped a blue bathrobe shut at her throat. Stunned, her knees cracked as she crouched to grab the basket with trembling hands. The blanket was twisted over itself, and she tugged at the folds frantically but gently, the cries growing louder, until finally she pulled back the last edge of fabric and stared down, dumbfounded. A microcassette recorder. The red play light beamed up at her, the baby's squawks issuing from the tiny speakers. The crunch of a dead leaf floated over from the darkness of the front lawn, and then a man's massive form melted into the cone of porch light. A gloved fist the size of a dumbbell flew at her, shattering her eye socket and knocking her back into the front door, rocking it inward so hard the handle stuck in the drywall. A moment of tranquility. Even the crickets were awed into silence. The large man stood at the edge of the porch, breath misting, shoulders slumped, his very presence an affront to the quiet suburban street. His plain, handsome face was oddly smooth, almost generic, as if his features were pressed through latex. He held a black duffel bag. Another set of footsteps padded across the moist lawn, a second man finally entering the light. He was lean and of normal height, but he looked tiny next to his counterpart. He shuffled as he walked, one foot curled slightly inward, matching the awkward angle of his right wrist. As he finished tugging on his black gloves, his arms jerked ever so slightly, a symptom of the illness. Ellen Rogers grunted on the foyer floor where she'd landed, one eye screwed off center, the skin dipping in the indentation where her cheekbone used to be. Her nose was split along the bridge, a glittering black seam. One leg was raised off the tile, paddling as if she were swimming. Her breaths were low, animal. The men stepped inside, closed the door behind them, stared down at her. The lean one, William, said gently, "I know, honey, I know. Dodge can put some muscle behind a punch. I'm sorry for your face. Don't think we wanted this any more than you." She whimpered and drooled blood onto the tile. When Dodge dropped the duffel, it gave a metallic clank. He placed 2 cigarettes in his mouth, cocked his head, got them going with a cheap plastic lighter plucked from his shirt pocket, and passed one to his colleague. William sucked an inhale past yellowed teeth, closed his eyes, let a ghostly sheet of smoke rise from his parted lips. "Mr. Rogers," he called down the hall, "can we please have a word?" The muted light thrown from the Tiffany lamp seemed the only thing holding darkness at bay. The office's mallard green walls dissolved into black. They might as well have not been there at all. Beyond the lip of the desk, a stock-ticker screensaver glowed out of nowhere. An artful framed photograph on the sofa's console table showed the family a few years earlier posed cute casual on the rear deck. Proud parents leaning over beaming teenage son and daughter, matching smiles and pastel polos. A nautical motif suffused the room. Burnished brass compass, gold-plated telescope, antique loupe pinning down the parchment pages of a leather-bound atlas. It was the office of a man who fancied himself the captain of his own destiny. But William and Dodge hadn't chosen the room for the design. They'd chosen it because it was soundproof. Ted Rogers propped up his wife on the distressed leather couch, which Dodge had covered entirely with a plastic tarp. Ted had a softness befitting a man of his age and circumstances. A fine, well-fed belly, spectacles accenting a round face, a close-trimmed white-gray beard, all jiggling now with grief and terror. When William had asked him into the study, he'd taken one look at Dodge and complied with all instructions. Ellen shuddered in her husband's arms, murmuring incomprehensibly. Her neck kept going slack, Ted's plump hands fussing to keep her head upright. "Boss man is displeased." William scratched calmly at the patchy scruff on his neck. "That little move of yours, it's gonna prove costly to him." Old cigar smoke had settled into the furnishings, sweet and comforting. Listen, please, tell him I'm sorry," Ted said. "I understand now the gravity." William held up a finger. "What did Boss Man tell you?" "I can get it all back, first thing tomorrow, I swear to you." "What did Boss Man tell you?" Ted's chest jerked beneath his bathrobe. "If I did anything to betray his trust, he'd kill me." William moved his hand in a circle, prompting, cigarette smoke swirling like a ribbon. "How would he kill you?" Ted leaned forward, gagged a bit, wiped his mouth. His voice came out unnaturally high. "Painfully." His hand rose, chubby fingers splayed, a man used to resolving conflict, to meeting halfway, to finding sensible solutions. "Look," his rolling eyes found William again. "You can take anything. Whatever this has cost him, I can set right. I mean, he can't possibly prefer to... He sputtered to a stop, an engine winding down. William and Dodge just stared at him. Ted's tongue poked at the inside of his lip, making that well-trimmed beard undulate. "I was in some trouble and made a stupid decision. But I can undo it. I will pay for whatever the costs of the fallout will be. I can take a third mortgage on the house. I have equity in... Beside him, his wife keeled over, her bruised face pushed into the cushion. Ted began to weep. "Look at her. Let me get her to a hospital. Let me call 911. We won't say what happened. There's still time. We can still get everything straightened out." William turned the cigarette inward, studying the cherry. Then he ground it out against his front tooth. He placed the butt carefully into a Ziploc bag, which he returned to his pocket, then continued as if there had been no interruption. "My uncle used to tell me, all we have is our word. All we have is what we promise we will do. Our employer is a man of his word, and I'm a man of mine. Ethics, see? So we're in a predicament here. We don't like hurting folks, but we have to do what we say. Following orders, like in the armed services, where the whole damn thing falls apart. It's a sad business all around, but that's how it's gotta be." His close-set eyes never faltered. Strands of facial hair, strawberry blonde and wiry, fringed the sallow skin of his jawline. The smell coming off him was medicinal and sour. "In our business, you gotta make sure a man's promise to you is upheld. If it's not, you gotta set precedent. You, Ted, are that precedent." Ted thumbed back Ellen's eyelid, the pupil dark and dilated. "Can you please, please?" His hand tightened into a fist. "Take her to the hospital. She had nothing to do with this. She knew nothing about..." The gunshot, even muffled, brought him upright on the couch. Ellen's head bobbed, and then, through the fresh tear in the drop-cloth, a single feather floated up from the cushion, flecked crimson. Shock at the sight overtook Ted instantly. Glazed eyes, spread mouth, ice-water tremble of his muscles, like a horse flank shuddering off flies. A small, shapeless noise escaped him, a vowel sound drawn out and out. Dodge leaned over, reached into the unzipped duffel, and rummaged inside. Objects clanked. "We need to take pictures," William explained, "at various stages, so we can show them to the next guy, see, who thinks he can get one over on Boss Man." When Dodge's gloved hand emerged from the duffel, he was gripping a ball-peen hammer. Ted moaned softly. William said, "I need you to sit over here, so we have room. The angle, you see? No, here. There you go. Thank you." Stunned, Ted complied. William stepped back, admired his positioning. "Dodge here, he gets impatient. So we're gonna get going. Dodge, where you want to start?" Dodge hefted the ball-peen, let it slap the leather of his palm. "Joints," he said. The white van rattled up the dirt road, veering side to side on wide, trash-littered switchbacks. The ground finally leveled off, the headlights sweeping past an endless chain link guarding a disused auto-wrecking yard. Vehicles smashed into neat rectangular bales were stacked treetop high, the unlit aisles running as long and true as cornrows. Caught wrappers and plastic bags wagged in the barbed wire. Rust ground into the hilltop dirt had turned the soil an Indian red. Past the wrecking yard, beyond a massive setback of dead weeds, rose a 2-story clapboard house. It had settled westward, resigning itself to the wind. A blue oak twisting up out of the brown earth like something from a painting. The van halted in front of the house, dust clouding around the tires. The breeze picked up a faint moan. Dodge climbed out, slammed his door, stretched his spine. It was early morning dark, the hilltop as desolate as an abandoned mine. A light clicked on upstairs in the house. William was a bit slower getting out. Wincing, he fumbled a pill from his pocket and downed it dry, then rubbed at the backs of his legs. He palmed a handful of sunflower seeds into his mouth, his jaw shifting with machine precision, then spit a few hulls in the dirt. He'd started at 11 years old with tobacco dip, but a few years ago someone had shown him a video of people with holes in their lips and cheeks, and so sunflower seeds it was. He had enough problems already without a sieve for a jaw. He walked around the van, running a hand along the chipped white paint, and opened the back door. Ted lunged out, bellowing, his voice strained through the pillowcase tied over his head. William sidestepped, his wilted leg nearly buckling, and Ted tumbled off the rear bumper into the dirt. He screamed, arms flopping boneless at his sides, shattered at the shoulders and elbows. He used his chin to shove himself up, shuffling and grunting like a blind bear, then bolted. The pillowcase was spotted red around the mouth where William had punched a knife through to give him some air. It was hard to be precise when they struggled. About 20 yards away, Ted tripped and fell, found his feet, kept on. William's brother, Hanley, emerged from the front door and paused on the rickety porch, staring out across the Sacramento Valley. Morning edged over the horizon, a thin plain of gold. Hanley gave a half-nod to the new day, stepped down, and peered into the back of the van. A body neatly wrapped in plastic drop-cloth, one leather couch cushion seared from a bullet, rags soaked with bleach strong enough to make the eyes sting. When Hanley nudged the couch cushion to explore the bullet hole, the microcassette beside it clicked to life, a few baby squalls escaping until he stopped the recording again. The footing of the sprawling front yard was uneven, ground squirrels doing their work beneath cover of the weeds. Ted ran, tripped, knee crawled, ran. He blazed a frantic, meandering path, making poor progress. The 3 men paid him no mind. Hanley drew a hand across his mouth, his stubble giving off a rasp. The family resemblance was apparent, though Hanley was clearly a healthier version of his older brother. Well-defined muscles, smooth, pale skin, no kink in the posture or tweak in the limbs. "Nice work, brother," he said. "Dodge do his thing." Eagerness showed in his voice. This was new for him, and more than a little exciting. "He did indeed," William said. Dodge was rooting in the duffel bag. He'd donned a rubber butcher's apron and slaughterhouse goggles. The apron, pulled tight across his massive chest, held the marks of jobs past. He paused from cataloging his implements and drew himself upright, towering a full head above the van's roof. That mannequin face, blank as a turned-off TV. Behind them, Ted collided with the trunk of the oak and went down hard with a grunt, vanishing into the waving foxtails. He struggled back up and stumbled onward at a new trajectory. William nodded, bunched his lips. "We'll prep the cellar," he said. The brothers started toward the house, Hanley helping William up the stairs. Somehow Ted had navigated his way across the giant stretch of yard, his ragged breaths carried back on the wind. He was sobbing something unintelligible, trying to form words. Dodge shouldered the duffel and started calmly after him. Leaning heavily on his brother, William dragged his lame leg up one step at a time. They reached the porch, and he glanced down at a plastic-wrapped edition of the Sacramento Bee. He jerked to a halt. Hanley said, "What, brother? You all right?" William's cheek twitched to one side, a dagger of teeth showing in the wire of his beard. He pointed down at the newspaper's front-page photograph. "The face," he said. Hanley looked down, dumbstruck. "It's not possible. Can't be." William's eyes hardened. He spit seeds across the black and white print. "Sure as hell looks like it. We'll find out. We'll make sure." And then? Down below they heard Dodge catch up to Ted, a crunch of bone and tendon, followed by a thin, wavering scream, a grunt as Ted was hoisted onto his shoulder, and then the scrabble of arms flailing weakly against Dodge's back. "Coming," Dodge said. Then. Chapter 6. "What's your name? Can he hear? Is he listening? Hello? Hey there. Your name?" "Michael." "Okay. Great, kid. Last name? Can you tell me your last name?" "He's in shock, detective." "You don't know your last name? How about your dad's name? Do you know your dad's name?" "John." "Good. That's good. And your mom? You remember your mom's name? Hello? What's your mom's name?" "Mama." Okay. That's fine. John and Mama. It's a start, right? I don't see how sarcasm's going to help either of you, detective. Michael, honey, how old are you? 4 1/4. Good, kid, that's good. We need to figure out how to get you home. Do you understand? I think we should give him some more time, detective. Time is of the essence, ma'am. Son, do you live nearby? Do you know... Hey, kiddo, over here. Look at me. I really think I should complete my assessment before... What town are you from? Michael? Michael? Do you know the name of the town you live in? The United States of America? Jesus. Chapter 7. The first year passes in bits and pieces, fragments with sharp edges. It is defined by voices, conversations. Like this one. How about a street? Come on, help us out here. You must remember a street sign, something. And him pointing to the letter X on the alphabet puzzle. Like that. Hey, Joe, you know any street names start with the letter X? How about fucking Xanadu? I think that starts with a F. And this one. My dad's coming back. Sure, shithead. My mom's, too. All our parents is coming back. We gonna have a big, fat Thanksgiving turkey dinner and fall asleep round the fireplace. There are flashes, too. Light and movement. Photographs that can be strung together to form herky-jerky storylines. There is the trip to the hospital. Him trembling in the sterile white hall, terrified that he'd been brought here to be put down like the neighbor's Doberman who'd bitten a Sears repairman. Which neighbor? Why remember a Sears repairman, but not his own mother's name? The doctor comes for him, towering and imperious and breathing Listerine, and leads him to a tiny room. He goes passively to his death. They count his teeth, assess his fine motor skills, X-ray his left hand and wrist to check bone development. Then they give him a birthday. A week later, he gets a last name. Doe. A random assignment by a faceless clerk in an unseen office. The fact that a brand like that, a goddamn name, could be yoked to him forever seems the punctuation mark on a lifelong sentence he will have to serve for a crime he didn't commit. Michael Doe. Reborn and renamed and left to build from scratch. Over the months, he has added to the memories here, amended them there, losing pieces to the shock that preceded and followed. He had rubbed the narrative curve to a high polish, like river rock, wearing in contours, revealing new seams in the excavated quarry, until what remained, what he beheld, may not even have been the same shape anymore, until he'd freed a different sculpture from the same marble block. But this bastardized fusion of past and later, is all he has. This is his imperfect history. This is how it lives in his bones. Then there is nothing but a snowstorm. When it clears, he is 6. A run-down house at the end of a tree-shaded lane. He is kneeling at a bay window, nose to the glass, elbows on the sill, fists chubbing up his cheeks. Waiting. The yellow plaid cushion beneath his knees reeks of cat piss. Waiting. A car pulls up, and his spirits fly to the stars. But the car keeps on driving. Driving away. Waiting. A girl's voice from behind him. Shithead still thinks Daddy's coming back. He has told no one about his mother, that he suspects her dead. His mind flits like a butterfly over poisonous flowers. Did his father kill her? Did he use a knife? What is his bloody inheritance? He doesn't turn from the window, but his thoughts have moved to the kids gathering behind him, sneakers shuffling on worn carpet. One voice rises above the others, boy cruel and high with prepubescence. Get over it, Doughboy. Daddy didn't want you. Mike tries to slow time. He makes a conscious decision to form a fist, the steps of curling, tightening, where to put the thumb. He will use this, his hand, to smash. But then anger bleeds in, overtakes him. A frozen expression of surprise on Charlie Dobronsky's face as Mike charges. A fist, fatter than his, blotting out the bright morning. A whirl of rust-colored carpet and a dull ache in his jaw. And then Dobronsky leaning over him, hands on dimpled knees, leering red face. How's the weather down there, Doughboy? Mike thinks. Calmer next time. And then, weeks later, he is in a bathroom at 3 a.m, the one time it is unoccupied. He needs a stool so he can lean forward over the sink to see his face in the dim nightlight glow. Looking in the mirror, he sees a missing person. He examines his features. He does not have his mother's high cheekbones. He does not have her beautiful black-brown hair. His skin does not smell like cinnamon, and his clothes do not carry the faintest whiff of patchouli as did hers. With the exception of the final imprint, his memories of his father are all good ones, gentle ones. But memories are weighted by substance, not quantity. He pictures his father's hands gripping the steering wheel. That splotch of red on his shirt cuff. He cannot help fearing just how much like his father he might be. He does not know his last name. He does not know in which state he was born. He does not know what his room looked like or what toys he had or if his mama ever kissed him on the forehead like the mothers in children's books. But he does know, now, that he is 6-ish years old and being raised in an overcrowded foster home in the smog-draped valley of 1982. Daylight. The couch mother lays in her hermit crab shell of corduroy sofa, bleeding instructions, giving off great wafts of baby powder and something worse, something like decay. An ashtray surfs of its own accord between formless breast and thigh, adrift on a sea of gingham. Ginger hair done in a 60s flip, easy smile, that Virginia Slim's voice rattling after them down the hall. Charlie, dear, pick up the bath mat. Tony, dear, wash the dishes. Michael, dear, empty my ashtray. The communal dresser. He hates the communal dresser. Hates when he's the last one to get dressed for school and winds up with a salmon-colored shirt that is cruelly mistaken, the day long, for pink. He hoards shirts at night, sleeps with them. But this night, when he gets back from brushing his teeth, his pillow is turned aside. The blue-striped shirt is gone. Dobronsky, cross-legged on his bed, is smiling. And of course Tony Moreno, skinny sidekick, is laughing with impossible vigor. Mike says, "Give it back." Dobronsky holds out his fat bully hands as if catching rain. "Give what back?" This, to Tony M., is high comedy. "You can't even fit it," Mike says. "Then why don't you take it?" Dobronsky says. "Oh, that's right, because I'll give you a beat down." Something hard and gem-like flares in Mike's chest. It is blue hot, but this time as controlled as a pilot light. He leans forward, says, "Yeah, but you have to sleep sometime, and my bed is right next to yours." Dobronsky's face changes. Tony M. stops laughing. Dobronsky recovers quickly, with tough words. He cannot give up the shirt, not now, not with 6 sets of eyes watching from the surrounding cots. But the stench of his fear lingers in the room after dark. The spell has been broken. The next day, Dobronsky limps to school. Mike is the wearer of the blue-striped shirt. He is in the bay window as usual, waiting. "Michael, dear, go outside and play. You practically live in that window." There is a new kid, skin and bones, with huge feet like a puppy's paws. When he arrived, his hair was curly and long, but now it is close-cropped like everyone else's. Head lice make their rounds with such frequency that the couch mother is ruled for crew cuts. She wields a pair of clippers with the impersonal proficiency of a bureaucrat denying a request. Function over form, always. The new kid has a dog name to go with the puppy paws. Shep. Right now, Dobronsky and Tony M. are pummeling him. From his perch on the cushion, Mike watches him get back up, lips bleeding. Another punch. Dobronsky's mouth moving. "Stay down, you little faggot!" The neighbors' kids are at their windows. They are used to the Roman theater that is 1788 Shady Lane. Shep struggles, finds his feet. Dobronsky draws back his fist for the 5th or 15th time. The couch mother's voice sails from the living room. "Dinner!" terminating the day's festivities. The new kid's voice is funny, too loud. "Hey, retard voice, why you sound like such a retard?" So he doesn't talk much. He eats at the long kitchen table, head down, shoveling, his rail-thin body burning off the calories before he finishes chewing. The couch mother arises to refill her jug of crystal light, and Dobronsky leans across the table and swats Shep's fork as it goes into his mouth. Shep emits a faint bark. The couch mother whirls. "What's wrong, Shepherd, dear?" He winces, shakes his head. When couch mother disappears again behind the refrigerator door, he dips his mouth into a napkin, drools blood. A dream. Beneath flickering eyelids, Mike's mind dances with fantasies of domesticity, of waffle irons and cream-white linens. He wakes up cramped on the too-small cot, staring at a ceiling blotched seaweed brown from water damage. Back on the yellow-plaid cushion, waiting. Shep out front. Couch mother engrossed in a talk show and a cantaloupe in the TV room. Mike knows from experience it is not a pretty sight. Outside, Dobronsky hammers Shep into the dirt. Shep gets up, jeans torn, knees bloodied. Even Tony M. can horn in on the action, can knock the small kid down. Mike can hear Dobronsky shouting, exasperated, "Stay down, douchebag! Stay down!" Shep rises again. Mike turns his eyes to the end of the road. There is no station wagon there. Now it is Sloppy Joe night. Zucchini was on sale yesterday, so it substitutes for onions. Zucchini bits are not meant to appear in Sloppy Joes, with good reason, but the foster children are hungry. They eat with relish. The police da-da-da-da from the crackly radio by the toaster. Dobronsky has just taken his insulin. Remember, Charlie, darling, cold and clammy, you need some candy. Dry and hot, you need a shot. So he must wait 15 minutes to eat. When the time is up, he scrambles to the kitchen. On his way back, he pauses behind Shep, extends his overladen tray above Shep's head, lets it clap to the table in front of him. The sound is like a gunshot in a bank vault, but Shep doesn't so much as blink. A spray of runny meat spatters his face. Unfazed, he scoops a fingerful off his cheek and pops it into his mouth. The couch mother looks at him sidewise, her chin's a jiggle, and the next day Shep arrives late to school, wearing hearing aids from the Shriners Hospital. On the playground at recess, Dobronsky heat-seeks his target. "Hey, look at the old man! Shep needs hearing aids like a old man!" A crowd is gathered. Shep pulls the flesh-colored units from both ears, drops them to the asphalt, crushes them under a sneaker. His stare is level, zen-like, and for once his voice is even. "I don't need anything." A rumor makes its rounds, something involving Shep's drunk of a dad and a gun with blanks. Like a stubborn shellfish, Shep will not let himself be pried open, will not let his treasure spill. Whereas Mike has strength, Shep has will, and Mike is sharp enough to know which is the rarer commodity. Time scribbles forward a few months, and there Mike is, still on the piss-smelling yellow cushion, nose pigged against the bay window. An unearthly light pervades 1788 Shady Lane, turning it slate gray. It is a black-and-white movie. The street is empty. A station wagon makes the turn, and Mike feels his heart soar. It nears and, yes, pulls to the curb and, yes, that is a man, a solitary man who climbs out, yes, and makes his way up the walk, and a fall of light breaks through the trees and the slate-gray pall, lighting his face in full color, and, yes, it is his father. Mike runs to the door and is swept up in strong arms, he and his father spinning like a shampoo commercial couple in a field of foxtail yellow, and he hugs him, feels the cheek warm against his own, the grit of stubble beneath the clean shave, the crinkle of the starched collar. His father sets him down and says, "I am so sorry. I came back for you at the playground and you were gone. I've been looking for you all these months, every waking hour, foregoing food and sleep, and look." He holds out his shirt cuff with the blood-red blotch. "This is just a splash of cranberry juice. And look." He points to the car, and there, waving from the passenger seat, his mother, her smile sending out a light all its own, and Mike is shaken awake. He tugs away, buries his face in the pillow, rooting out remnants of the dream. But the wide hand is persistent. He rolls onto his back, stares up at the perfumed face, lax with gravity. "Michael, dear, come with me." Instantly he is drenched in panic sweat. Another move, another abandonment. But he is walking in underwear on ice-numb bare feet, following couch mother to doom or desertion. She moves on hushed footsteps. The house creaks under the weight of her. Into the kitchen, into a slant of yellow thrown by the outdoor security lamp, and Mike squints and sees on the table a cake. His name frilled in frosting. He looks at couch mother, but she is watching the cake, her eyes alight. This is their little secret. His mind sputters. "It's not my birthday?" "No," couch mother says. "It's our birthday. A year to the day I got you." His breath leaves him in a huff. He lunges to her, hugs, burying his face in the soft folds of her nightgown. He says, "I love you." And she says, Let's not get carried away. The next day he finds himself again on a cushion, waiting. The bay window smudged with 1,000 marks from his nose and forehead. 1,001. Waiting. He thinks back on the time he has passed on this cat-piss cushion and wonders if this is all life is. 1 year after the last, nothing memorable. A sun-baked torment. Outside, Shep is receiving his daily beating. He lies on his back in the fall gorgeous leaves, Dobronsky brandishing a fist over his face. "Stay the fuck down, runt! Stay down!" Shep finds his feet. Mike's eyes move through the arcade of yellow-orange leaves and their geometric patterns to the end of the street, to the station wagon that has still not appeared. Waiting. He tries to stop time, to freeze the image like a photograph, this unextraordinary moment, just to have it, just to have something he can hold on to, something he can keep. He waits for his father. And then, at once, he hates him. Shep is standing again. No, not anymore. Tony M., inexplicably wearing an Angels batting helmet, is cackling that idiotic laugh, thumping Dobronsky's shoulders, leaping with joy. Shep manages to get to all fours, but he is halted there. For the first time, he has lost momentum. Dobronsky jeering, "I told you, you fucking deaf runt. I told you I'd make you stay down." Shep looks up at him, the looming fist, unable to rise to it. Mike knows now that if Shep doesn't rise, something beautiful will die out there on the browning front lawn of 1788 Shady Lane. Mike walks outside. Dobronsky stands over Shep, victorious. Tony M. and 3 others have formed a half-circle around Dobronsky, crowing victoriously. They turn when the screen door bangs. Mike crosses to them, Dobronsky's unease registering on his broad features. Mike walks in front of the half-circle, stands facing Dobronsky, 2 feet away, the distance of an uppercut. Shep is behind Mike, still on all fours. Mike can feel the heat of him against the backs of his calves. Mike says loudly, "Get up!" He hears Shep breathing hard. He hears Shep grunt with exertion. And then Mike reads the shadow. Shep is standing. Dobronsky's face flushes. "You queers deserve each other," he says, but he is backpedaling, knocking through the others, dispersing them. They go inside. All is quiet at 1788 Shady Lane. Dusk is coming, and there will be dinner soon. Shep brushes himself off, as composed as a businessman lint-rolling a suit. Mike heads up the walk. Shep follows. "Where did you get these?" The couch mother stands over them, legs trembling from the exertion, the mini liquor bottles dwarfed in her flushed, pillowy palm. Mike and Shep are 10. They are now the same height, but Mike is wider still, more solid, whereas Shep's body, pulled thin like taffy, can't seem to catch up to him. Shep says, "What?" He has learned to speak softly to control his voice, to overcompensate for his bad hearing, for the guttural bursts and blurred consonants. People lean toward him to distinguish his words. They take a step or 2 in his direction. He draws the world to him, as if it is interested. Generally, it isn't. So he has learned something else. He has learned to use his semi-deafness to his advantage. That is never clearer than at this moment. The couch mother's gaze shifts from Shep, zeroing in on Mike. He stares at her ash-speckled crocheted sweater, grimaces, and says, "Valley liquor?" The couch mother frowns, her face folding in around her lips. "We are going back there to return these, and you are both going to apologize and take whatever punishment you are due. Do you understand me?" Mike watches the 50mm nips of Jack Daniels disappear into her elephantine purse. "Yes, ma'am," he says. Shep says, "What?" The couch mother is not fooling, because she marches them outside and lowers herself into her long-suffering Pontiac. Mike has seen her drive only a few times before, and only to the hospital when someone needs stitches or a fever won't break. The passenger seat is stripped to the coils, and her seat is shoved back so far that Shep has to sit on Mike's lap in the back. With dread they watch the scenery roll by while the couch mother navigates streets, grunting against the non-power steering, her stomach adding friction to the wheel. In no time they're behind the counter at the liquor store, standing at attention before Mr. Sandoval, who never lets them handle the comic books, who grimaces when he counts their change for Dr. Pepper bottles, who hates them. Mike mumbles out an apology, and Mr. Sandoval, who has set aside his cursing, hateful self before the couch mother, makes a big show of patronizing magnanimity. It is time for Shep to apologize, but Mike knows that he will not. Shep is not like him or anyone else. He is made of steel and concrete. He cannot be broken. Shepard, dear, your turn. What? You're not going to play this game with me. Now apologize to Mr. Sandoval this instant. What? It escalates until Mike is uncomfortable, until he backs away so his shoulder brushes the real-size liquor bottles on the shelves behind them. He notices a picture Mr. Sandoval keeps taped to the cash register. His daughter. It is school picture day, and she beams proudly, but her little skirt is stained and tattered at the edges. It reminds Mike of the communal shirts in the dresser, and he is flooded with guilt, his assumptions cracking apart one after another like dropped eggs. But his remorse is temporary, because the couch mother's voice has risen so as to drown out all thought. Just when it seems Shep will triumph, that he has worn them down into defeat, he mutters, "Sorry." Mike is shocked. He has never seen Shep cave in, and he fears the act will diminish him irrevocably. On the ride home, Mike pouts. Shep turns on Mike's lap, studies his face, his own expression unreadable. And then his lips twist in his version of a smile. Tugging up his shirt furtively, Shep flashes the pint bottle of Jack Daniels he has shoved down his pants. A blurred half-decade, and they are 14. Shep is taken to wearing a pendant of St. Jerome Emiliani, patron saint of orphans, that he stole from a pawn shop. While Mike awaits his growth spurt, Shep has at last grown into his feet. He towers, husky with premature muscle. Despite some acne, he now buys Jack Daniels without getting carded. At the home, Charlie Dobronsky lives and breathes in constant fear, but Shep has never laid a hand on him. He just looks at him now and then, and that is enough. Mike and Shep have ridden the bus over to Van Nuys Park, where the ice cream man forgets to lock the back of his truck so bomb pops can be stolen while he's distracted with paying customers. They have made their way over to the far baseball diamond, where a father, son, and grandfather play ball. The boys lean against the chain link by the backstop and watch, cynically. The grandfather pitches, the son bats, and the father plays somewhere between shortstop and left field, retrieving the ball and tossing it back. They have a pretty good system down. The boy, who was about their age, dribbles a grounder to his father. Mike says, "He can only hit the pole," and Shep remarks, "'cause he's not good enough to go the other way." The father's car, a straight-off-the-lot forest green Saab, is pulled up onto a patch of dirt behind the fence, and the boy's bike, an expensive-looking 10-speed, leans against the bumper. Mike says, "Nice set of wheels," and Shep says, "The 900's a piece of shit." Mike agrees out loud, but secretly loves the Saab. Its sleek lines, its odd angles, how it's not afraid to be ugly and beautiful at the same time. The car reeks of affluence and power, of accomplishment and control. In its unblemished paint he sees his own wavery reflection, his idealized self, a future he cannot yet discern. The dealer's plate stares out at him. Wingate Dealership, we have what you want. And he thinks the name, like the car, boasts of success. Wingate. Wingate. It has a ring. A voice from the baseball field shatters Mike's reverie, the father calling out, "Ready for a fudgesicle?" For an instant, in his disorientation, Mike mistakes the man as speaking to him. But then the son smiles and tosses aside his bat, and 3 generations set out across the park for the ice cream truck Mike and Shep just looted. Mike watches them walking away. The boy's longish blonde hair curls up from beneath his cap and makes Mike ashamed of his and Shep's buzz cuts. He hates that his whole stupid appearance is a concession to head lice. Shep walks around the fence and picks up the bat. He comes back, kicks over the kid's bike. "Want to piss on it?" This is something they have done before. Mike shakes his head. Shep says, "Car first." He never uses extra words. Mike stares at the beautiful sob, and it seems a shame, but there is something burning deep in his chest that wants a way out. He's not sure what it is, but it has to do with the white gleam of the father's teeth when he called to his son about getting a fudgesicle. Mike says, "I don't know." Shep says, "Why?" He is embarrassed, but it is Shep, and he can tell Shep anything. "I mean, if my mom is alive, I owe it to her not to wind up in—" Shep says, "There is no past." Mike coughs out a laugh. "No past?" Shep's lips part, showing off the slight overlap of his front teeth. "There are only two things in life: loyalty and stamina. Everything else is just a distraction." "What about responsibility?" He is channeling the couch mother and hates himself for it. Shep speaks quietly, as always. "You're not a son. You're not a brother. No one wants you. So, make it your own. You can be whatever you want to be. And right now, you're a man with a task." Mike takes the bat. One headlight goes with a satisfying pop. The moon crescent ding distorts the shine of the hood, the next even more so. He is lost in a haze, in something sticky sweet and unslakable. Mike's forearms ache. He stops, pants. Across the park, on someone's boom box, Bon Jovi is going down in a blaze of glory. Shep takes the bat. He beats down on the bicycle, wheels denting, spokes flying, metal clanging. A voice from behind them. "Hey, loser! Hey! That's my bike!" The boy has run ahead of his father and grandfather. Shep says, "What?" The boy steps forward, repeats himself. Shep says, "What?" The boy leans in for a third try. Shep headbutts him, and the boy goes down screaming, and the father is running at them, and Mike is frozen. He has fought plenty, but an old-fashioned respect for adults has locked him up. The father grabs Mike around the neck, hard, with both hands, and Shep blurs over, closing the space in no time, and then the father is bent backward, choking, Shep's hand clamped over his throat. Shep says, in his trademark hush, "I'm gonna let go of you, but don't touch him again. Understand?" The father nods. Shep releases him, offers the boy his hand, helps him up, says, "Don't call me a loser." There are sirens. Shep's mouth is bomb-pop red, and Mike is quite certain his is too. At the station, the desk cop says, "The Shady Lane boys, what a surprise." Mike and Shep are sent to different interrogation rooms. Alone, Mike stares at the wall, memories of similar rooms flooding back. "You remember your mom's name?" "Hello? What's your mom's name?" A detective comes in, sits down, reads the report, sighs, and throws it on the wooden table. "You're not worth the chair you're sitting on, you foster home piece of shit." Mike thinks, "Make it your own. You did about $15,000 of damage." His stomach clutches at the figure. It might as well be $1 million. Mike knows at that moment. His life is over. He looks down at his wrists, cinched in flexible plastic handcuffs, kid handcuffs, because the steel ones kept slipping off at the park. "Before we ship your ass to sentencing," the detective continues, "your victims want to confront you." Panic overtakes dread. "I don't want to see them." "Well, guess what? When you're a law-breaking degenerate, you don't get to choose your options." Mike closes his eyes. When he opens them, the kid is there, freckled cheeks tight with disdain, the detective and the father at his elbows. The grandfather stands in the back, arms crossed. "You gonna apologize?" the kid asks. Mike knows it is in his self-interest to do so, but he looks at the kid's ironed shirt, the smudge of chocolate in the corner of his mouth, and can think only, never. The kid points at Mike. "You're a nothing. You wreck my stuff because you don't have anything and you'll never be anything. Well, guess what? It's not my fault your life sucks." Mike closes his eyes again, for a very long time. He hears footsteps, the door creak open and click shut. When he opens his eyes, the grandfather is sitting across from him, alone. The man says, "That was my car." Mike says, "I thought it was your son's." The grandfather laughs. He has a white mustache, impeccably maintained. "That would have made it okay?" Mike stares down at the wooden table. Someone has etched into it, "Point of no return, motherfucker." "I grew up in the Depression." "You know what that means?" The man waits for a response, but getting none, continues, "If we spotted roadkill on the side of the road, my pop used to pull over so we could cook it for dinner. For a time we slept in the car. We went 2 long years without a roof over our heads." Mike says, "You can't have everything." The grandfather spreads his hands. "Why not?" "I don't know. People like us, we don't get to." "People like us?" "Like me and Shep." "How about me?" "You have a sob." "I see." The grandfather folds his hands across his old man's paunch and nods. "How do you think I got that car?" "How would I know? That's the first time I've been within 10 feet of a car that nice." "You're the predator here, not a victim. Let's be clear about that." His eyes are hard now, and Mike is awed by the force of his conviction. Mike looks down at his hands. His thumb has a sticky blue streak from the bomb pop. He pictures that beautiful, spotless sob. "Wingate dealership. We have what you want." And for a moment the car and the man before him become of a piece. They become 2 elegant, polished parts of the same whole. Shep's words come back to him. "You can be whatever you want to be." Mike rethinks the question posed to him a moment ago. "How do you think I got that car?" And he is speaking softly before his brain can catch up. "When I get out of juvie, I will work to pay you back for wrecking your car." The grandfather closes his eyes, his face beatific and soft, and Mike doesn't understand his reaction at all. Then the man says, "No, you won't. I'm not pressing charges, and you won't be held responsible for the damages." Mike is certain he is being mocked. "I will pay to fix my car," the man says. "But I'm buying something for that money. Would you like to know what it is?" Transfixed, Mike nods. "I am buying your not getting to feel sorry for yourself about this." Incredulous, Mike asks, "What's that accomplish?" The man says, "Wait and see." Mike and Shep walk out free men, and from that day forward Mike sees things a little differently. He and Shep remain thick as thieves, closer than brothers because they are all parts of a family to each other, though this remains unspoken. Because Shep did not bend and repent in that interrogation room, he has to work off the price of the boy's bicycle by bagging groceries. He does this in double time by peddling cigarette packs he boosts from behind the counter. As they grow older, they run liquor stores with fake IDs, get bulletproof drunk, and raise hell, but Mike is spending more time with his nose in textbooks. "Michael, dear, you'll be my first to go to college." Then studying for the SATs, taking practice tests, scoring somewhere between retarded and stupid. But slowly, over his junior year of high school, he has brought his scores up to average, and when the acceptance letter arrives from Cal State LA, he doesn't even tell Shep right away. He goes out to the backyard when everyone is sleeping and sits with it beneath the golden glow of the security light, reading and rereading it, cherishing it like hidden treasure. For a few blissful months, the path ahead seems illuminated. The couch mother is proud. His plans for college reflect well on them both. Dobronsky and Tony M., never deep on originality, start in with the nickname, "Hey, college, you gonna grow a mustache like Alex Trebek?" And Mike recognizes their mocking as a form of flattery. Every year more kids have come, young and damaged, but for the first time Mike realizes that he has become, oddly, a role model. And Shep has too, a role model of another kind. As an almost adult, Mike gains a different understanding of the workings of the foster home. How the couch mother gets money from the state for every kid under her roof. how on occasion she gets a birth certificate fudged with a little help from well-placed women of like minds and body type to ensure that her children are protected from abusive mothers or molester uncles. It strikes him how fortunate he is to be a cog in the wheel of this particular machine. For a high school senior, he is young at 17. Shep has taken advantage of his first 4 months as an 18-year-old to rack up 2 strikes under the California Penal Code. A third felony will land him in jail for 25 to life, which seems a bit much for a stolen VCR and beating up some snot-nosed private school kid who welched on an arm wrestling bet. But Shep, as ever, is not worried. 2 strikes is nothing. You've seen me play ball. One day Shep walks into the shared bedroom carrying what appears to be a wall safe, his substantial biceps bulging under the weight of it. Mike is rereading his worn SAT practice book because he is convinced that he will arrive at college next fall and not know how to communicate with kids actually smart enough to be there. He hopes against logic that knowing words like bedight and acetate might help close that gap. Incredulous, he looks up from the vocab section at Shep. "Where'd you get that?" Shep says, "A wall." Mike conveys another bite of SpaghettiOs from can to mouth, using the flat edge of a butter knife since all the forks and spoons are dirty. "Shep," he mumbles around the mush, "you can't do that shit. You get half of whatever's in it." "I don't want half." Mike rolls up the workbook and smacks it against his forehead. "I want to know what flagitious means." "Of or like a flag." Shep sits Indian style on the floor, knocks on the safe at various points, then removes from his back pocket folded graph paper and an actual stethoscope. Mike watches with fascination. Shep ducks into the earbuds and twists the dial, listening with medical interest. Given his hearing, he seems to be having trouble perceiving the clicks. The EKG line of his graph doesn't progress beyond a few peaks and valleys. He sets the stethoscope aside, goes out, and returns a moment later with a hammer and chisel. Mike's mouth comes slightly ajar. "Really?" Round 2. Shep starts beating the hell out of the safe. The ringing, of course, does not bother him. The others are all ostensibly at a Dodgers game, so Shep and Mike enjoy relative privacy. Until the couch mother, who has been groaning through a bout of colitis in the mephitic fog of her bedroom, calls down the hall, "Michael, dear, what's that noise?" She has learned not to shout to Shep. Shep says quietly, "I'm fixing a carburetor." Mike shouts, "He's fixing a carburetor." Shep does not have a car. "Don't make a mess," couch mother bellows. "He won't." Mike has set aside his workbook. "What are you going to do with your share?" he mocks. "Vegas," Shep says. "Hookers. You?" "A house. 30-year mortgage, fixed. A yard. I want a garage workshop with tools." "How old are you again?" Shep sits back on his heels, arms sweat off his brow. "Look," he mutters, not really talking to Mike. "Look at that. Hammering off the hinges doesn't do shit. I need to find where the lock-in lugs slide into the sides of the frame." He leans over, tongue poking from the side of his mouth, and jots something onto the back of the failed graph. A few hours later, the safe looks exhausted, and Shep has sketched what amounts to an engineering diagram. He has been hammering at the seams, meticulously marking the lug locations and projecting new ones. Mike has watched this venture evolve from whimsy to science. Sometime later, Shep has created a hole in the back wall of the safe and peeled up the sheet metal. Beneath is a layer of concrete, which crumbles under the hammer, then sheet metal again. This is round 11, and maybe round 12 as well. From down the hall, the couch mother's voice sounds exasperated and dehydrated. "Aren't you done fixing that carburetor yet?" Shep says softly, "Just about." After another flurry of force and leverage, the back wall finally gives way. Shep tosses the loot, a bunch of old coins, aside. He is not interested in them. He is interested in the safe. He mumbles to himself, checks the lugs he hadn't guessed at, writes down the brand and make of the safe. "The concrete's for weight," he mutters. Mike asks, "Don't you want your priceless coins?" Shep chews his lip, marveling at the reinforced door. He says, "What?" The next day they are walking past a pawn shop, and Shep pulls one of the coins from his pocket and hands it to Mike. Mike says, "Why don't you?" And Shep says, "They got my picture behind the register." Mike hesitates a moment. He thinks of that grandfather's admonishment years ago and recalls his own wavery reflection in the unblemished forest green paint of the Wingate dealership Saab. But it's one old coin, and it's Shep, so he takes it and goes inside. The security camera behind the bulletproof glass makes him antsy, but he writes a fake name and address on the invoice ticket and tells himself again, it's one old coin, and it's Shep. Mike comes out with $20, which he stuffs into Shep's large hand. "That was worth it," he smirks. Shep hands him 10 back. That night, the cops roll up on 1788 Shady Lane. The senior officer brings a still shot from the pawn shop security camera. And this time, the set of handcuffs he wields are adult size. Now. Chapter 8. There was no front office woman, just a front office. No sign, no Venetian blinds, no noir stenciled lettering announcing Hank Danville, P.I. Mike stepped past the bare wooden desk, tapped on the inner office door, and opened it. Hank was behind his desk, pants dropped, withdrawing a needle from the pale white skin of his thigh. He looked over his shoulder, grimaced, and barked, "God damn it!" Mumbling an apology, Mike skipped back and closed the door. A moment later, Hank yanked it open again. Tucking in his shirt, he returned to his desk, Mike shadowing him across the room on a cautious delay, both men avoiding eye contact. Hank slumped into his chair and gestured at the worn love seat opposite, where Mike had sat many times over the past 5 years. Hank had an old-fashioned build, the kind they don't make anymore. Tall and lanky, scarecrow shoulders broad enough to hang a linebacker's frame on. He was balding pleasantly and evenly, his hair receded midway on his head, which extended turtle-like on a ropey neck. It was an intellectual head, academic even, built for peering at dusty tomes and longhand letters. It matched neither his powerful forearms nor the taciturn cop's demeanor he'd perfected during the 30-some years he'd spent behind a badge before going private to limited success. Hank's dry lips wobbled as he tried to come up with an explanation. No easy task, given what Mike had walked in on. Hank cursed under his breath, shoved back from his desk, and stood, cuffing his sleeves. Mike noticed that he was wearing his years a bit more heavily than when they'd last face-to-face. Hank never gave his age. He was old enough to wobble here and there, but young enough to get pissed off if you tried to steady his elbow. He crossed to the window, shoved it open, and leaned on the sill, his suspenders drawing tight across his back. He'd quit smoking, but still forgot sometimes, leaning out windows as if to exhale. His cat, an obese tabby, looked up from the radiator at him with indifference. Mike cleared his throat awkwardly. "I wanted to apologize for yesterday when—" "I'm dying," Hank said. He remained leaning over the sill, staring off at the Hollywood sign in the distance, the fabric of his shirt bunching between his shoulder blades. "Lung cancer. I gave him up, 15 years ago. Thought I was in the clear. Amazing how something like that can boomerang back on you." He strode over and tapped the little needle kit on the desktop. "That's what this poison is for. Nupo something. Supposed to stimulate my last 2 white blood cells." Hank eased down into his chair, his gaze shifting, unsure where to land. At closer glance he looked not just slender, but downright gaunt. Mike had never seen him uneasy, let alone floundering. Empathy left Mike tongue-tied. It was always hard to find the right words when someone parted the curtains like that, when you were given a glimpse into the inner workings of a life. So Mike said the first thing that came to mind. "What can I do?" Hank sneered a little. "You gonna start coming by the house Wednesdays with baked casseroles?" "If I baked a casserole," Mike said, "it would kill you for sure." Hank tilted his head back and laughed, and Mike recognized him again. That quiet dignity, the wise man's smirk in the face of it all. "Ah, hell," Hank said. "Your expression when I had my pants around my ankles just about makes dying worth it." Maybe we stopped chemo last week. It's in the bone now." A wry grin lost its momentum, flared out on Hank's face. He swiveled slightly in his chair, bringing into view a wallet-sized school photo of a young boy, maybe 6 years old, thumbtacked to the otherwise blank wall behind him. Mike had politely inquired during an early meeting, and Hank had made clear any discussion about the photo was off-limits. That Hank was unmarried and had never mentioned children only added to the photo's curiousness. The picture was worn, wrinkled with white lines. The boy's striped, snap-button shirt had late 60s written all over it. Something in the shrine-like placement of the picture, so low as to be a private reminder, suggested that the boy was dead. An estranged son? A victim from an unsolved case that Hank couldn't let go of? Mike averted his focus before Hank could key into it. Hank read Mike's face, then broke the mood by floating a hand Fonzie-style over the remaining strands straggled back on his shiny scalp. "At least the new generation chemo let me keep my hair." Mike leaned back, shot a breath at the ceiling. "Shit, Hank," he said. "Yeah, well, everyone's ticket gets punched sometime. I know better than to take it personally." Hank tugged a fat file from a bottom drawer and thunked it on the desk, causing the cat to leap from the radiator and stalk along the baseboards. "You came by to pick this up?" Mike regarded the file like an artifact, giving it its due before reaching over and pulling it into his lap. It held the record of the private investigator's search for Mike's parents. Its girth was impressive, given that Mike remembered so little to set Hank on his investigative course. John and Mama, approximate ages, no last name to work with, no city, no state. Abandoned child investigations back then weren't what they are now. Nor were computer records. Half of what Hank had dug up was on crumbling microfiche, and none of the missing person reports on record fit what little Mike remembered. For decades he had lived with the gnawing conviction that it was his mother's blood that had darkened his father's sleeve that morning. Maybe he'd have to live with it forever. He leafed through the file, memories and possibilities rising from the print. The geographic spread of the search was large, since he didn't know how far his family home had been from the preschool playground he'd been left at. His father could have driven a few blocks or all through the night. There were investigation reports and phone transcripts, crime blotters and clipped obits from small-town papers. Mugshots of scowling men named John, all of an age, all of whom were not his father. By now he knew most of these strangers' faces by heart. The sight made him cringe, made him wonder what children these men had left behind, what women they had destroyed. But what really put a hook into his gut were the morgue photos, a technicolor parade of women who'd been murdered in 1980 and unclaimed bodies that had turned up for years after that. He'd become acquainted with a virtual dictionary of shrug-off terms for corpses. Floaters, crispy critters, headless horsemen. He closed the file and tapped it with a fist. A scrapbook of a failed investigation. Years of dead ends. Years of high hopes and corrosive disappointments. A deep-seated yearning running through each day like a habit you can't quite quit. It occurred to him that this file, with its cop-house chicken scratch, bluing flesh, and flashbulb misery, had become all he had of his parents. Hank drew a hand across his face, tugging his features down into a basset droop. "I'm sorry I couldn't do better by you, Mike." Over the years there had been quite a few other investigators, but none as committed. "I didn't come by today for this," Mike said, tapping the file again. "I came to apologize. I was up against it when we talked. I know how to handle stress better than that. Things have been good long enough that I forgot what it's like to be graceful when they're not." Hank studied him, gave a nod. The tabby jumped up into his lap, and he dug his fingers into its scruff, the cat going limp and squint-eyed. "You gonna be all right with this pipe business?" "It's my own goddamn fault. I liked the price and didn't perform due diligence, and now I'm a liar and a cheat." "What's that mean?" Hank was still regarding him curiously, but Mike just shook his head. No use getting worked up. He'd made a decision, and now he had to put it in the rearview mirror. He stood with the file and offered his hand across the desk. "You always did fine work for me, Hank." They shook, and Mike left him there, staring out the window, the cat purring in his lap. Jimmy was waiting in Mike's truck, passenger window rolled down, elbow stuck out, radio blaring. Mike had brought him along because they needed to select rock for the fire pit, and Hank's office was en route to the stoneyard, a good drive from the site. Mike climbed into the truck and tossed the enormous file onto the vast plane of the dashboard. Jimmy eyed the file but said nothing. Mike told him he needed to run an errand, and it was clear enough he hadn't wanted to say more than that. The music was all ska rhythm and sub-baritone bleating. Mike turned down the volume, but kept the channel in a show of largesse. "Thanks for waiting." Jimmy shrugged, bopping to the tunes. "You the boss, Wingate." Pulling out, Mike watched him poke at the buttons on the console, turning on the seat warmer. A seat warmer in fucking California. "Hey," Jimmy said, "can I have this truck too when you're done with it?" "Not if you play this music in it." Jimmy made a dismissive sound, tongue clicking against his teeth. Shaggy's shit's so smooth you get VD just listening to his ass. "That's by way of recommendation? Better than your James Taylor shit." "My James Taylor shit." Mike rolled the knob in protest. A few channels over, Toby Keith was crooning that he should have been a cowboy, a sentiment not shared by Jimmy, judging by the sour twist of his mouth. Mike loved music, but particularly country, with its twang and swagger, its paternal America, its celebration of hard-working men who punch a clock their whole lives and don't ask for nothing. Parents were heroes, and if a man put his sweat into the land, he could have a shot at an honest life and a good woman's love. An honest life. Those PVC pipes bobbed up through Mike's thoughts like a corpse that wouldn't sink, and for the rest of the drive and the baking walk through the stoneyard, he was distracted and useless. On the drive back, they passed a cemetery Mike hadn't seen before, so he pulled off the frontage road and turned in. Jimmy looked across at him, displeased. "We don't got enough to finish today that you gotta do this again." Mike said, 2 minutes. The guard in the shack kicked back on a stool, reading the LA Times. Mike rolled down the window and was surprised to confront himself in a grainy black-and-white photo beneath a headline reading, "Governor shows for the green." Yes, that was Mike, grinning in all his lying, hypocritical glory, his arms stretched around the governor's considerable shoulders. The paper rustled and tipped, the guard's ruddy face appearing. The guy waved Mike through without asking any questions. There was a time when Mike got stopped at every checkpoint and reception booth, but now he was legitimate, with a knockoff polo shirt and an overpriced fucking truck. He parked under an overgrown willow and they climbed out, Jimmy tapping down his pack of smokes. "The hell you look for in all these graveyards anyway?" Jimmy asked. "John." "Just John?" "That's right. And a woman born in the late 1940s. "There are a lot of Johns out there, Wingate," Jimmy said. 572,691. The cigarette dangled from Jimmy's lower lip. His eyebrows were lifted nearly to his dense hairline. He took a moment, presumably to ponder Mike's sanity. "Into country?" "State." "You know he dead, though. Just John?" Mike shook his head, thought, wishful thinking. He grabbed the file off the dash because he didn't need Jimmy nosing through it, and headed off. The sod yielded pleasantly underfoot, and the dense air tasted of moss. A snarl of rosebush plucked at his sleeve. He found his first one 3 rows in. John Jameson. The dates were a stretch, but you never knew. 2 more rows, the file growing heavy in his arm. Tamara Perkins. Maybe you. A gravestone at the rear fence, lost beneath dead leaves. He swept them with his foot, unearthed another cold, carved name. Maybe you. He scrutinized dates and wondered. He closed his eyes, breathed in the familiar scents, and dreamed a little. He knew, of course, that neither of his parents was in this cemetery, or any of the countless others at which he'd stopped over the past 20 years. He couldn't even be certain that they were dead. Given that splash of blood on his father's cuff, he assumed that his mother was. and his father could well have been brought down by any variety of perils. But even if one or both of Mike's parents was in the ground, and even if through some marvel of chance and guesswork he arrived at the correct cemetery, he could stroll straight over the right grave and still not know. So what the hell was he looking for here on these lush swells? The rites that were denied him? After all, he never got the deathbed visit, the box and shovel, the ash-filled urn. He passed the aftermath of a service, people breaking off in solemn twosomes and quartets. A rubbed raw exhaustion hung over the gathering, all those universal fears and vulnerabilities laid bare. And Mike, at the periphery, traipsing between gravestones like a zombie, trying to convince himself that he came from somewhere, anywhere, trying to convince himself that as a 4-year-old boy he might have been something worth keeping. Your mother and I, we love you very much. More than anything. Feeling intrusive, he gave the widow a wide berth and a gentle nod. It's morning again in America. Walking up a jagged path of broken stone, he pictured the way Hank's dress shirt had bagged between his shoulders in the back, slack from his lost bulk. Nothing that happened was your fault. He sensed the phantom bite of the station wagon seatbelt's buckle beneath his hip, saw the sweat tracking down the flushed back of his father's neck, felt that void in his 4-year-old gut. Where's Mama? He thought of the high curve of his mother's cheekbones, his eyes misting, and then he became aware of his arm, sweating under the weight of the file. It was an absurdity, the file. A collection of random men and women who shared a birth year or a first name or a vague set of descriptors. He'd always kept it at Hank's. What was he going to do now? Take it home? Leaf through it with Kat? A pastor's voice, cracked and portentous, carried down the hill from a second service. The age-old incantation, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Something in Hank's illness had jarred loose a new awareness, a harsh reality Mike couldn't help but meet head-on. Maybe it was the symbolism of his sole remaining accomplice in the search being stricken with a death sentence, but it hit him with sudden, vicious certainty that failure was inevitable and that it had always been inevitable. He'd been searching for a needle in a stack of needles. He would never know. A trash can appeared around the turn, a sign from the accommodating universe, and Mike looked down at the bulging file, trembling in his too firm grip. He held it over the mouth of the can, closed his eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He let it fall. The twangy rattle echoed off the surrounding stone. Case closed. Chapter 9. The baby monitor, with its soothing blue trim and newborn soft edges, was designed to project calm. Its red lights, 5 of them, like an equalizer bar on an old-fashioned stereo, were designed for the opposite effect. An emergency flare, harsh red, coded by man and nature for fire, danger, blood. The first bar flickered on, then became steady, laying a crimson glow across Mike's face. Bar 1 meant static, usually. The color a perfect match for the alarm clock digits, currently showing 3:15. Annabelle slept soundly, her breath a faint whistle. Now the second bar joined its counterpart, climbing the ladder, adding weight and force to the alert. With a thumb, Mike nudged up the volume until he could faintly discern the rush of white noise. The air-conditioning vent kicking on in Kat's room? When he'd last checked on her, she'd been as still as a stone beneath the sheets, tucked in with the polar bear, both heads sharing the pillow. A muted hush of air leaked from the monitor, a dragon exhaling. Then a voice, faint as a whisper, sandblasted with static. She looks so peaceful when she sleeps. Mike went bored stiff, frozen, his thoughts spinning, looking for traction. Was he dreaming? But then again, fuzzed at the edges, like an angel. He bolted upright, hurling back the covers, Annabelle yelping beside him. He was running down the hall, feet pounding the floorboards, his wife calling after him. Skidding through Kat's door, tensed for combat, fighting for night vision, he took in the room in a single scan. Nothing. He slapped the light switch. Kat sleeping as contentedly as he'd left her. Annabelle was behind him now, breathing hard. What? What is it? She was whispering hoarsely, though you couldn't wake Kat with a jackhammer when she was out like this. I thought I heard a voice. That said what? She clicked off the rocker switch with the heel of her hand, and the room fell dark. What did it say? He pinched his eyes, the afterglow of the ceiling lamp hanging on in the darkness. He could hear the crickets sawing in the creek bed that ran behind the property line. Annabelle stroked his back. I thought it said... He was shaking now. Rage burned out, leaving behind adrenaline and a vague kind of terror. He felt his muscles, each one individually, taut and bull-strong. What, babe? She looks so peaceful when she sleeps. Repeating it put a charge into him, made it real again. You've had a lot going on lately. Annabelle rested a hand on his cheek. Her face held empathy and, he feared, pity. Despite his embarrassment, he was compelled to draw back the curtain and check the window. Locked. Annabelle said, What are you... He made a snorkel mask with his hands, peering through the glass at the dark backyard. The window auto-locks, so someone could have slipped back out and lowered it. From the side, he could feel the weight of Annabelle's stare. I'm just saying it's possible. They could have been in here, whispering at me through the monitor. Mike, she said, who'd want to do something like that? Chapter 10. When Mike picked Kat up from school the next day, she carried a jar containing a twig and a baby lizard. She climbed into the back, slid the headphones on, and clicked around the TV channels. He watched her in the rear view, figuring you know you're doing a good job as a parent when they take you for granted. Take those things off and say hello. Wireless, she said. Noise canceling. I'm just trying to get our money's worth. She held the jar aloft, showing off the lizard. Look, I caught him, and Ms. Cooper helped me make a home for him. I'm not sure he can breathe in there, baby. She pulled off her red-framed glasses and folded them carefully in their case. I poked holes in the lid. He's fine. He needs more oxygen than that. He'll die if you keep him. She shrugged. I like him, though. The trapped lizard bothered Mike more than seemed rational. His irritation grew. Kat was so mature generally that it was easy to forget the ways in which she was age-appropriate. One of the hardest parts of parenting, he'd found, was keeping his mouth shut the times when he wanted to control her, to step into her brain and throw the levers. Where are we going? Kat asked. I have to pick up some cabinet handles from the restoration hardware on the promenade. Figured we'd walk around a little, grab a bite. In the back seat, her face lifted with excitement, and the sun caught her eyes, one amber, one brown, both vibrant with hidden hues. His anger dissipated instantly. They drove for a while, and then she tugged off the headset and said, Sorry I didn't say hi when I got in the car. He noted the smart-ass set of her mouth. She was prompting him to play the bad parenting game, so he said, It's not your behavior that's bad. It's you. It is, she said, enjoying herself, an integral part of who I am. As your father, I must grind the self-esteem out of you, scour it from the corners of my little black heart. Her giggle caught fire. By the time they reached Santa Monica, they'd been joking long enough that he'd forgotten about PVC pipes and baby monitors and Sunday's dreaded awards ceremony with the governor. They walked holding hands along the promenade, except when he had to carry her past the headless mannequins in the Banana Republic display window. She hadn't been scared of mannequins, he suspected, since she was 4, but a ritual is a ritual. He picked up the cabinet handles, and they bought some French bread and horseradish cheddar from a farmer's market outpost, and sat on a metal bench by the Stegosaurus fountain and listened to a busker playing Heart of Gold with genuine street-burnished soul. A homeless man reclined opposite, lost in a heap of dirt-black clothes. Mike thought the guy was long gone, but then noticed he was mouthing the lyrics, smiling to himself as if remembering an old lover. The man put his hand inside his ragged jacket and made his heart flutter, and Kat laughed, her mouth full of food. The busker was wailing, blowing that harmonica on its hands-free brace, and the homeless guy shouted observations and facts at them as if in argument. This guy does Neil Young better than Neil Young. I had a little t-shirt shop in NYC. My daughter's a dental hygienist in Tempe. Married that guy, said I can visit whenever I want. A woman in clown makeup twisted balloon animals, only $2 a pop. Mike peeled a few dollars off his money clip and handed them to Kat. You want to get one? Kat scooted off the bench, walked past the balloon lady, and handed the bills to the homeless guy, who stuffed them into his beggar's cup with a wink. She returned and slid up next to Mike, and he marveled a moment at her intuition. The busker had moved on to peaceful, easy feeling, and the setting sun stayed warm across their faces. Mike's thoughts for once were on nothing but the moment at hand. He carried Kat on his shoulders back to his truck, both of them humming along to different songs. They'd stopped for French fries and milkshakes, and Kat, still munching, buckled into the back seat with a glazed expression of contentedness that made Mike smile. She said, "What?" And he said, "Someday you'll know." As he turned on to San Vicente, she piped up, "I lost Snowball, the last dying polar bear." A glance at the rear view showed that she was upset. Mike asked, "Where'd you have him last?" "I don't know. I realized at school. Ms. Cooper had the whole class help me look for him. That wasn't embarrassing or anything, but we couldn't find him anywhere. Then I remembered bringing him back home. I looked everywhere in my room, but—" She gazed out the window, distressed, then shrugged. "I'm getting too old for stuffed animals anyways." "Not Snowball," he protested. She said, "Maybe it's time." And a part of his heart cracked off and blew away. He was formulating a response when he spotted, 3 cars back, a black sedan. He'd noticed it before, pulling out after him when he'd exited the parking lot. He turned left. The sedan turned left. That pilot light of paranoia flared to life in his chest. His eyes glued to the rear view, he signaled right but drove past the turn. The sedan neither signaled nor turned. Headphones on, Kat was lost in the TV screen, swaying with the truck's movement. The air was grainy with dusk, pricked with headlights, so he couldn't get a clear glimpse of make or plate. The muscles of his neck had contracted back to remembered form. How quickly it felt as though they'd never relaxed at all. When Mike glanced down from the mirror, the stopped cars at the streetlight were zooming back at them fast, too fast. He hit the brakes hard, Kat's milkshake flying from her grip onto the seat next to her. Crap! They stopped inches from the bumper in front of them. Crap? She repeated, giggling. He tore off his t-shirt, tossed it back to her. Here, use this to mop it up. Sorry, Dad. Not your fault, honey. He angled the mirror. The sedan was still there, idling behind a minivan, one headlight peeking into view. The edge of the hood looked dinged up, dust clouding the black paint. Or the moon? Kat was asking. Sorry, what? Which do you like better, Mars or the moon? I like Mars, because it's all red. The light changed, and Mike waited a moment before trickling off the line. The minivan changed lanes, and he caught a glimpse of the sedan's tinted windshield and front grille. Looked like a Grand Marquis before a Jeep slaughtered in between them. He turned off onto a residential street and gunned it. Dad. Dad. Dad! Kat had a long French fry she needed to show him. Cool, honey. That's a big one, huh? In the band of reflection, just beyond her uplifted fry, he saw the Mercury turn off after them. Kat adjusted the headset and sank back into her TV show. Mike wheeled around the corner, accelerated, turned again, and reversed up an alley. He turned off the motor, killed the lights. What are we waiting for, Dad? Nothing, honey. Just need to think for a minute. Watch your show. She shrugged and complied. Night had come on abruptly, dogs barking, security lights glaring, living room windows lit with TV blue flickers. Being shirtless made him feel oddly vulnerable, the vents blowing cool air across his torso. He looked down at his hands, white on the steering wheel, which brought him back to headlights turned up the street. Prowling. Approaching. Mike found a wrench in the center console. He cupped his fingers around the door handle, bracing himself. The headlights swept into direct view, blaring into his face, and just as he was about to leap out, the garage door next to them started shuddering open. The beams shifted, and he saw the car clearly. Not a dark sedan, but a white Mercedes. It pulled into the driveway, the man at the wheel offering a suspicious glare. Mike breathed. In the back seat, Kat's face glowed from the screen, her blinks growing longer. After another minute, he eased out onto the empty street. Cautiously, he took the next turn. Nothing. As his breathing returned to normal, he thought about the route he'd taken from Santa Monica. A major thoroughfare back to the freeway, save the final detour. What was that, really? 3 turns? Had the Grand Marquis actually done anything out of the ordinary? Or was he jumping at imagined threats? He gave a chuckle, palming sweat off the back of his neck. "Officer, a Grand Marquis drove behind me for a few blocks. Made a couple turns, even. No, I didn't catch a license plate, but maybe you could track it down using satellite imagery." His guilt about the fraudulent greenhouses was working overtime, creating stalkers that weren't there, making him cast a suspicious eye at everything from a baby monitor to traffic patterns. Besides, the only people who knew about the PVC pipes were complicit in one way or another, so who would come after him for that? And why? No one. No reason. No worries. He watched the rear view the rest of the way home. "She's scratching her head. All the time. Didn't you notice?" Mike watched Annabelle picking through Kat's hair. "No," he admitted. "It's been going around school, and she seems to be the first in line every time." Annabelle firmed Kat's head beneath her grip, angled her into the strong bathroom light. It was late, and they were all tired. "Stay still, monkey." "Don't be mad at me," Kat said. "It's not like I said, 'What can I do to bug Mom today?' Oh, I know. I'll get head lice." Mike set down his keys on the kitchen counter. He'd just dashed out to the drugstore and pulled the treatment bottle from a bag. Kat eyed the ominous red label. "What's in that stuff anyways?" Mike held up the bottle, squinted at the ingredients. Gasoline, skunk juice, battery acid. "Mom!" "He's kidding." "But there's bad stuff in it. It'll give me skin burns. And mutation." "It won't make you mutate," Annabelle said wearily. But as usual, their daughter out-negotiated them, so they wound up using a home remedy Annabelle found online. Mayonnaise combed through Kat's hair, turban sealed with saran wrap. The get-up accentuated Kat's smooth features, the smiling elf face. Mike went into the master bathroom to dig mayo out from under his nails and listened on the monitor to Annabelle singing Kat to sleep, the lullaby sweet and soft and, as always, way off-key. "Lay thee down now and rest, may thy slumber be blessed." He smiled to himself before remembering the dirty black Grand Marquis he'd managed to convince himself was a tail, and he pictured how the milkshake had flown from Kat's hand when he'd hit the brakes at the streetlight and... Shit. The lizard. He rushed out to the truck, finding the peanut butter jar wedged beneath the passenger seat. The baby lizard, dead inside, thin and curled like a feather. He carried in the jar as Annabelle emerged from Kat's bedroom. She said, "I laid a hand towel over her pillow, so..." She caught sight of the jar. "She wanted to keep him," Mike said. Annabelle shrugged. "How else will she figure it out?" She crossed her arms, leaned against the wall. "Do we tell her?" They'd been through it with hamsters and goldfish and a frog, but as Kat had grown older and more aware, each time seemed to be worse. "Yes," Mike said. "Have to." "I know. You'll do it?" "Sure." Mike set the jar down in the hall, entered and sat on the edge of Kat's bed. She peered up at him, puckish and vaguely alien in her mayo wrap. He pressed his fingertips into the comforter. "I will never lie to you, right?" She nodded, and immediately the image of those buried PVC pipes came at him, the lie of the cover-up, the lie of the houses, the lie of the coming award. But this was not the time for that. This was the time for an 8-year-old and a dead lizard. "Your lizard died." "Dead?" She blinked. "Like lizard heaven?" Despite the wisecrack, her bottom lip trembled ever so slightly. A flash of remorse moved across her face, but then she bit her lip, forced it still. "Well, You can say told you so now. He hated to see how well she could rein in her emotions. He looked down at his hands, trying to figure out a way in. The bad parenting game. We don't talk about feelings, he said. We swallow them and cram them down inside of us so they turn into hidden resentments and fears. Kat half smiled, her eyes glassy, and then her face broke and tears fell at once, spotting her cheeks. I want my baby lizard not to be dead. He hugged her, rubbed little circles on her back, and she sputtered a bit against his shoulder. Finally, she pulled back. Can I see him? He retrieved the jar, and she held it in her tiny hands, tilted it so the lizard slid stiffly around the twig. What happens to his body? Well, we can bury him in the backyard and— No, she said. Zach Henson. It took a moment for Mike to pluck the name from memory. 5th grader, leukemia, last year. Mike and Annabelle had gone to the funeral just to shake hands with the parents and helplessly say the only thing one could. If you need anything. After, they'd sat in the truck in the church parking lot, awed into a muted sort of terror, Annabelle weeping quietly, him gripping the wheel, watching the relatives trickle by, faces chapped, posture eroded. As usual, Annabelle put words to his thoughts and said, Anything else I think I could live through. But if something happened to her, I think I would die. Now Mike cleared his throat, set his hand on Kat's tiny knee, and said, Zach's body has probably gone back into the earth by now. Kat scratched at her head through the sheath of mayonnaise and saran wrap, her face somber and thoughtful, and asked, What if you and Mom die? We'll be fine. You have plenty of time to worry about stuff like that when you're older. Your job right now is to be a kid and have fun. We will always protect you. Until you can protect yourself. Kat rolled over, poked the pillow in the spot where her polar bear used to sleep. But what if you just disappear one day, like your parents did? What would happen to me? The question cut the breath off halfway down his throat, and it was a moment or two before he could reassure her and kiss her goodnight. Walking down the hall to bed, he could have sworn he heard the buzz of that blowfly, portending ill, but when he turned, there was nothing at the seams of the ceiling except darkness. Chapter 11. Mike's oversized, pixelated face greeted him and his family one step into the Braemar Country Club. Tuesday's Los Angeles Times article, blown up to the size of a door and mounted on foam, leaned against the entrance to the main dining room. Lined beside it like enormous dominoes were similar clippings from the state's other major papers, giving the effect of tabloid wainscoting. Itching in his $800 suit, Mike paused, uncomfortable. Despite the newspaper photos clearly showing Mike's heterochromia, the journalist had referred to his blazing brown eyes, ignoring the fact that one of them was technically blazing amber. But the oversight was nothing next to the fraud at the core of the politicized hype. Mike's receiving an environmental award for houses that shouldn't have passed the green code. Scanning the puff piece, which praised his work to the ozone-depleted heavens, Mike felt a rush of guilt and, feeling his daughter's tiny hand in his, shame. Annabelle finally tugged at his arm, breaking him from his thoughts. Reluctantly, he entered, nodding at various well-dressed folks, many of whom beamed at him with recognition. Kat kept pace, clutching her backpack full of books, which she'd brought in case she got bored. Waiters circled with glasses of champagne and hors d'oeuvres he couldn't recognize. He popped a pastry-like item into his mouth just to have something to do, and scanned the crowd for a familiar face. Kat had already engaged Andres' kids in a game of tag. Annabelle looked stunning in a red dress with a cutout back. He watched her drift effortlessly into a circle of heavily made-up women, moving with the grace bestowed by a proper upbringing and natural confidence. The woman was a marvel. Each situation brought out a new facet of her. But even as he watched with pride, her ease seemed only to underscore how out of place he felt. It seemed the one place he fit in effortlessly was with his family. He started toward his wife, but an older woman with a clipboard appeared between them, facing Annabelle. "Michael Wingate's wife, right?" she asked. "I need to borrow you for a picture." She clasped Annabelle's hand in hers, leading her away. Annabelle shrugged in mock helplessness and went with a smile. Mike made his way across the room and caught the bartender's attention. "Can I get a Budweiser?" The bartender, a handsome, aspiring actor type, gestured at the bottles in the ice bucket behind him. "Only Heineken. You're at the wrong party." Mike took the cold bottle. The bitter beer felt great going down. The last 2 days had dragged out, made slower by how much he'd been dreading tonight. Gazing across the swirls of people, Mike spotted Andres at one of the elegantly set tables by the dais. Carrying his wife's purse and looking bored senseless, Andres rolled his eyes, and Mike had to look away to hide his smile. The sight of the governor's chief of staff holding court one table over made the half-grin go brittle on Mike's face. Catching Mike's eye, Bill Garner offered him a head tilt that he couldn't help but interpret as conspiratorial. Were other people looking at him that way too? He couldn't get a handle on his uneasiness. For a week now, he'd been jumping at shadows. At the far end of the room, floor-to-ceiling windows looked out across a sloping golf course, now dark. Mike angled his way through the crush, offering greetings to passing faces. Getting to the fringe of the gathering and having a view of the horizon calmed him a bit. Just as he'd started to unknot his concerns, someone collided with him from the side. Stumbling to regain his footing, he spilled beer down the leg of his trousers. A voice floated over his shoulder. "Oh, sorry." A wiry man with a patchy beard leaned in at him, gripping his arm. "I have CP." The man had breath like a birdcage, his lips spotted with black flecks. Sunflower seeds. He reached into a ratty brown sport coat and withdrew a handkerchief. Mike took it and swiped at the wet mark on his thigh, but the liquid had already seeped through the fabric. "Cerebral palsy," the man said. "Bad balance, you know. Again, I'm real sorry for that." "That's okay. I hate this suit anyway." The man's sport coat looked like Salvation Army. Corduroy, worn elbow patches, frayed sleeves. Mike offered back the handkerchief, and the man hooked it in a hand curled like a monkey's paw. His eyes, set in a jaundiced face, twitched from side to side. A hulking man stood idly several feet away, not uncomfortable, but not at ease. Not anything at all, in fact. He was so detached that it took Mike a moment to register that the two were together. "I've had my Achilles tendon lengthened 8 times, my hamstring 5, the man in the sport coat continued. 11 tendon releases in my right foot alone. 44 surgeries in all. That don't even count Botox injections into spastic muscles. Then there's the seizure meds, then the meds for med side effects, and, well, hell, you get the picture." Mike loosened his tie, wondering what the guy wanted. The big man remained immobile, looking at the draped walls, at nothing. Was he even listening? "And still the muscles tighten. I walk a little worse each year. Need a few more snips and cuts. Expensive as hell. Keeps me working, that's for sure." He brought a wineglass up to his chin and spit sunflower seeds into it. A soggy wad had collected in the bottom of the glass, steeping in a 1/4 inch of leftover red wine. All this because I didn't get enough oxygen when I was riding down that birth canal. No fault of my own, but I gotta pay anyways. Day after day. He snickered. "Karma's a bitch, ain't it, Mike? Catches up to us all." Mike studied the guy's face. "How do you know my name?" The man nodded at the newspaper blow-ups. "Man of the hour." "And you are?" "William." "William—" William smiled, showing off yellowed teeth. "My kid cousin had scars like that." He nodded at Mike's knuckles. "Old-fashioned fighting." Mike slid his hands into his pockets. "Had? People with knuckles like that don't generally make it to happy middle age." Cat ran by, chasing Andres' son, shrieking laughter. William gestured at them with his chin. "Look at the little ones. I could watch 'em play all day." The way William was looking at the kids made Mike squirm. "Cute girl," William said. "Must be yours. Strong resemblance, those cat eyes." You can tell she ain't adopted. A creepy remark. Creepier still since Mike didn't think he and Kat looked all that much alike. Why would the guy give a damn if Kat was adopted? Had Mike heard wrong, or had William actually placed extra emphasis on the she? A veiled reference to Mike's foster home past? Meaning what? And how could William know? Mike felt a pulse beating in the side of his neck. "So who do you know here?" Mike asked. "Well, Mike, now I know you, don't I?" "Sure," Mike said evenly. "But who invited you?" Someone made an announcement, and they all began settling into their chairs. The woman with the clipboard waved Mike toward his seat by the podium, her gesture emphatic. "We need you here now." "Better get going," William said. "Looks like they want you on stage." There was no denying it. This second evasion was intentional. Something had shifted in the air, gone sour, and Mike's patience had worn thin. He swallowed, tried to rein in his irritation. "You didn't answer my question. How are you hooked into this?" "I'm just a guy who likes a party." William kept his eyes on Mike and spit out another sunflower shell, this time over the lip of the cup onto the carpet. "Plus, there's a whole mess of fine-looking women around." He gestured, again with his scraggly chin. "Look at that slice of pie there." Annabelle was sitting at the edge of the banquet table up on the dais. Her chair was pulled sideways as she spoke with one of the waiters. Though her legs were closed, her dress was hitched on a knee, and from their lower vantage they could see a little triangle of white silk between her legs. Mike felt his face go hot. He stiffened, and the big man, never shifting his blank gaze from the far wall, sidled a half-step toward them. Mike felt a surge of old instinct rising in him, gathering heat. His face was close enough to William's that he could smell the stink leaking through his teeth. The woman with the clipboard called Mike's name. He untensed his muscles and stepped calmly away. Walking up onto the dais, he whispered in Annabelle's ear, and she straightened her dress, smoothing it over her knees. The lights dimmed, save those beating down on the banquet table, illuminating Mike and the other award recipients. Squinting out at the room, he could discern little more than shadowy figures around the far tables. The governor made a grand entrance, his frame dwarfing the podium. He threw out a few opening cracks, a broad grin showing off the trademark gap in his front teeth. Mike registered the crowd's titters, but little else. His eyes were picking over the faces. Annabelle, misreading his tension, squeezed his hand supportively. Kat waved from under his table down in the front. The other honorees got up and made brief speeches, but Mike couldn't concentrate on what they were saying. He thought he spied William's form moving across the back, but then there was an awful silence, and he realized everyone was staring at him. The familiar woman, sans clipboard, said Mike's name again into the microphone. Annabelle urged him to his feet, and walking on wooden legs, he took the podium. A feedback squawk. His mouth was too close to the mic. The wet fabric from the spill felt cold against his thigh. He did his best to put the bizarre confrontation out of mind. "I don't really deserve to be here," he said. At the VIP table, Bill Garner looked up at him, head cocked, lips wearing a tense little smile. "I mean, to give me an award when I already feel so lucky for what I have and what I get to do. I wake up every day thinking I've won the lottery." Finally relaxing a bit, Mike glanced at his wife. She was looking back at him with adoration. "Because I have. I mean, my wife, my daughter, steady work that I love." Mike glanced down at the podium. And it's not like building Green Valley was all selfless. It was a paying job. Eager to break the tension, a few people laughed, thinking he was joking. "I'm no great environmentalist," he said. "I just don't want my daughter and grandkids to look back at me decades from now and be angry that I didn't do the right thing." Annabelle's new diamond ring glinted, the big rock seeming to sum up how full of shit he was. As if reading his thoughts, she slid her hands into her lap and looked away, trying to keep her composure. Seeing her upset completely threw him, and for a moment he lost track of where he was. The silence stretched out uncomfortably as he grasped for words. He almost just came clean, admitted the lie, and walked off to start shoveling his way out of the hole he'd dug for himself and 40 families, but instead he heard himself say, "Thank you for this recognition. I'm honored." Annabelle closed her eyes, and he saw her heartbeat fluttering the thin skin of her temple. To applause, he stepped out of the spotlight, touched her gently on her shoulder, and murmured, "Let's go." The lights were up now in the dining room, the ceremony over. Mike scanned the space, but there was no sign of William or the big guy anywhere. He felt ill, his mind racing, his stomach churning from the altercation earlier, from the phony award, from the way Annabelle had averted her gaze when he was up there, as if she couldn't meet his eye. He wanted to get home, burn off the night with a scalding shower, and put all this behind them. A photographer approached. "We need you for one more set of pictures." "Sorry," Mike said. "We really have to be going." Nodding curtly at well-wishers, he grabbed Kat's hand and led her and Annabelle to the door, Andres calling after him, "What the big hurry?" Kat was beaming. "Dad said he built Green Valley for me." Annabelle forced a smile. Mike rushed on, trying to leave Kat's remark behind. A few guests had trickled outside, but for the most part the parking lot was empty of people. Gleaming foreign cars and a good number of hybrids. Mike hurried Kat and Annabelle up and down the aisles, searching for that black Mercury Grand Marquis that he'd thought had followed him earlier in the week. "Mike," Annabelle shifted the award plaque in her arms, nearly dropping it. "What's going on?" "Just give me a minute." At the far edge of the lot, slant-parked across 2 spaces, a dingy white van stood out distinctly among the sleek vehicles. Wedged between windshield and dash was a torn-open bag of David's sunflower seeds. Mike halted 20 or so feet from the van. The driver's and passengers' seats were empty, but beyond them the cabin was dark. No front license plate. Mike turned to his wife. "Take her, get into the truck, and lock the doors." Annabelle's forehead crinkled with concern, but she took Kat and hurried back toward the truck. Though a few more people were making their way to their cars, here in the farthest row it was dark and still. Tentatively, Mike circled the van. An old Ford, late 70s model. Checked drapes covered a high-set rear window, slid open to a dusty screen. With relief, he saw there was a back plate, an old-fashioned California model with a blue background, the yellow numbers and letters so faded he had to crouch to read their raised outlines. 771 FJK. The voice came at him, unnervingly close. "You let your wife go out dressed like that?" Mike whipped upright. William's face, leering out the van's rear window, wore the checked drapes like falls of hair. The back door came ajar with a creak, Mike pedaling back, heart jerking in his chest. William unfolded painfully from the dark interior, the big man sliding out to loom behind him. Mike's breath fired hot in his lungs. "I don't let her do anything." A car alarm chirped nearby, and Mike noted with relief more people heading to their cars, spreading out through the lot. Had the men been hiding in the van, waiting to follow him home? With a little smirk, William lurched toward Mike in an odd, toe-in gait. "Why are you harassing us?" He swirled a wineglass packed with half-chewed sunflower shells for emphasis. "Following us out here? Spying on our van?" William spit a sunflower shell on the asphalt near Mike's feet. He jerked his chin, a gesture he seemed to overuse. "Better get back to your family." Mike's gaze moved uneasily from William to the big man, who stood silently, log arms crossed, his unreadable features half lost to shadow. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means a family man like you's got better things to do than stand out here jawing with a bunch of lowlifes." He peered around Mike, and Mike turned. From the passenger seat, Annabelle peered anxiously through the windshield. The truck was 2 rows away, but Kat was visible in the rear, standing up, fussing with her backpack. Both of them right there in plain view, exposed. The night air, crisp in Mike's lungs, tasted of mowed grass from the distant golf course. The faintest trace of cigar smoke laced the breeze. Annabelle's eyes implored him. Mike wheeled back. "Is this about Green Valley?" "Green Valley?" William looked genuinely confused. "You've been following me," Mike said. William's eyes jittered from side to side rapidly, an almost mechanical tick. "Sounds like you got people after you, Mr. Wingate. Don't take it out on me and Dodge here." Neither broke off his stare. Mike took a few backward steps, then turned and headed swiftly to the truck, Annabelle watching him tensely. A few passers-by offered their congratulations, and he nodded, his face still burning with anger. As he neared, Annabelle threw open her door. Kat was facing away from the scene, pointing out the side window and laughing. "That lady has a crazy hat." Mike heard a pop behind him. He turned. Pitifully, William clutched his trembling wrist, apologizing to the small cluster of folks who had gathered around, concerned. "I'm sorry. It just slipped." A man in a suit used a rolled magazine to sweep the broken glass away from his tires. Dodge crouched to help, his lips still sealed. Was he mute? Annabelle was out of the truck now. "Mike, what the hell is going on?" He grasped her biceps, reversing her protectively into the passenger seat. "We're going. I'll explain in a second." "That's hurting my arm," she told him quietly. He let go. His grip had turned her skin red. She climbed in, and he started around the hood to the driver's seat. But William and Dodge were on top of him already. He turned and caught Annabelle's eye. She read his expression, her face straining of color. She moved her arm, and he heard the click of the automatic locks. In the rear, Kat reorganized her books in her backpack, distracted. William stepped up on Mike, moving swiftly. His hips dipped a bit when he walked, but it was nothing like the pronounced gait he'd put on display earlier. Mike wondered how much he used the illness to his advantage, the way Shep did his bad hearing. As William sidled into reach, Mike squared off and said, "I see your CP cleared up some." William bared his yellow teeth. Thank the Lord Jesus. Dodge stood with one massive arm curled behind his back, hiding a knife, a gun. Adrenaline pounded through Mike, the rush leaving him lightheaded. He could drop William in a heartbeat, but Dodge was a wild card. From the looks of him, he could snap Mike's neck with a twist of his hand. But Mike's only concern right now was Annabelle and Kat. His daughter remained focused on her book bag, but she'd look up at any minute and take in whatever was going to happen here. He tried to will Annabelle to scoot across the console and drive away, but he knew she'd never leave him here. William spit a scattering of shells across Mike's shoes. Mike said, "Don't spit on me." William's tongue dug around his mouth and then poked into view, a black crescent riding the tip. He blew it into Mike's chest. Mike said, "One more time, and we're going to have a problem." William bunched his lips, the scruff of his chin bristling, his stare narrowing appraisingly. "Ah, there it is." Oblivious, a woman in a fur coat, begging Mike's pardon, slid past him and climbed into a Jaguar. Her presence returned him to his senses. He exhaled, dissipating his rage. Then he took a step away, ceding ground, his eyes on the bulge of Dodge's shoulder, that arm curling out of view. Mike glanced quickly over his shoulder. Kat's face pointed back at him, her sober expression a match of Annabelle's. He grabbed for a line of reasoning. "Look at all these people. This is an upscale gig. We don't want to fight here." "Fight? Fight?" William grinned, and even Dodge's face seemed to rearrange itself into an expression of amusement, a couple of spaced teeth peeking into view. "There are generally a few more steps of escalation in there. Shouting, chest-bumping, shoving. We don't want to skip all the foreplay, now do we?" "Yeah," Mike said, "we do. Whatever game you're playing, it ends here." "No," Dodge said, the low voice, almost a vibration, surprising Mike. Dodge moved his massive hand from behind his back and let fall a white, stuffed polar bear. Chapter 12. Mike's first reaction wasn't anger or fear, but total disbelief. Everything slowed to a syrupy crawl. Dodge's hand, still open from the release. William's mouth bunching around the sunflower seeds with convalescent imprecision. Kat's polar bear rocking ever so slightly on the parking lot asphalt, one furry arm gone sleek and dark from an oil puddle. It was surreal, disorienting even, to see that animal in this context. Mike's mind spun, cogs clattering, searching for purchase. The implications about how the polar bear had gotten here seemed too large for him to process. "Where'd you get that?" he asked. William, closest to him, said, "Found it." He popped a sly grin. "It is Catherine's." Hearing his daughter's full name emerge from William's lips jogged something loose. The gears meshed. The scene and Mike's thoughts lurched back into motion at full speed. The voice through the monitor. Kat's auto-locking window. These men. In his daughter's room. His blood thrummed like a well-plucked string. His vision went impossibly sharp, then blurred as he lunged, driving his forehead into William's face. Bone clashed. William's breath left in a huff, intermingling with Mike's, their eyes inches away for a frozen instant, Mike catching a close-up of one brown pupil rolling obscenely in shock and pain. William reeled back, howling, Mike feeling the man's sweat across his own forehead. There was something so primitive about a headbutt, using your own face as a weapon. The street move, Shep's favorite ambush, left Mike breathless and transported, suspended somewhere closer to Shady Lane than to the Braemar Country Club. Dodge regarded him with level interest, a cat tracking a canary. William was rolling on the ground, clutching at his cheek, crying out, "Did you see? He hit me! This man hit me!" Guests from the ceremony paused to gawk. Heads pivoted above car roofs. A few people stayed frozen at a 10-yard standoff, looking on, contemplating what the hell to do. William's bad leg scraped the asphalt stiffly. Dodge's lips parted to show the thinnest sliver of teeth, but on him it seemed a massive display of kinetics. Mike squared to meet him head-on. Somewhere he registered Kat screaming from the back seat of the truck. The sound broke through the muted rush of white noise pervading his head, knocking him back to the present. He halted, searching for restraint, breathing so hard his shoulders rose and fell with the effort. Annabelle was shouting for him to get into the truck, and he thought of her and Kat behind him, watching through the movie screen of the windshield. Everything he stood to lose seemed summed up in the countless glares pointed in his direction, all those well-dressed folks who'd watched him knock down a cripple. Mike backpedaled to the truck, a few brave souls rushing in to aid William. Dodge's gaze never faltered from his. "Soon," he said, the words sending a line of fire up Mike's spine. Mike got into the truck, turned over the engine. A scrum of people now surrounded the two men, illuminated in the headlight glare. William, holding his face, was helped to his feet, but then his leg faltered and he collapsed again. Several women shot mortified glances at Mike. Annabelle asked quietly, "What just happened?" Mike said, "I don't know." Throwing an arm over the seatback, he reversed out of the space. Kat lay curled up in the back seat, her cheeks glittering. The cluster of people dissipated as Mike pulled away, keeping his stare fastened on the rearview mirror. In the red light of the brakes, William stayed down, twisted over his limp legs. At his side, Dodge stood inhumanly tall, head tilted, his insensate eyes watching them drive off. Chapter 13. "So we've got a William and a Dodge, was it?" The detective edged his coffee mug meticulously into one of many ring stains blemishing the surface of his too-small desk. The big man had a lantern jaw, a wide and crooked seam of mouth, and a Slavic family name, Markovich, printed across a peeling nameplate. His partner, a study in contrast, had precise, focused features and smooth, dark skin. Simone Elzy wore a cheap button-up with her sleeves cuffed. Calloused hands and a bull neck betrayed a propensity for the weight room. An angel tattoo walling the left side of her throat gave her an intimidating air, which Mike assumed was precisely the point. After they'd run through the essentials, she'd gone to the back office to key in an incident report, which sounded like deputy shorthand for doing fuck all. The Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, a few miles from the Wingate's house, was tumbleweed dead. 11 o'clock on a Sunday, and everyone had better things to be doing, Markovich and Elzy included. Mike and Annabelle sat on stiff wooden chairs, Kat slumped with exhaustion in her mother's lap. They'd recounted the story a number of times, the detectives asking the same questions in different keys, a symphony of skepticism. Since the confrontation had occurred in Tarzana, they'd been informed LAPD would be called in if a formal investigation was opened. Because Mike and Annabelle had agonized over what to do for most of the drive home, they'd wound up at their local station. It occurred to Mike that it was the only location he actually knew. What a contrast with the Shady Lane years, when he and Shep knew intimately the interiors of every cop shop within a joyride of the Couch Mother's domain. Yeah, like I said. Mike rubbed his neck. Markovich studied him with dull gray eyes. You get a last name? The question, in its third incarnation, knocked Mike further off kilter. He felt unease, and an odd creeping guilt that defied explanation. Sensing his discomfort, Annabelle reached over and rested a hand on his shoulder. A last name? Markovich prompted again. Finally, Mike sourced the echo, his mind racing back to that first hazy memory after his father abandoned him. A similar station, questions lobbed at him like fastballs, one after another, driving him further into his amnesic haze. You don't know your last name? How about your dad's name? Do you know your dad's name? Trying to regain his bearings, Mike soaked in the room around him. Missing children flyers, dark-complected men scowling from mugshots, the bitter scent of stagnant coffee. Parallel in so many ways. But, he reminded himself, completely different. He was an adult now, a taxpayer, a member of the community. The Steve Miller Band, piped in through decades-old speakers, was flying like an eagle above the crackle of police scanners. No, Mike said, perhaps a bit too firmly. Like I said, I figured that license plate number would be good. Like I said, the number you gave us is from a brown 1978 Eldorado last registered in 1991 to Jiro Ariyoshi, a gardener in Yuba City. So unless you made a mistake... I didn't make a mistake. TV always made this look so easy. A book of mugshots, a fingerprint, and next thing you knew, Jack Bauer was kicking down a front door. But all Mike had was no last name, a white van, and a plate number that had been out of circulation for 2 decades. He thought of how he'd felt in Hank's office when he'd confronted the file of dead ends. A needle in a stack of needles. Annabelle still didn't buy that William or Dodge had broken into the house at night to steal the polar bear and whisper into the monitor. She was more concerned about their general menace. The fact that they'd picked up the bear somewhere meant that they were either following the family or snooping around behind Cat. Clearly, they wanted something. Markovich flipped through his notes. You have this stuffed polar bear? No, we... Annabelle said, we drove away and left it on the ground. It didn't seem wise to go back and get it. The gaze settled on Mike. And you said another car followed you? Mike had mentioned the Mercury in passing, drawing a curious glance from Annabelle. Now he regretted raising it at all. I think, but I can't be sure. On Wednesday, a Grand Marquis. But these guys tonight, William and... glanced at the notepad. Dodge. They had a van. They could own 2 vehicles. Sure. Of course. Mike pressed his fingertips to the sore spot on his forehead, testing the bruise. Markovich had zoned out, contemplating his notes. In the adjoining office, her tapered back turned to the interior window, Elsie was still tapping away on a keyboard. She was on an old-fashioned phone now, the coiled cord stretching up into view. She hung up, dialed someone else. Her neck was flexed, and Mike didn't like the intensity of her body language. She stepped to the doorway and curled a finger. Marco. Markovich pushed back, his chair offering a feeble squeak of protest, and joined her. Something about the way they were talking flicked at Mike's nerves. Faces close, teeth shut, lips barely moving. Elsie noticed him observing through the office window and closed the blinds with a single wrench of the turning rod. Troubled, Mike refocused his attention on his family. Cat's eyes drooped, then finally closed. Annabelle whispered, We gotta get this one home. As soon as he comes back. Do you think... Annabelle stopped. Mike nodded her on. Do you think this has anything to do with that sleazy contractor? Or the governor's agenda? What are you guys talking about? Kat had stirred to life again. What sleazy contractor? Nothing, Kat, Mike said. Then to Annabelle, I doubt it. It's hard to picture them doing this over that. Over what? Not now, Kat, Mike said. Go back to sleep. She furrowed her brow at him before tilting her head against her mother's chest. Annabelle stroked Kat's hair absent-mindedly, her eyes fixed on Mike. He hoped that this, whatever this was, had everything to do with PVC pipes and Bill Garner's latest PR campaign for his boss. That felt containable, known, a world of clear-cut motives and back-scratching. So Mike didn't say what he feared most, that this had nothing at all to do with Green Valley, that this was a whole different order of ugliness that had yet to reveal its face. Markovich and Elsie returned, a fresh energy stiffening their strides. Elsie spun a chair around, mounted it like a Harley. We're encountering some difficulties nailing down biographical details, she said. For you. Mike felt his pulse tick up a few beats. Why are you running me? Running you. Markovich gave an impressed frown. Look who's been watching Law and Order. Listen, Elsie said. A guy asks us to look into something, we look into it. You have a squeaky clean record with a number of blank spaces. If you're really as concerned as you claim, you can probably fill in some of those blanks so we can know where to look. Mike pictured them shoulder to shoulder in that back office and wondered what they'd been discussing that had prompted them to take such an aggressive tack. He said, I have no idea where to point you. Come on, there must be something. A bad deal, a weird overlap, a near miss. You've never bumped up against anything like that. No. Mike was out of shape when it came to this, and was sure his face showed the lie. But he couldn't exactly spill here about PVC pipes and an implicit deal struck with the governor's office. Besides, he felt certain that the confrontation had nothing to do with that anyway. The near-surface violence, the circling shark approach, the unspoken threat to his family. The whole thing was raising more red alerts than some PR bullshit involving subsidies and greenhouses. Elsie held out her hands. We can't help you if you're not forthcoming with us. Wait a minute. Why are you making this about him? Annabelle came vertical in her chair, nearly pushing Kat out of her lap. Kat grumbled a complaint, and Markovich leaned over and said to her, Why don't you go play on those chairs over there? She's tired, Annabelle said. Then she can lie down. Kat dragged her backpack over to the row of chairs and slouched into one, her dangling sneakers a few inches off the flecked tile. 2 men came after me in a parking lot, Mike said. What's my background have to do with that? You want to tell us? Elsie's tone was polite, conciliatory. When she bent her head to listen, her angel tat, black ink on dark skin, looked like an elaborate birthmark. It doesn't sound like they came after you any more than you went after them. So they were acting strange. This wasn't just strange. It wasn't some game or random harassment. Disheveled in his overpriced suit, Mike yanked his tie free and stuffed it into a pocket. These are dangerous men. I can tell the difference. How? Markovich matched Mike's stare. I mean, an upstanding businessman like you. Where would you have learned to read men like that? Anyone could have read these guys. He was burned out, his fuse short, his words terse. Plus, they stole something from my daughter. Sounds like they were trying to return missing property. How do you think it got missing? Annabelle said. Your daughter had a backpack with her, Elsie said. It couldn't have fallen out at the ceremony. Kat said loudly from across the room, I think I'd notice if there was a stuffed polar bear in my backpack. Maybe she lost it at the ceremony and was embarrassed, Markovich offered quietly. Or she was worried she'd get in trouble. Kids, maybe she lied. We don't lie in our family, Mike said, before he could catch himself. It was stolen days before, Annabelle added. Maybe Catherine misplaced it, like in your truck by the door. You get to the party, open the door, it falls out. Markovich's face said he was just painting a scenario. But his eyes said something else. Mike's confidence faltered. He couldn't be certain that the detective was wrong. After all, Kat wasn't positive where she'd last seen her stuffed animal. He felt himself growing more defensive, shoring up his own case, which he knew was exactly what you're not supposed to do. He spoke low so Kat wouldn't hear, but felt his teeth clenching around the whisper. No. They broke into our house and took it. Oh, good. Markovich's face softened. So you filed a burglary report. Annabelle cast a sharp look at Mike. She'd recommended wisely that he leave out the possible break-in. He looked away glumly. No. Why not? Markovich asked. What was he going to say? Because I thought I was hearing ghosts in the baby monitor? Because there wasn't a single sign of forced entry? Because maybe it was all in my head? Even though she didn't believe it herself, Annabelle shouldered in his defense. We may have heard something. Elsie's cop stare made her pause, the phrase, may have, reverberating in the abrupt silence. Annabelle pressed on, trying to explain without making them seem crazy, but Mike stayed quiet, drawing into himself. He knew this drill, the feeling of being on the wrong side of an interrogation. Though it had been years since he'd been on the receiving end, he could still read the shifts that made clear that you were subject to the law, not being aided by it. He stood, touched his wife on the back. Let's go. He nodded at the detectives. Thank you for your time. Sit down, Elsie said. Mike stayed on his feet, waited a moment. When he spoke, his voice was perfectly even. I'll stand, thanks. Elsie stood, matching him eye to eye. Annabelle rose too, jostling Elsie a bit since the detective was standing too close to her. Markovich watched the whole thing with an air of been-there detachment that seemed weary and faintly amused all at once. The way this shit went down, Elsie said, you better hope your boy William doesn't press charges against you. Her temper was up, her intonation shifting, dropping into a streak cadence. She and Mike were different pages from the same book. She'd made good, gone legit, but the street kid was still in there, wanting to scrap, needing to prove something. She blinked once and looked away, uncomfortable under his gaze. Mike said, You seem awfully dug into this all of a sudden. Elsie made a pronounced shrug, all shoulders and spread hands. You came through our door. Annabelle let out a single mirthless laugh. My husband gets assaulted at a ceremony honoring his community service and you start investigating him? Assaulted? Markovich finally stood as well, the four of them now around shoved-back chairs like a huddle that wasn't huddling. From what you said yourself, they never so much as threatened you. Mike said, the whole thing was a threat. Then help us figure out why you're being threatened, Elsie said. Your records look like Swiss cheese. You just appeared out of thin air when you were 19, yeah? I grew up locally. What's locally mean? Strip mall across the street? I haven't broken any laws. I'm fully in the system. Taxes, social security number. I don't need to report every fact from my childhood. How about any fact, Elsie said. You've got my date of birth. The one he'd been assigned along with the last name Doe. Even when he'd personalized his surname, he'd kept the birthday, since it was the only one he had. What about the rest? Parents, childhood address, grade school. Why are you so interested in my past? Elsie's lips met in something like a smile. Me and Marco, we're just asking questions here. Annabelle took Mike's arm and said, Thanks for all your help. Kat was on her feet, watching anxiously, chewing on a backpack strap. She scurried across to meet them. The whole way to the door, Mike could feel the detective's stares boring a hole through his shoulder blades. Then. Chapter 14. 3 minutes past midnight, Mike sees the red lights against the window of the shared bedroom of 1788 Shady Lane, and he knows. The neighboring cot is empty. Shep's been working as a bouncer at a crappy bar and won't be home for hours, if at all. Mike hears the couch mother's steps thundering toward the front door, a quickening drumroll of his own mounting anxiety. He burrows, wanting to bury his head beneath the sheets. On the plastic stool that serves as his nightstand rests a dog-eared copy of The Grapes of Wrath that some genius, no doubt Dobronsky or Tony M., has scratched up so the cover reads, The Rape of Rat. Around him, the others stir. Mike thinks it's all over. A half-hour later, he is in the all-too-familiar interrogation room, and this time there will be no kindly saw-boning grandfather to rescue his ass. Yes, that is him in the security still frame. Yes, he pawned the rare stolen coin. Yes, he found it on the street. As always, the detectives are faceless, nameless. They are adults in Peanuts cartoons. They are sounds and pointed information. You're a decent kid, they say. We can tell. It's not too late for you. They say, we've been looking at your record. Some run-ins, sure, but a safe-cracking job? It doesn't add up. Now, we know you're buddies with Shepard White, and that sounds like something more up his alley. That kid is bad news. He's going down sooner or later. You gonna let him drag you down with him? Mike thinks loyalty. He thinks stamina. They say, you're on your way to college, trying to be a good citizen. Bright future. Shepard White is a punk and a reprobate. You do the math. But Mike is working out a different equation. He is still 17 years old. Shep is 18, and Shep has 2 felonies on his adult record. If Mike rolls on Shep, this will be Shep's 3rd strike, and he will go away for 25 to life. Mike knows the options, and both scare him so badly that he has sweated through his communal t-shirt. The detectives are unimpressed with Mike's lack of willingness to be exculpated. They say, if you don't want to play ball, here's how it goes. You've got a shit-stained rap sheet, and we've got an angry victim, one Mr. Sandoval from Valley Liquors, willing to say what needs to be said. Juries love safe-cracking cases. In this day and age, they're quaint and easy to grasp. One way or another, we will nail your sorry foster home ass. Even if we have to take a loss on the burglary, we can make receiving stolen stick as a felony, which means you do time. So you better think long and hard about whether your pal is worth it. If Shep was present, he would speak up. He would serve a life sentence before letting Mike take the fall, because he is pure, unlike Mike, who was fighting with himself to do the right thing and wishing Shep were here to step in and take the choice away from him. Mike's throat is dry and tight. He says, he is. The detectives are ready for this. They produce an application from Cal State LA and say, read. Mike reads question 11B, which is highlighted in yellow. Have you ever been arrested for, convicted of, or forfeited collateral for any felony or Class A misdemeanor violation? They say, that's right. This won't be done when you get out either. This is throwing away college. This is throwing away your future. Think it over. He is arraigned the next day and makes bail. At home, as he heads up the walk, Mike sees Shep waiting in the bay window. They go out back, plunk down on the rotting swings. Shep says, no way. I'm going in and telling them. Mike says, you go in. You're not coming back out, Mr. 2 Strikes. You've seen me play ball. Shep's voice, for the first time in a long time, is loud. I don't care. This is your life. This is college. I'm going in. If you go in, I'll never come visit you, Mike says. I'll never talk to you again for the rest of my life. Shep's face changes, and for one awful instant Mike thinks he is going to cry. As promised, receiving stolen property sticks. The judge is tired of kids like Mike, and he is assigned to 6 months in the hall. The night before he is due to report, he asks for a moment alone in the bedroom. The boys grant his last request. Shep's face shows nothing, but Mike knows he is devastated to be left out with the others. Mike cleans up around his space, makes his little cot a last time, then pauses to take stock of the room. Resting on the long-broken air conditioner is one of Shep's shoes, so big it looks like you could sleep in it. The drawers of the communal dresser tilt at all angles, the tracks long gone. There on the plastic stool is The Rape of Rat. He picks it up, runs his thumb across the tattered cover. Like the sob, it seems to encompass everything he cannot have, everything he is not, everything he can never be. He reaches over and drops it into the trash can. Dobronsky is in the doorway. Mike thinks the asshole has WD-40'd the hinges for occasions such as this. Dobronsky has been watching, but for once that fat bully face is not lit with schadenfreude. He pops a jelly belly for a sugar hit, plays with his pudgy hands. "Hey, doughboy. I just wanted to say, this sucks ass. I always thought if you could make it, hell, maybe we all were worth something." And that makes Mike's insides crumble in a whole new way. The hall is tough, but not as violent as Build. Mike knows how to fight, so he doesn't have to much. But it is hell. The hell of utter neglect. The others, his peers, represent every dirty part of himself that he never managed to scrub clean. He watches his back all the time and suffers from vigilance burnout, waking every 5 minutes, spinning circles down the corridors, keeping his back against the chain link during yard time. The 3rd week he gets summoned to the head office where the superintendent waits. She is not a warden, just like he is not serving a sentence but a disposition, and the hulking guards are called counselors. All those soft names don't seem to make the time any less hard. She asks, "How would you explain your state of mind, son?" Mike says, "Scared straight. I understand you caught a bad rap. If you keep up the good behavior, I will make sure your time here is pleasant." "Yes, ma'am. I will do my best to get you an early release. In the meantime, don't make me look stupid." "Yes, ma'am. And when you're out, don't make me look stupid then either." "Yes, ma'am." A few days later, a pie-faced guard wakes him at 2 a.m. and mumbles the news. The couch mother is dead. Details are scarce. The rest of the night Mike sits on his turned-back sheets with his bare feet on the icy tile, a wall of static blotting out thought and feeling. In a hushed morning phone call with Shep, Mike learns that she had a stroke on a rare trip to the bathroom and cracked her head open on the lip of the tub. She had a good heart, a strong heart to push blood through all that acreage. But still, all hearts have their limits. Hearing Shep's voice jars something loose in Mike's chest, and he hangs up and walks down the hall to the bathroom and locks himself in a stall. He sits on the closed toilet, doubles over, and sobs 3 times in perfect silence, his eyes clenched, both hands clamped over his mouth. She may not have seemed like much, but she was what he had. He is allowed to attend the funeral. 2 sheepish uniformed cops, Mike's escorts, stand in the back of the airless chapel. As the service begins, the hearse from the previous funeral is still idling in the alley, visible through a side door, and the folks for the next one are waiting in the reception area. Mike walks the aisle, regards the refrigerator of a casket, and thinks, "I failed you." None of the foster kids will give a speech. The notion of ceremony, of formality, evades them all. Finally, Shep gets up. Somber in an ill-fitting dress shirt, he takes the podium. His mouth is a stubborn line. Silence reigns. "She was there," he says, and steps down. Though the by-the-hour pastor frowns, Mike knows that Shep means this as the highest compliment. 9 weeks later, Mike walks from the hall with a bag of clothes and $40 from the state. Shep is waiting for him outside on the shoulder of the road, leaning against a dinged-up Camaro, arms crossed. Mike has no idea how Shep knew about the early release date. He just found out himself the morning before. As Mike approaches, Shep tosses him the keys. "You shouldn't have done that," Shep says. "Loyalty," Mike says, "and stamina." Over the next few months, he applies for a few real jobs, but that felony charge gets in his way, sitting there like a boulder in the middle of a canyon road. So he gets a job as a day laborer, working with prison release guys twice his age, hauling soot out of firehouses. With his first paycheck, he hires a lawyer from the Yellow Pages and has his juvenile record sealed. But he soon discovers that while prospective employers can't see his file, they will always know that it is sealed. And what they imagine his transgressions to be, he gleans, is worse than the reality. At a dingy downtown government office, he stands in line with a bunch of domestic abuse victims to get his last name and social security number changed. He is assigned a fresh number and a fresh surname, this time of his own choosing. He is Michael Wingate, and he has no past, no history. He has a clean start. He gets a proper job as a carpenter, and nights he presses shirts in a purgatory of a dry cleaner. He and Shep drift, riding separate undercurrents. It is natural, gradual. It goes unspoken. One day he walks past the window at Blockbuster and sees her standing there between drama and comedy. He stops to gawk. The sight of this woman makes him hurt in the worst way. It makes him yearn. But he is too intimidated to go in and talk to her, so instead he goes home and lies awake all night, cursing his unexpected timidity. For the next few weeks he goes back to Blockbuster before work, on break, between jobs. She has to return the movie sometime. 2 days, right? Then late fees? He grows convinced that she has sworn off rentals, that she leaves the house only at inopportune times, that she saw him in the window leering like a stalker and was frightened into moving. But one Sunday she reappears. Without figuring what he is going to say, he rushes up to her in the parking lot, and only then does he stop and ask himself, "What are you doing?" She appraises him, panting and speechless, and before he can utter so much as a syllable, she bursts into laughter and says, "Okay, lunch, but somewhere public in case you're an axe murderer." Lunch lasts through dinner. Engrossed in conversation, they forget to eat, the food no longer steaming on untouched plates. She works at a daycare center. Her smile makes him dizzy. She touches his arm once when laughing at something. He tells her his story, unedited, in a single breathless burst, how he was 6 kinds of stupid when he went into the hall, but has since gotten it down to 3 or 4. He tells her about the couch mother, and the sob grandfather, and the superintendent warden, how they all gave him consideration before he really deserved it, how that probably saved his life, and how he hopes eventually to do the same thing for other people. He tells her he wants to build houses someday. She says, "Dreams are a dime a dozen. But sounds like you actually have the backbone to get there." And he burns with pride and says, "Stamina." She lets him see her to her car, and they pause, nervous in the biting October night. Her door is open, the interior light shining, but she stands there waiting. He hesitates, desperate not to blemish the perfect evening. "If you had any guts," she said, "you'd kiss me." There is a second dinner, and a fifth. When she invites him over for a meal, he changes outfits 3 times, and still, to his eye, his clothes look worn out and blue-collar. As she sautés mushrooms, he patrols her apartment, picking up a sugar bowl, eyeing the rows of matching candles, fingering vanity curtains that are there only to provide a dab of lavender. He pictures his bare mattress, his cabinet lined with cans of SpaghettiOs, the poster of Michael Jordan thumbtacked above his garage sale desk, and realizes that no one ever taught him how to live properly. That night, they make love. She weeps after, and he is convinced he did something wrong, until she explains. She is very different from the girls he met during his tenure at 1788 Shady Lane. At the movies one night, she giggles at his whispered joke, and the muscle-bound guy in the row in front of them turns and says, "Shut up, bitch!" With a quick jab, Mike shatters his nose. They rush out, leaving the guy mewling in the aisle, his friends looking on helplessly, clones in matching college football jackets. Outside, Annabelle says, "I'd be lying to say I didn't find that charming and exciting in a fucked-up sort of way, but promise me you won't ever do something like that again unless you really have to." That's her. Reverent and irreverent at the same time. Confused, he acquiesces. Later that week, exhausted, he dozes off at the shirt press and burns a tux vest. The customer, a coked-out dickhead in a blue Audi, shows up on his way to his black tie event. "Do you have any fucking idea how much that tux cost?" Mike apologizes and offers to file a damage claim. "And what the hell am I supposed to wear tonight?" The customer grows irate, leaning over the counter, jabbing a finger into Mike's chest. "You stupid fucking clown, you couldn't pay for that with what you make in a year." The guy shoves Mike, and Mike sees the angle open up, the downward cross to break the jaw. but instead he takes a step back. The guy's rage blows itself out, and he departs, peeling out and flipping Mike the bird. Mike still has a job, his knuckles aren't bruised, and there are no cops to contend with. For days, he basks in this small triumph. He is becoming socialized. But still he fears dinner with the family. Her father is a bankruptcy lawyer. Her older sister is a domestic machine who produces baked goods and offspring at an alarming rate. Her brother has a Subaru and a weave belt. He gives to charity and complains about taxes, the kind of guy who probably played multi-generational baseball at the park around the time Mike and Shep were boosting bomb pops and urinating on Schwinn's. Mike minds his silverware, his elbows, his napkin in his lap. He thinks of those few domestic memories he has held on to: sage incense in a yellow-tiled kitchen, his mother's tan skin, the dust and oil smell of the station wagon's cloth seats. He feels uncomfortable, unworthy of sitting here at a nicely set table in a nice home. The parents, none too enamored, seem to agree. When her father passes the butter, he asks, "Where did you go to college?" And Mike smiles nervously and says, "I didn't." The rest of dinner is consumed by stories of successful friends and neighbors who never went to college and were successful anyway, the two other siblings swapping anecdotes while the parents chew and sip and shoot each other shrewd glances. Annabelle has to contain her laughter at the absurdity of it all, and when they leave, she says, "I will never make you do that again." The next week at dinner, she fiddles with her watercress. Her face is tight and flushed and quite unhappy. He braces himself for the speech he has been fearing, and sure enough, she comes at him hard. "What are we doing here?" She tosses down her fork with a clatter. "I mean, I don't want to do this whole casual dating thing." "I don't either." She bulldozes ahead, undeterred. "Where we agree we're allowed to see other people. I don't want to see anyone else. And I pretend I'm okay with it. I'm not okay with it. I'm too old for that shit. I need security, Mike." "Then marry me." This time, finally, she hears. They don't drink a drop of liquor at the ceremony, but feel drunk with joy. The service is brief, some pictures after on the courthouse steps, Mom and Dad doing their best to muster smiles. As he helps her mother gingerly into the car at the night's end, the woman pauses in a rare, unfiltered moment, dress hem in hand, and says, "The thing that doesn't add up with you, you're so gentle." He replies, "I spent enough years being not." He works hard, is promoted to foreman. In what is the single best day of his life, their daughter is born. She wants to be Natalie, but when they meet her, she is Catherine, so forms must be reprocessed to ensure she has her proper name. They settle into an apartment in Studio City. Prints of water lilies, matching linens, little seashell soaps for the bathroom. Through their back window they can see the wash, where the LA River drifts through concrete walls. Out of the blue, Shep calls from a payphone. It has been months. No, over a year. Both times he and Annabelle met were excruciating, Shep's hearing putting a damper on what little conversation could be summoned. Annabelle is protective of Mike, all too aware of the costs of the sentence he served, and Shep doesn't understand her. She is simply beyond his frame of reference. Mike remembers only long silences and sullen sips of beer, him in the middle, sweating worse than he did at that first dinner with her family. Given Shep's hearing, this phone conversation, like all others, is awkward, filled with starts and stops. Shep has heard that Mike has a daughter, and he wants to come by. Kat is 5 months old, and Mike is nervous, still adjusting, but cannot bring himself to say no. Shep arrives 2 hours late, well after Kat is down. "Can I spend the night?" he asks at the door, before saying hello. "I have a thing going on with my place." Mike and Annabelle manage nods. From his pocket, Shep withdraws a gift, a wadded, unwrapped onesie sized for a 3-year-old. Mike hates himself for wondering if it is stolen. He rubs his fingers over the butterfly pattern. It is the softest thing he has ever seen Shep hold. Shep puts his feet on the coffee table and lights up, and Annabelle says, apologetically, "Would you mind not smoking in here? The baby." "Right," Shep says. "Sorry." He walks to the window and leans out, blowing into the wind. Annabelle says to Mike, "I think I'm going to grab some sleep while I can." Mike goes over to Shep, wanting him to say good night, to be polite, to be gracious. He rests a hand on Shep's back, still ridged with muscle. When Shep flicks his cigarette and turns, Annabelle is starting to pull out the couch bed, and he says quietly, "Don't bother. I'll just sleep on it like it is." "It's really no trouble." He pauses a moment, processing. "Couches are more comfortable," he says. "I sleep on a couch at home." "Oh," she says. "Okay." They stare at each other, Shep pinching his St. Jerome pendant between his lips. "Well," she says. "Good night." Shep nods. The bedroom door closes. Shep says, "Go get a drink?" And Mike says, "I'm pretty beat. The baby has us up a couple times a night, and I got work at 5. Shep asks, "Can I have a key?" At 3 in the morning, the front door opens and closes loudly. Shep never hears doors well. Annabelle wakes with a start, and Kat fusses through the monitor. Mike stumbles out into the living room. Shep says, "Alcohol? Bandages?" Drawing closer, Mike sees that his cheek has been badly raked by fingernails. He tilts Shep's head, sees the white flesh glittering through the blood. He gets one of the matching hand towels from the bathroom and soaks it in warm water. When Shep pats on rubbing alcohol, he doesn't so much as flinch. They have done this many a night, staying up, whispering, cleaning wounds. For a moment, Mike is lost in the sweet familiarity of the ritual. But the footsteps and movement wake Kat fully. Annabelle emerges from the bedroom, pauses on her way to the nursery. "What happened?" Shep says, "Crowded bar. I was having trouble, you know." He gestures to an ear. Mike has never known him to speak directly about his hearing problem, and he isn't about to start now. "Guy was playing with me, sneaking up. He had a lot of friends. He sucker punched me. The rest didn't go down how they wanted. His girlfriend jumped on my back somewhere in there. Cops showed up, so I split. It wasn't my fault." Someone bellows outside, "You fucking asshole, get out here! We're gonna kill you!" Kat is crying now in the nursery. Mike says, "Did you hear that?" Shep says, "What?" Mike points to the window. Shep crosses and sticks his head out. An instant later, a bottle shatters against the wall near the window. The yelling, now a chorus, intensifies. The phone rings and Annabelle snatches it up. "Yeah, sorry, Mrs. McDaniels." She points at the ceiling, in case Mike has forgotten where the McDanielses live. "Everything's okay," she says into the phone. "Just some drunk out there. We'll handle it." She hangs up, says to Mike, "I don't want this going on here," and disappears into the nursery. Shep withdraws his head from the window, wiping beer spray from his face. "Couple of his buddies must have followed me home," he says. "I'll handle it." Calmly, he goes outside. Sitting on the couch, Mike lowers his face into his hands. There is a crash, and then another, then silence. A moment later, Shep reappears. "My bad," he says. "Look," Mike says, "maybe you should split before more guys show up." "What?" "I think maybe this isn't the best time." He is grasping for words, stuck between a blood-sworn loyalty and what he owes that grandfather from the park who bought his soul for 15 grand. He considers the couch mother, the superintendent, Annabelle, Kat, himself. Obligation makes for tough sledding. Shep says, "The guy came at me. I was defending myself." Shep is a lot of things, but he is not a liar. Mike thinks about his mother's faint cinnamon smell, his meandering graveyard walks, and Kat asleep in the next room. He will not, cannot let anything put that child or her future at risk. And yet, Shep is Shep, their friendship battle-tested like no other relationship Mike has ever known. Life is unfair. Mike knows this firsthand. But in this moment he hates that he is now on the high end of the seesaw, enjoying the better view. He is sweating, unsure of himself, filled with self-loathing. He says, "I know that, but it's not safe. I mean, I got a baby now. The neighbors..." I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out, you know? Shep snaps off a nod and stands, his face betraying nothing. Feeling like a heel, Mike walks him down. His broad frame cut from the slanting yellow of the streetlights, Shep heads toward the wash, Mike a half step behind. A narrow footbridge extends across the river. Black water rustles against concrete banks below. Mike is hustling to keep up, calling after him. Shep, Shep, Shep! Sure that Shep is, for the first time ever, mad at him. But halfway across, when Shep finally hears and turns, his face shows no anger. Bugs ping off the lights overhead. The eastern horizon is moved from black to charcoal. They are centered above a river moving invisibly beneath them. Mike clears his throat. You told me once. You said you can be whatever you want to be. He wants to cry. He almost is, and he doesn't understand himself. It is as though his face is having its own reaction to this while his heart stays resolute and hunkered down. Well, he casts his arms wide. This is who I want to be. Shep's mouth moves a bit, forming something like a sad smile. Blood shines darkly in those claw marks beneath his eye. He says, Then it's who I want you to be, too. They both seem to sense the finality in those words, in this moment. The wind comes up, cutting through Mike's jacket. Shep offers his hand, and they clasp, gripping around the thumbs. You're my only family, Shep says. He walks off before Mike can reply. Mike watches Shep's shoulders fading into the early morning dark. He bites his lip, turns back into the wet wind, and starts for home. Now. Chapter 15. Mike stood before the closet, finally stripping off that button-up shirt. 1:30 a.m., and he'd only just finished installing a second heavy-duty lock on Kat's window. Despite his prompting, Kat didn't want to sleep in their bedroom, and he could tell by the set of Annabelle's mouth that she found his request a bit over the top as well. He wasn't so sure about an evidence-free home break-in anymore himself, but still, additional lock aside, he got a prickling beneath his skin when he contemplated the view of the dark backyard through Kat's window. He could have pressed the point and made Kat move, but he didn't want to give in to his fear that way, or force them to give in to it. He folded his dress pants, worked at the beer stain with a thumbnail, then gave up. Neatly folded clothes stared back from the crammed shelves. All those shirts. Such a long way from the communal dresser of his childhood. He regarded the closet with something like survivor's guilt. Annabelle sat on the bed behind him, kicked off her high heels with a groan, and rubbed her feet. I'm just saying, she remarked, picking up the thread of the discussion they'd interrupted a half hour ago. They had an agenda, those detectives. When she was on the phone back there, Elsie, I didn't like her expression, how animated she was, and the way they came back out swinging at you. Down to his boxers, he turned. Something was off with those cops, no question. They're not going to help us. We need to figure out how to protect ourselves. He paused, wet his lips. Maybe I should call him. Him? Him? She leaned back on her elbows, shook her head vehemently. No, she said. He scares me. He would know what to do. Or how to escalate things. Besides, you haven't talked to Shepard in years. Except for the couch mother, Annabelle was the only one who ever referred to Shep by his full name. Mike used to think it stemmed from her discomfort with Mike's past, not wanting to use the abbreviated name from the stories. But he'd figured out it was more of a maternal nod to the given name, to the boy, a mother's sympathy for that thin-necked kid who didn't jump when someone dropped a lunch tray 6 inches from his nose. And the way you left things, she continued. What makes you think he'd be there? Shep would be there, Mike said firmly. We have other friends. Terrence next door. Barry and Kay. What's Barry going to do? Portfolio manage them into submission? This isn't the kind of problem you call people like our friends for. Then why don't you talk to that private investigator, Hank? I mean, isn't that what a PI is supposed to do? Find out information on people? Look, just think about it. I don't think we want to release the bull into the china shop. Yet. Hank's sick. I told you. Hank never struck me as big on pity. You don't think it might help him to have something to do? She pulled free a hairpin, shook out her mane. I'll go into school tomorrow with Kat and update the contact and pickup lists. Make sure they keep a close eye on her, all that. And talk to her? Of course. We've had the stranger danger talk 1,000,000 times, but I'll go over it again. Now come here. Unzip me. She held up her hair, exposing the light down of her nape. He drew the zipper south, admiring the slash of flesh, and she shrugged out of the dress and draped it over the upholstered chair in the corner. They took the duvet off together as they had every night for years. Fold, step, a marital square dance. And then she went into the bathroom and emerged with her toothbrush poking out of her mouth and his sporting a bead of paste. Leaning over to tug off his socks, he paused, and she popped his toothbrush into his mouth before returning to the bathroom, wearing a clown mouth of foam. The everyday physics of intimacy. Brushing his teeth, he walked down the hall to Kat's room. She was out cold, the curtain drawn, the locks secure. He finished up in the bathroom, slid into bed next to Annabelle, turned up the monitor, and exhaled. She had leaned his award plaque against the wall by the closet, no doubt unsure what to do with the thing. His name etched in the bluish mirror beneath the seal of California. When he turned back, Annabelle was studying him. He said, "What an asshole I was standing up there accepting that award. And what an asshole I was sitting there playing the dutiful wife, clapping along." She rolled over, her face soft, and rested a hand on his cheek. "It's less lonely being assholes together." He caught her wrist, lifted her arm gently so he could see the broken capillaries from when he'd grabbed her in the parking lot. "Did I do that?" Brute. She twisted lazily in his grasp so the back of her wrist grazed his lips. "All protective like that, leaving your handprints on me." It was such a turn-off. Beneath the covers, her foot found his calf. Her touch brought a jolt of gratitude. Even after stumbling through the past few days, he's still got to spend the night in this bed with this woman. He kissed the inner curve of her arm delicately, where it was red. Her mouth found his, and they pushed up a little, propped on elbows, their lips joined. He shifted on top of her, stomach to stomach, both of them moving slowly, their exhaustion lending every touch and movement a dreamlike aspect. He moved into her, but she clenched with her arms and legs, held him still. Crossing her wrists behind his neck, her head hoisted a few inches off the mattress, she fixed her gaze on him and tilted her hips slowly, and he slid deeper until he stopped. She held him still again, perfectly still. He was up on his knees and hands, bearing his weight and most of hers, his arms trembling slightly. "I want you to look at me," she said, "all the way through." And he did. After she lay as she always did, on her back, one arm thrown across her sweaty bangs, her stomach pale in the alarm clock's glow. He loved the faint ridge of scar tissue from her C-section, how it traced the pan of her hips, dividing erotic from merely sexy, a warrior's mark of a body well used. She held up her hand, the dull diamond of her engagement ring managing a sparkle. The new one had disappeared into the jewelry box as soon as they'd gotten home. "We been married a decade, Wingate." Her teeth pinched a bite of swollen lip. "It doesn't feel like 10 years in any of the bad ways, but it feels like it in all the good ways." She curled into him, slinging a leg across his stomach, and he stroked her back, her skin still fever-hot. He pressed his lips to her damp forehead and held her until she was asleep. Lying on his back, cooling beneath the overhead fan, he couldn't linger in the aftermath. His mind kept returning to the confrontation at the A.R.M.Y Country Club, his shame at losing control that way, how his temper had ignited, how it had been right there like an old friend, like something atavistic, and the cold sweat horror of Dodge's mouth shaping a single word. Soon. He got up, padded down the hall, and carried Kat, limp and dead-heavy in his arms, back to their bed. He tucked her in his place and paused, surveying mother and daughter in idyllic calm. Something glinted over by the closet. his award. He crossed and turned the plaque around so it faced the wall. Then he killed the baby monitor, walked down to Kat's room, and took up his post on the glider in the corner. Soon, Dodge had promised. Soon. Chapter 16. Mike's office, a modular classroom-style prefab dropped in the middle of a dirt lot, had all the basics: phone, fax, high-speed internet. Aggressively competent gum-smacking front office girl, rounded out with high hair and bosom. Fire sale desks shoved up against corkboard-covered walls, onto which were pinned various blueprints, permits, geological surveys, and Sears photos of family members. It was a humming little operation, 25 by 38 feet of efficiency, the nuts and bolts behind the facades they constructed elsewhere. Mike sat at his desk, massaging away an incipient migraine and pretending to review a bid for an insurance job. He'd been preoccupied all morning, adrift on sour thoughts. He couldn't stop imagining William's black-flecked lips, the reek of his gut breath, the way his face had appeared in the back window of the van, a disembodied head floating between the curtains. Then there was the image of that oil-stained polar bear, rocking in slow motion on the parking lot's asphalt between Dodge's massive feet. He rose abruptly and headed for fresh air. Pacing the weeds of the yard, he tried Hank for the third time, and at last the PI picked up. "Water distraction?" Mike asked. "From dying?" Hank said. "What do you got?" Mike told him about his run-in with Dodge and William and how oddly the sheriff's deputies had acted back at the station. "Not much to go on," Hank said, "but I'll nose around, see what I come up with." Unsatisfied, Mike headed back inside. Andres was at the copy machine, frustrated and pushing buttons indiscriminately. He came over, sat sideways at the edge of Mike's desk, and gazed across the office at Sheila's cleavage as she argued an insurance adjuster into telephonic submission. Andres clicked down on Mike's desktop stapler with the heel of his hand a few times, just for fun. "A guy come by the site asking about you." "What do you mean, asking about me?" "When you around. When you at the office versus the jobs. That kind of stuff. Like you making conversation. Maybe he looking to hire you." Mike's face grew hot. "What did the guy look like?" "Dunno. Just a guy. Scruffy beard. Walk funny." Mike's heartbeat vibrated in his ears. That headache, picking up steam. He tugged open the top desk drawer to grab some Tylenol. "What time was he—" The question caught in his throat as he stared down into the drawer. His calendar was to the left. Because the drawer seam there had cracked, pushing up splinters, he always kept the calendar snug against the right side, the habit ossifying over the past few months. "Sheila?" He waited until she covered the phone and looked over. "Did you need to go in my desk for anything this morning?" She shook her head. He lifted the Tylenol bottle up, regarded it, then tossed it in the trash can. He rose abruptly, Andres observing him with puzzlement. Mike crossed to the front door, swung it open, and crouched to study the deadbolt. He'd selected the Medico himself for its 6 tumblers, and the fact that it took a multi-dimensional key that was hard as hell to duplicate with a pick set. He'd learned this, of course, from Shep, but he'd also seen Shep get one open with a can of spray lubricant and a pull-handle trigger pick gun that, in Shep's expert hands, could get the pin stacks to hop into alignment. He hesitated a moment, almost fearful to know, then smeared a thumb across the keyhole. Sure enough, his print came away glistening with spray lubricant. Someone had prepped this lock for a pick gun. Dodge or William. Mike's mouth had gone dry. Getting through a Medico was professional-level stuff, a job worthy of Shep, which meant their coming through Kat's bedroom window wasn't as far-fetched as Mike had been trying to convince himself. Why would they break into his office? "Sheila," Mike said, his voice gruff even to his own ears. Everyone in the office, he realized, was staring at him, crouched there in the front doorway. "Can you tell when certain computer files were looked at?" "Sure, Mr. Wingate." No matter how many times he told her to call him Mike, she insisted on addressing him formally. "There's a last access timestamp feature on most documents, though people usually never pay it any mind." He beckoned her to his desk, pulling out his chair for her. As he leaned over her shoulder, she clicked around, Andres looking on from the far side of the desk. Was anything opened over the weekend? Mike asked. I'm looking, but I have to go dock to dock. Anything in particular you want me to check? Green Valley, he said. As she typed, Andres tilted his head and said to Mike, Our files are all clean on that. Why wouldn't they be? Sheila asked, still focused on the monitor. Mike and Andres exchanged a look. Before either could answer, she said, No, those files haven't been opened since 12:21 p.m. last Thursday. That had been Mike, perusing the vitrified clay invoice to torture himself over lunch break. But wait, Sheila said. This was opened Saturday night, 1:32 a.m. What is it? Mike asked. The personnel files. A chill crawled along his neck. They looked through our personnel files. She clicked around some more. No, she said. Just yours. He took a step back. Andres and Sheila turned to him, their mouths moving but their words not registering. Dodge and William were digging for information not on some job, but on him. Just as the sheriff's deputies had been. Dodge and William, it seemed, wanted to know who he was just as much as he did. He became aware, slowly, of his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. He wiggled it out and glanced at the screen, which showed a text message from Annabelle. Hi, hon, where's the key to the safe deposit again? I forgot, need to grab something out. He stared at the message, that timpani thrum in his skull urging his headache to loftier heights. He and Annabelle never texted. They were old-fashioned and preferred to use phones for talking. He called his wife right away. It rang through to voicemail. Hi, it's Annabelle. I'm probably digging around for my phone in that tiny space between the car seat and the door, so... He signaled Andres and Sheila to give him a minute and began pacing cramped circles around his desk as the home phone rang. Voicemail. It took him a moment to realize that Sheila was talking to him. Mr. Wingate. Mr. Wingate. You're due to walk that undeveloped land in Chatsworth at 2, which means you have to leave now. Can't do it, Sheila. He barreled toward the door. I've got to get home. She pressed an irritated smile onto her face as he swept past, his jog turning to a sprint. Chapter 17. Mike raced home, running red lights and stop signs, dialing and redialing the home line. Finally, Annabelle picked up. Hi, babe, she said. I just walked in, and that kitchen sink's getting worse. I know, shoemaker's kids and all that, but... He cut her off. Did you text me? When have I ever texted you? I'm not 14. Where's your cell phone? I've been looking for it all morning. I think I left it at school. He took a moment to level out his breathing, then said, They stole it. I got a text from your cell asking me where the safe deposit key was. In the tissue box in your nightstand. I wouldn't ask that. He told her quickly about the message, Williams coming by the job site, and the break-in at the office. A dreary silence as she tried to catch up to the information. Okay. So they went into the safe deposit box because that's where people keep private stuff they don't want to hide in the house. Her voice trembled a bit. Which means they've searched the house. They searched my office. He turned onto their street. I'm here. Now anger. How would they even know we have a safe deposit box? It's not like everyone has one. Plus, bank records are She stopped. He could hear her breathing harder with the realization. The deputies, he said. Law enforcement could get clearance to see those records, to know there's a safe deposit box at our bank in my name. She was at the front door, walking the key out to him as he pulled in the driveway. He could see her mouth moving an instant ahead of the words in his ear. You think they're working together? These guys and the deputies? Someone's prying around at a higher level, either officially or unofficially. He was still talking into the phone, though she was now a few steps away. He rolled down his window and she leaned in, dropped the safety deposit key in his lap, and kissed him firmly on the mouth. When she pulled back, her gaze was tense, scared. Whatever this is, how do we get free of it? Depends what they want, he said. Seems like they want to know where you came from. He closed a fist around the key and put the truck in reverse. Don't we all? Walking past the gaze of his favorite prim-mouthed bank manager, Mike signed in and stepped into the privacy booth with his safe deposit box. a deep breath before lifting the thin metal lid. A mess of pictures and documents greeted him. An abandoned child report, the county-issued form 3 decades old, assigning him a new last name, elementary school transcripts, his old Social Security card, the couch mother's obituary, a few tattered photos of him and the Shady Lane boys, that college acceptance letter he'd prized so, a probation report documenting his sentence served, a chronicle of the imperfect history of Mike Doe. A flood of nostalgia almost choked him. Here, before him, was everything that remained of his former self. He dug through the contents, his fingers striking something hard and buried. He lifted it carefully to the light. A Smith & Wesson .357. Straightforward and easy to handle, it was the only make of gun he'd ever been comfortable with. Shep had given it to him for home protection when Mike had first gotten his own place. Mike had kept it in his nightstand drawer for years, finally moving it here at Annabelle's behest when Kat was born. He'd never fired it away from a shooting range and hoped he never would. The heft of it in his hand felt familiar and dangerous. He set it gently on the counter. He pulled the empty plastic liner from the trash can beneath the counter and dumped the box's contents into it. Bag slung over his shoulder, he stared down at the revolver for a beat. He pocketed it on the way out. Mike crouched in a deserted alley, the shadows stretching dusk-long, the whine of traffic thrumming off the brick walls. The door to his Ford stood open, casting a triangle of light onto the ground. He leaned forward, broken glass crunching beneath his shoes, and touched the end of a lit match to a corner of the trash bag. His eyes glassy, he watched the flames catch and flare, peeling away the plastic and eating through all those photographs and documents. There is no past. And yet, clearly, there was. It ended with a sad little pile of ash, which he kicked to the dead air, scattering it. He stamped out the embers, climbed into his truck, and drove away. Dinner preparation on pause, Annabelle sat on the kitchen counter and stared down at the .357 clutched nervously in her lap. "It's a revolver," Mike said. "Easy to handle." She spoke in a hushed voice, so Kat, busy with homework in her room, wouldn't hear. "I'm worried about having it around her." "Let me show you how to use it." As the pasta water boiled, he positioned his wife's slender hands around the grip, but she pulled back, leaving him with the revolver. "It makes me uncomfortable." "We're past comfort now." Kat trudged in, eyeing her workbook. "How annoying is long division. I mean, if they're teaching us to be smart, wouldn't smart people just use a calculator?" She looked up, her eyes pronounced behind the red frames of her glasses. "Why do you have a gun? That's a gun, right? I mean, a gun in our kitchen? Is something wrong? Have you ever shot it? Can I hold it?" "Go back to your room," Annabelle managed. "Give us a moment here." Kat backed away, eyes on the Smith & Wesson. Annabelle turned to Mike. "And there you have it." She slid off the counter, turned down the stovetop heat, and eyed the lesson plan splayed in the cookbook stand, her feminine scrawl brightening the page margins. She was the only person he knew who could study and prep puttanesca simultaneously. The phone rang. Mike snatched up the cordless. Hank sounded burned out. "I can't get anything on a Dodge or a William being at the awards ceremony, but that's to be expected." He cleared his throat, which turned into a coughing fit. "Now listen, there's something I gotta lay out for you here." Mike found the pause as unnerving as the tension in Hank's voice. "What?" Annabelle turned, and he drew her toward him, turning the phone so they could both hear. "Well, I don't know what," Hank said. "Yet. I called my hook at the sheriff's, and it seems there's some kind of alert out on you." "Alert? What does that mean?" "Don't know, but your name's been flagged." "Flagged for what?" Mike's voice, Hank said. "Everyone's being a bit coy. Obviously, it's classified. I gotta massage this thing, nibble at the edges, come in at the right angle. Give me a day or two." "Is there any agency that doesn't have me flagged?" Mike asked. "I'm sure there are plenty. Agencies, and individual stations within agencies, are understaffed and overworked. So unless you went to sleepaway camp in the rugged northwest of Pakistan, it's not like you're at the top of morning roll call. We don't know the extent of this thing, but there's no reason to assume you've become public enemy numero uno. What if we need help? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Until we determine how widespread the alert is and who put it out, how can you know who to trust? Mike swallowed dryly. And if Dodge and William make another move in the meantime? From what I can read at this point, I wouldn't count on the authorities lending you a friendly ear. He signed off, and Mike and Annabelle stared at each other. Annabelle reached down, took the revolver from Mike's hand. She raised it clumsily, waiting, her gaze steady. He exhaled a heavy breath, moved forward, and shaped her hands properly around the grip. Chapter 18. The laundry room's back door had the weakest exterior lock, a dated Schlage that required only a half-diamond pick, a medium torsion wrench, and a 90-second attention span. With gloved hands, Dodge jiggled at it quietly. It yielded, and he stepped from night into the dull glow of the house. The old-fashioned wall clock above the dryer showed 9:27. Pocketing the tools, he moved forward into the kitchen, his size 14 feet surprisingly silent across the linoleum. Mike Wingate's head and upper torso were tucked under the sink, tools spread out on a grease-stained bath mat beside his sprawling legs. He was banging away at the U-pipe with a hammer. Dodge glided past him, drifting within a yard or so of his bare feet. Without breaking stride, he plucked a flat, magnetized digital recorder from the top of the refrigerator, where he'd hidden it days earlier. Continuing into the hall, he passed the girl in her room, her back to the open door. She was hunched over her desk, chewing a pencil, and said, "Mom, long division sucks," to him, without glancing up from her work. He ducked into the bathroom farther up the hall and locked the door. From the back pocket of his cargo pants, he withdrew a Fujitsu tablet computer, a Japan-only model the size of a checkbook. Boss man spared no expense when it came to matters such as these. Ducking to accommodate the sloped ceiling, Dodge set up the miniature laptop at the edge of the square pedestal sink and plugged the digital recorder into a port. Within seconds, the download was complete. The doorknob behind him twisted, the jangle pronounced in the small space. Then the wife said, "Oh, you're in there. Sorry, honey. Brush your teeth and get ready for bed." Dodge didn't tense. His broad, flat features betrayed nothing. He kept on with his preparations. As the footsteps padded away, Dodge tugged on a pair of clamp headphones and clicked play. A sound graph came up on screen, charting every noise with a green flare, stretched out like a spiky caterpillar. He nudged the tracking button along a little ways to test sound. Catherine's voice. "Don't be mad at me. It's not like I said, 'What can I do to bug Mom today?' Oh, I know. I'll get head lice." Dodge popped open a search window, typed in key. High-pitched noise scribbled in his ears, and then the wife spoke, the search feature elevating the volume on the last syllable of her sentence. "Stay still, monkey." Dodge clicked find again. More chipmunk babble, and then, "I got a text from your cell asking me where the safe deposit key was." Dodge waited, and then a feminine voice replied, "In the tissue box in your nightstand." "I wouldn't ask that." The timestamp was from earlier today, shortly after they'd sent Mike the sham text message. Dodge folded up the equipment, distributed it to various pockets, and pressed his ear to the door. From the kitchen he heard tool meet metal again, and he stepped out into the hall and headed down to the master bedroom. The bathroom door was cracked, the shower running. As he passed the open slice of doorway, he saw the flesh-colored outline of the wife, blurry behind the steam-clouded glass. He opened the nightstand drawer. Inside, a Kleenex box encased in a plastic decorative cover. He reached through the slit, fingers digging around the tissue. Nothing. He lifted the plastic cover, and there, taped to the underside, was the safe deposit key. He wiggled it free, pulled a similar-looking key from his pocket, and wormed the replacement into the spot beneath the bubbled strip of Scotch tape. As he eased the cover back down, a glint in the rear of the drawer caught his eye. He pulled the drawer all the way out. A Smith & Wesson .357. Using only one hand, he removed it, thumbed the lever to release the wheel, and flicked it, setting it spinning. Cocking his head, he stared down the sights. His lips twitched in a sneer. The water stopped. The shower door creaked open. He tilted his wrist, the wheel clicking home, and set the revolver back beside the new cellophane-wrapped package of bullets. When he closed the drawer, it made a soft thump. "Baby, you about done with that sink?" Dodge made an agreeable noise in his throat. Man, this steam. Her hand tapped against the bathroom door, and it swung open another foot or two. Standing a few feet to the hinge side, out of view, he withdrew a ball-peen hammer from the deep thigh pocket of his cargo pants. He waited, but she did not appear. Moisture wafted across his face as he took a step out in front of the open door. Annabelle was doubled over, twisting her wet hair into a towel, her eyes on the floor. He swiveled back, his face affectless, and walked out of the room. Moving down the hall, he slid the hammer into his pocket again. Catherine was in the small bathroom, toothbrush in tiny fist, leaning over the sink to spit. He floated past her, his mirror reflection passing over her bent head, and walked back into the kitchen. Mike remained angled up into the cabinet beneath the sink as if it were devouring him head first. His legs were bent, hips raised, braced for traction. A muffled clang issued through the wood, and Mike said, "Damn it!" His hand poked out, groping around on the bath mat, tapping across various tools. Dodge's boot scuffed the threshold bar between kitchen and laundry room, and Mike said, "Hey, babe?" Dodge halted. "Give me the pipe wrench, would you?" Dodge hesitated, facing the rear door. Then he reversed, trod back across the kitchen, and plucked the hefty tool from the bath mat. He bent over and slapped it into Mike's waiting palm. Then he walked calmly out through the laundry room door, slipping back into the night. Hands in his pockets, he started up the sidewalk. The white van sputtered to life a half-block away and crept up on him, the rolling door sliding open to swallow him whole. Chapter 19. Dodge and William waited by the dumpster in the midnight dark back parking lot of Union LA Bank. The rear door had been shut and re-locked, but a light shone through a high interior window. Despite the cold, Dodge wore his short-sleeved button-up open, revealing a clean white wife-beater. Eyes on the building, William shifted impatiently from leg to leg. He cracked a sunflower seed between his front teeth and blew out the shell. "Cigarette," he said. Dodge's cheap plastic lighter flared, and then 2 cherries burned at his mouth. He removed 1 cigarette and handed it over. William sucked an inhale and closed his eyes, savoring it before letting white smoke trickle from the corner of his mouth. Dropping the lighter into his shirt pocket, Dodge drew hard on the cig, the burn crackling down 1/3 of its length. The inside light clicked off, and a moment later William's brother appeared at the back door with a nervous security guard who glanced around before stepping outside. Hanley scurried over to them, the guard on his heels. "It's fucking empty." He tapped the safe deposit key on his knuckles so hard it made a wooden knocking sound. William drew back his lips, bit down on the cigarette. "Empty?" He must have figured out the text was fake and cleared out whatever was in there. Hanley was bouncing from tiptoes to heels until Dodge blanketed his shoulder with a hand, firming him to the ground. "Listen." The guard fussed with his hands at the periphery of the triangle Dodge and the brothers had formed. "I did my job, right? I glitched the security recording. Nothing written on the safe deposit log. Covered all the bases. So my sister's cool. Accounts balanced and all that." "Yeah." "She can't go down again, man. She got 3 kids under the age of 10. I mean, she's staring at 10 to 15. Are you sure? You positive your guy can—" "Boss man says he'll square it," William said. "Then he'll square it." "You guys are angels, man. Guardian fucking angels." "We didn't get what we wanted here," William said. "So what do you say you take the party elsewhere?" He flicked the cigarette over the guard's shoulder, sparks cascading down the front of the uniform shirt. The man's face changed. He looked at Dodge, who had moved to stand apart, staring at the black edge of the parking lot with no apparent interest. "Okay." The guard held out his hands. "I never saw you. You never saw me." Shoring up his posture, he headed back inside, loop-de-looping his massive keys on its retractable cord. The plexiglass door closed after him. His pale face stared out at them as he turned the locks, and then he was gone. "God damn it," Hanley said. "All that, and the fucking thing's empty." He hurled the safe deposit key into the darkness. It clicked off the side of the van, then skittered across the asphalt. Dodge's head turned. "Get it." "Look, No." Hanley went over and searched for a time on his hands and knees. Dodge lit 2 more cigarettes, and he and William smoked them down. Finally, Hanley brought the key over to Dodge. Dodge dropped it on the ground, kicked it into a sewer grate. "Sorry," Hanley said. "Relax." William slung a hand over to cup the back of his brother's neck. "We were a step late. I know this is a big job, and—" "No." Dodge's gaze was cold and steady. "Well, now," William showed his teeth. "Is it a job or the job? That's what we have to find out." "How?" Hanley asked. "How do we always get answers?" William said. "Slow, steady pressure. Watch 'em crumble. We gotta poke at him and poke at him, till he shows us the way. He's on edge, right, Wingate? Well, guys on edge make mistakes. He'll reveal who he is." Without Dodge's hand weighing him down, Hanley was back to bouncing. "I say we just fuck it and handle him now." "We can't take down a guy 'cause he looks like a guy. We got standards. Every time you do a job, there's a mess. We gotta make sure this is a mess worth making." Hanley turned and spit hard into the wind, rolled his lips over his teeth, and bit down. "Fucker beat us. He beat us to that safe deposit box." He did a double take. What are you smiling about?" Williams started back for the van. "The night is young." Chapter 20. "We know who you are." Mike stirred in bed, the hoarse, whispered voice in his ear. Next to him, the heat of cat burrowed into his kidney. His eyes cracked open. The baby monitor, eye level on the nightstand, stared him in the face. The red bars flared again, rising and falling like a painted mouth. "The question is, do you?" And then an ear-splitting screech ripped Mike fully awake. It was the sound made when the receiver in Kat's room came unplugged, but in the darkness, unexpected, it sounded like nothing so much as a shriek. He sprang out of bed, digging in his drawer for the revolver and bullets. Beside him, Kat rolled over with a scream, banging into Annabelle, and then both were flailing upright, frantic in the sheets, the monitor still wailing until Annabelle grabbed it and tugged free the cord. Sprinting down the hall, crashing into walls, Mike fought bullets into place, dropping some, kicking others, and sending them pinballing across the floorboards. Leading with a .357, he swung into Kat's room. A dreary stillness. Made bed, orderly books, vacuum-striped carpet. The only movement was the curtain fluffing up with the breeze. On numb legs he moved forward, sweeping the curtain aside. Both locks unfastened. The window cracked open several inches. Black square of night looking back at him through the glass. He shoved the window the rest of the way open and popped out the loosened screen, which flew to nestle in the moist bushes below. Leaning out, he aimed left and then swung right, but there was only stillness and the faint hiss of sprinklers along the perimeter. Annabelle called from the hall, her voice trembling. "Mike?" "I'm going outside. Take Kat, lock yourselves in the bathroom, bring the cordless phone, and call 911 if you hear shots." He hopped through the window and dashed to the side of the house. A few steps down the concrete run, he could make out the wooden gate, unlatched and swaying in the breeze. The cold blew across him, and he noticed that he was barefoot, wearing boxers and a t-shirt. He ran to the gate, steeled himself, then shouldered into it hard, springing into the driveway with a .357 braced in both hands. No one there. He jogged across the front lawn, revolver at his side, and stopped, wet grass chilling his feet. The bug zapper on the Martins' porch across the street hummed and threw off a smudge of burnt orange. Towering like witches' hats, the cypresses at the property line nodded in the wind. He listened, but the breeze was up, branches and leaves rustling all around. Where are you?" It felt strange, speaking to an empty street. "You want to hide?" Fueled by anger, his voice steadied. "I'm not afraid. Here I am. Right here." More rustling, but nothing else. "You think you know who I am?" He spun, shouting to the night. "Who am I, then? Who am I?" The bedroom light clicked on next door at the Epsteins'. He could hear Kat crying inside. Crickets twitched on blades of grass at his ankles. After a time, their chirping resumed. Hearing a crackling of car tires, he turned sharply, greeted by a single burp of police siren. A sheriff's deputy car coasted up in front of his mailbox, and he eased his arm behind his back to hide the revolver. The window glided down to reveal Elsie's dark face. She hopped out, slammed the door. "What are you holding?" Turning away, Mike shoved the .357 into the waistband of his boxers, praying that the weight wouldn't cause it to fall through one of the leg holes. He held his bare hands to either side. "I know what you put back there, Wingate." Elsie moved forward across the curb, the heel of her hand riding the butt of her hip-holstered pistol. "You don't have any registered guns in your name, so you're in serious shit if you're holding. I didn't give you permission to come onto my property." She halted. The yard was dark, and shadow caught in her face, made her look hard and raw-boned. Markovich was out of the squad car now, too, staring at him across the white roof. The taste of autumn, decaying leaves, mulch, dew, was strong at the back of Mike's throat. A faint sliver of moon cast meager light. "Step back," Mike said, "or show me a warrant." "You sure you want to play like this?" Elsie asked. Mike said, "Why are you here?" "After you left the station," Markovich said, "we were concerned." "So concerned that you're right outside, keeping an eye," Mike said. "That's right," Markovich said. "We were cruising by, checking on the house." "You didn't happen to check my backyard, too, just now? My daughter's window? The inside of her bedroom?" The deputies' faces pointed at him out of the darkness. Markovich jabbed a finger at the lens pegged to the rearview mirror in the cruiser. "We've got time-stamped in-car footage and GPS, both of which show our entire patrol tonight, so you'd better watch what kind of accusations you throw around." "Someone just broke into my daughter's room." "You sure you're not hearing things?" Elsie asked. "I mean, running around half-naked with a gun in your underwear at 1 a.m. doesn't exactly unconfirm our suspicions." "Half-naked, sure, but no gun." "Okay," Elsie said. "So if there was a break-in, we'll need to come onto your property if you want us to take an incident report." "Another incident report," Mike said. "No, thanks. Let's wait and see what kind of headway you make on that first one." Elsie shrugged. "Suit yourself." Mike walked backward to the gate to keep an eye on her and the revolver hidden. She watched with amusement. When he moved through the gate, she climbed into the passenger seat, the door slamming at the same time, gate hit post. The engine turned over, and the squad car drifted away. The front yard was still. Crouched in the dappled shadow of heavy-headed fronds at the far edge of the house, William leaned back against the dew-beaded sill of the kitchen window. His grin sprang into being, floating in the dark like the curve of a sickle. Chapter 21. Kneeling on the frilly bed, Mike finished nailing Kat's window closed and used his shirt to blot the sweat from his forehead. The dirt at the base of the window was hard-packed and, as before, yielded no footprints. He pulled the curtains closed and sat on the mattress. In the master bedroom, Annabelle was trying to settle Kat down, lying beside her, petting her to sleep. Across on the bookshelf, Kat's treasure chest caught his eye. A shoebox she'd wrapped in cloth and bedecked with stickers in preschool, it held her most cherished items. He retrieved it, placed it on his knees, and lifted the fabric-padded lid. Annabelle's plastic bracelet from the maternity ward, a sterling silver baby cup with a lamb imprinted on the side, that miss-sized butterfly onesie that Shep had brought over the last time Mike had seen him. He picked it up and unfolded it, remembering how Shep had pulled it from his pocket and offered it unwrapped at the door. It was so big then, sized for a 3-year-old, not a newborn, and yet now it looked so tiny. Those first months they'd used it as a burp cloth, and then Kat had attached to it the way she did and dragged it around as a blankie. She'd never worn it, even when she'd grown enough that she could have. He poked through the relics of pale yellow and baby girl pink. There was a sanctity here in this sloppily decorated shoebox, in this room, in this house. He set the treasure chest back and walked down the hall. Kat was sprawled on the tousled sheets, asleep, Annabelle curled beside her, gazing down, a drape of dark hair framing both their profiles. Annabelle got up, pushed herself back against the headboard. They want us to be scared, right? Well, I'm scared. And if we can't go to the cops right now, we need to be creative and figure something out. I can call my folks, have them come here. With your mom's new hip, she's going to jump on an Airbus. There are a ton of flights every day from Tampa. My dad knows the law. He can... Your father is a retired bankruptcy attorney, and I can only imagine their take on this. They have never trusted me. We don't need to get off onto that. I'm just saying there are still some legitimate channels to... There is no legitimate anymore. Guys like this, they don't listen to reason. They listen to force. They listen when you wake them up with your fists after they steal your shirt from under your pillow. They listen when you stand within the reach of an uppercut and tell them to quit knocking a kid to the dirt. Or they respond with more force, she said. What do you propose then? Our hands are tied. We can't go to the cops until we know which agencies are gunning for me and why. I'm just saying, this thing could spin out of control. Annabelle, are you watching what's going on here? Yes, and I'm doing my best to figure out what it is. What does that mean? She pulled the blanket up over Kat, gestured that they should keep their voices down. We know who you are. That's what he said, right? Through the monitor? And? I know you pulled some stuff back in the day, with Shepard. Is there anything you did that might be coming back to haunt us now? Anyone you stole money from, hurt, whatever? The question struck him deep. In a place he'd kept insulated for so long, he'd forgotten that it was vulnerable. He squeezed his eyes shut and pictured that moment he'd frozen in time decades ago, the view out the bay window through the arcade of yellow-orange leaves to the end of the street, to the station wagon that never appeared. The snapshot was his and his alone, and he retreated now into the safety of it. It had shown him that he would be okay if that station wagon never appeared, because he could have something that no one could take from him. And as long as he had that, he wouldn't need anyone ever again. But he was no longer 7. He had a wife and a daughter, and he needed them as much as they did him. He opened his eyes, fighting to keep his anger on low simmer. No, he answered. We were petty hoods, not pulling off bank heists. Are you sure there was nothing? You don't believe me. All these years, I'm still some street kid underneath everything. Of course not. How could you ask me that? I've never lied to you about anything. He turned, his gaze sticking on that award plaque leaning against the wall. She blew out a breath and refocused. Because these men are coming after our family, Mike. Given that, nothing is off limits, not between us. And if there's anything, you don't think I've been racking my brain? There's nothing. Nothing. It was shoplifting, spray painting shit on walls. Nothing that men like this would grudge hold this long. Kat mumbled a sleepy complaint, and Annabelle came off the bed, gripped his arm, and pulled him a few steps into the bathroom. Having Kat out of sight, even this close made him nervous, and he knuckled the door open a few more inches so he could see her. Annabelle's voice was low but intense, pushed through clenched teeth. When you wrong someone, you don't get to say which grudges people may or may not hold. She was coming at him, her head canted forward on her neck. He realized that his posture was the same. Some threat arises and all of a sudden you married Scarface? I never did anything that damaged people. I made some dumb choices, sure, but that's it. We didn't all grow up in the fucking Cleaver household. Her arm swung out and smashed a perfume bottle off the counter. It skipped once and shattered against the base of the tub, and a moment later the bathroom filled with the sickly sweet aroma. Her stare, her face, inches from his, never moved. The sound of the exploding bottle continued to reverberate around the bathroom. Annabelle took a deep breath, held it. When she exhaled, her voice was perfectly calm. "Okay, let's try this again. The office break-in today, the file they looked at, pretty much shows that this doesn't involve Green Valley. Whatever it is, it's centered on you and your past. If it's got nothing to do with your so-called pettihood years, then there's only one option left." His throat was scratchy. "You don't think I know that?" "What happened when you were 4? "For once," Mike said, "let's just call it what it was. My father killed my mother." He had never said it so bluntly, and it caused a shift in the muscles beneath his face. The skin hung on like a mask, but the words had set the real him beneath on fire. Had he known all along that the trail of red flags would lead back eventually to that spot of crimson on his father's shirt cuff? He pictured his father's ghost hands tensing and shifting on the station wagon's steering wheel. Nothing that happened is your fault. Nothing that happened. What the hell had his father done? Annabelle swallowed, wet her lips. She had one hand up, fingers slightly spread. "We don't know the whole story. I know enough of it. I know that whatever he did is coming back on us. Maybe it was something else. Maybe something happened that made him... Made him? Nothing could have made him do something like that. There is no excuse." He caught himself. It was all up, piling on top of him, a barrage of words and images. Morning again in America. Shithead still thinks Daddy's coming back. You wreck my stuff because you don't have anything and you'll never be anything. Look at that slice of pie there. Your records look like Swiss cheese. We know who you are. On the bed, Kat mumbled something and rolled over. Mike fought his voice level. What kind of a man leaves his kid? Just leaves him somewhere. There is no forgiving a parent who could do that to a child. Annabelle kissed him, long and tender, mouth closed, on the lips, her eyes watching him the whole time. "Stop," she said. "Breathe." He did. She said, "You get whatever resources here that you need to face this thing." He kissed her on the forehead, and she wrapped his waist tightly in a hug. In the kitchen, he paced beneath the harsh fluorescent glow with the cordless phone pressed to his mouth. Finally, he dialed. The last number he had in his book was no longer in service, but the recording gave a forwarding number with a Reno area code. It rang and rang. Though it had been 7 years, the voice was just as he remembered, quiet and a touch hoarse. "Yeah." "I need you here." "What?" "I need you here," Mike repeated, a bit more loudly. A rustling sound, a second or two of silence. Shep said, "'Kay." There was a click, then the dull blare of the dial tone. Chapter 22. 5 hours and 57 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The family lay nestled on the master bed, slats of morning light linking their bodies. Mike and Annabelle hadn't fallen asleep until sometime around 5 a.m., when the adrenaline had finally ebbed, leaving behind mounting dread and stripped bare exhaustion. He'd drowsed off fully clothed, revolver in one hand, fistful of bullets in the other. Mike's eyes fluttered, and he lifted his head, which seemed to have taken on weight during the night. The alarm clock read 7:47 a.m. Late for school and work, not that any of that mattered today. Revolver at his side, he trudged down the hall. Since there was no peephole, he opened the front door the length of the looped security chain and drew back his head, surprised. Reno was more than 500 miles away, what should have been an 8-hour drive. After Mike called, Shep must have put the phone down, walked straight out to his car, and pushed the needle to 90 the whole way. For the first time in recent memory, Mike felt relief. He set the .357 beside the empty vase on the accent table, unfastened the security catch, and pulled the door wide. Shep blocked out the rising sun. Behind him, a '67 Shelby Mustang sat steaming in the driveway like a horse in lather, the air above the hood wavering from the heat. Midnight blue, 2 white racing stripes laid lengthwise across the top and right down the hood. Shep shifted, and the sun came across his right shoulder, striking the side of his face. He had a new scar, a twist of hard tissue beneath his ear. Shattered bottle, maybe, though Mike knew that it was something they'd never talk about. Shep still kept his hair short, a little longer than a buzz, the right length to avoid foster home head lice. He wore a V-necked undershirt, the St. Jerome pendant, rubbed faceless like an old coin, swaying on its thin silver chain. The muscles ridging the top of Shep's chest were as distinct as those that used to frame the bottom of Mike's a decade ago. Though Mike was still in good shape for his age, the contrast made it clear. He had softened. That slight overlap of Shep's front teeth, the familiarity, was comforting. It felt like home. But there were differences, too, beyond the purpled seam of scar tissue. The muscle of Shep's neck had hardened, grown sinewy with age, and his features looked more pronounced. They had a lean, hungry intensity that was almost wolfish. Regarding him across the threshold, Mike was all too aware of the missed years. Shep said, "Well?" Mike said, "You got any stuff?" "Nope." Kat's footsteps pattered on the tile behind Mike. Shep brushed past him and crouched, bringing his head level with hers. "The eyes," he said. "You're big," Kat said. And then to Mike, "He's big." "Kat, this is Shep." Her hand looked tiny, shaking his. Annabelle came around the corner, smoothing her shirt. Her posture firmed when she saw Shep. "Thanks for coming," she said. "The way Mike and I have been going, I need someone new to fight with." Shep looked at her blankly. "That was a joke," she said, "except for the thanks part." They moved into the kitchen. With a yawn, Annabelle tugged the omelet pan from the rack. She looked at it wearily, set it aside on the counter, then poured coffee for the adults and cereal for Kat. "Eat fast, monkey. We gotta get you to school." "I don't know that I want her going today," Mike said. "You think those guys are coming after me?" Kat's cheeks looked hollowed out, dark fingerprints beneath her eyes. They'd filled her in on what had happened, keeping the details as vague as they could get away with. She needed to know that dangerous men were focused on them. She didn't need to know that they'd crawled into her bedroom while she was sleeping. "No, honey," Mike said. "They want to mess with me. But you can't be too safe." Annabelle said, "The teachers are on alert. The playgrounds are fenced. They have 3 supervisors out there at all times, and frankly, it seems they're finding it easier to break into our—" She caught herself and shot Kat a quick look, but Kat was busy staring at Shep. It occurred to Mike, with some regret, that Kat had never met anyone like him. "Plus," Annabelle continued, "even sitters and relatives on the pickup list have to sign out the kids with ID. She's probably safer at school than she is here." "So it's not safe here?" Kat asked. Shep sipped his coffee and stared straight ahead, playing up his deafness. He could retreat like that when strategic or convenient. Mike would bring him up to speed when the time was right, and until then all this was none of his concern. "You are safe," Mike said. "We will keep you safe. Your mom's right. School's safe, too." Annabelle took Kat by the shoulders, steering her toward the hall. On her way out, Annabelle caught sight of her textbook, Experience and Education, on the phone table, and groaned. "I was supposed to write up a mock lesson plan for today. Dr. Skolnick's going to be annoyed with me." "We'll get things back on track," Mike said. Annabelle eyed Shep, still gazing blankly forward, taking his coffee one deliberate sip at a time. "Promise," she said. The telephone rang, and Mike crossed, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and picked up. A woman's voice said, "Michael Wingate?" "Yes." "My name is Dana Riverton," she said. "I knew your parents." Riverton hadn't given any more information or revealed why she wanted to meet. She'd said only that she'd rather handle their business in person. Mike had picked a cafe nearby, and they'd agreed to meet at noon. Shep would watch from the shadows and follow the woman home to get an address. Mike had asked Sheila to clear his schedule for the day, a directive that was met with passive-aggressive cheer. He'd called Hank, eager to find out who the hell had put the alert out on him and which law enforcement agencies didn't have him flagged. Hank was still grinding away, hitting walls everywhere he looked, the whole thing feeling more ominous by the hour. Waiting on several return calls, he swore up and down he'd phone back the minute something broke. Before hanging up, Mike had told him to also see what he could find out about a Dana Riverton. The few hours since then Mike had spent filling in Shep, who'd listened intently, interrupting here and there to ask highly specific questions that Mike couldn't always answer. "These guys have any jailhouse ink? Did Dodge square up on you like a boxer or a street fighter? Who's the senior detective, Markovich or Elsie?" Then he and Shep had walked the property, spending extra time at Kat's window. "You need a sturdy check rail with the sash lock, or you can slide in a flexible form hook and pop the latch. See the scratch marks here? They ain't from a chicken." Now they sat in the family room, Shep ready at last to weigh in on the big picture. "Your locks suck," he said. "That Schleg in the laundry room, you could get through with a wet noodle. We'll change the ones that need changing after we handle this Riverton broad. The side gates need padlocks. I have a friend who trains attack Rottweilers in Fort Lauderdale. I can have one out in 2 days." An attack Rottweiler? But what about Cat? "I'm thinking of Cat. That's why we need an attack Rottweiler. You can keep him out back." "How will we—" "I'll handle him." Shep pulled 2 sleek black cell phones from his pocket and set one on the coffee table in front of Mike. "These are only for us. Don't use it for anything else. Let me repeat that. Don't use it for anything else. Each is programmed with the other's number." "Can I give Annabelle your number? In case—" "Her and no one else. Keep this phone with you at all times. Text me if possible. I don't like talking." Mike knew that the issue for Shep wasn't talking, but hearing. On the facing sofa, Mike leaned back, picked at his shoe. It was 10:45, his apprehension growing the closer he got to that meeting with Dana Riverton. First Dodge and William, then all of a sudden she shows up. Pretty big coincidence. Her claim that she'd known his parents had to be a manipulation. He despised himself for wondering, hoping that maybe it was something else. Refocusing, he plucked the bat phone from the coffee table and slid it into a pocket. Shep leaned forward, the pendant dangling, and laced his rough hands together. The first lull since he'd arrived. Another awkward minute crept by, and Mike asked, "What have you been doing?" Shep shrugged. "Cracking jobs, mostly, still. A lot of cash floating around Reno, 'cause, the gambling. I did a bank once, but no guns. Went through a back wall at night, covered the sound with a fake street crew jackhammering the curb out front." He shook his head. "But that was a one-time thing." "I bet you're something to watch now," Mike said. "Going at a safe?" "You wouldn't believe your eyes." Shep leaned back, stretched his arm across the top of the couch. Mike thought of the others. Charlie Dobronsky, serving a life sentence for armed robbery. Tony Moreno, overdosed on black tar in a truck stop bathroom. All those wrong turns, all those dead ends. And here was Mike Wingate of the Ford F-450 and the land development deal with his pure-of-heart wife and bright daughter. He'd been lucky as hell. Until now. Mike said, "What next?" "Go get me your cell phone. Your real one, I mean." When Mike retrieved his phone, Shep clicked around, then held up the screen. The highlighted entry read, "A's cell." "This the one they have?" "Yeah, that's hers." Shep hit speaker and dialed. Straight to voicemail. "Hi, it's Annabelle. I'm probably digging around for my phone in that tiny—" Shep hung up. Heat crept into Mike's face. The notion that they had even her recorded voice in their possession made him angry. He pictured her cell phone in William's sweaty hand, in Dodge's oversized pocket, riding on the dash of that dingy white van. "Tell her not to report her phone missing," Shep said. "We want to keep it active." "Why?" Mike asked. He was punching buttons, so Mike crossed and looked over his shoulder. He'd typed a text message. "What do you want?" He looked at Mike. Mike nodded. Shep clicked send, pulled out a pad and jotted down the time. He set the cell on the glass surface of the table. "They're only turning on her phone at intervals," he said. "Harder to track." "Impossible?" Mike asked. "Harder." They sat. Shep, never one for small talk on a job, stared straight ahead. Mike did his best not to fiddle with his hands. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Pretty soon they'd have to start thinking about heading out to that cafe. Mike checked his watch, cleared his throat, about to suggest they get moving. The clatter of the cell phone against the glass made his breath catch in his chest. It was loud enough for him to feel in his teeth, but Shep barely blinked. Mike leaned over and picked it up, his hands shaking slightly as he read the new text. "You really got no idea, do you?" A chill did a slow crawl up Mike's back. He started to say something, but Shep ticked his finger once to silence him. Shep checked his watch, jotted down the time, then pointed at the phone. Mike keyed in, "No." He set the phone back on the table and leaned back. Both men stared at it for what seemed a very long time, Mike bracing for the ring this time. The anticipation only made him start worse when it finally did sound. He pried open the cell. His hands were trembling even more, but he no longer cared what Shep might think. The message stilled them instantly. It seemed his whole body, his heart, was frozen in a moment of suspended alarm. Just wait. Chapter 23. Driving through his neighborhood, Mike was struck by its suburban genericness. This was not Hollywood of the palm trees and starred sidewalks, Venice Beach of the hippie conspiracists and incense burners, Beverly Hills of the Sunday Bentley and $9 cupcake. Lost Hills was built, block after block, of ranch-style family homes, a community of gleaming mailboxes and bright yellow play structures. It was for folks who craved Southern California's endless summer, who could not afford Malibu real estate but wanted to live a short drive from the Pacific, who didn't need the paparazzi glare of Los Angeles, but enjoyed the bright light glow from a distance. Neighborhood watch signs, hammered into every 3rd Street corner and front lawn, served as amulets against shadowy men with sinister hats and white slits for eyes. Bad things weren't supposed to happen here. He could not see Shep anywhere on the road, impressive given the Mustang's conspicuousness. He got to the cafe 5 minutes early and took an outside table as planned. Sipping an orange juice, he waited, his nerves frayed. 2 women in their 50s dressed like they were in their 20s sashayed in, rat dogs peeping from their handbags. A well-dressed man carried on a domestic dispute through a Bluetooth earpiece. Glancing around the parking lot and surrounding buildings, Mike looked for some sign of Shep, but still nothing. He turned at the clop of her heels. A middle-aged woman approached, clutching a tatty leather briefcase and wearing a short-sleeved silk blouse and a bark-colored skirt. Librarian's spectacles with a beaded chain offset a soft, jowly face. Frizzy brown hair spilled to her shoulders. Her big arms had once held muscle. Whatever Mike was expecting, it was not her. "Michael?" "Mike's fine." She sat. "I'll cut right to it, as I imagine you're fairly eager after all these years to know what this is about." Her curt, businesslike manner was something you'd encounter at a customer service desk. "I think you may have me confused with someone else," Mike said. "Your father passed a few years ago. John Trenley." Hearing the first name, he felt a flare of excitement. But Trenley? It meant nothing to him. "Your mother's been gone about a decade now." That didn't square with the blood on his father's sleeve. But then again, with everything going on, he didn't know what he knew anymore. Riverton unsnapped a briefcase and laid it open. "Danielle." Mike could see only the raised lid and the hinges of the briefcase. His mind raced, but he kept his mouth pressed closed. "Danielle. My mother was named Danielle. I was appointed the executor of their estate." She smiled self-effacingly. "I'm a paralegal. I lived next door to you, was close to your parents. I remember when your mother brought you home from the hospital. I was 11. I fed you a bottle once." Mike's throat was dry. "Your maiden name?" he asked. "Gage." The name sailed through 3 decades to strike a chord, setting his insides on vibration. The Gages next door. Mint green trim on a white house, where the Doberman had bitten the Sears repairman. He kept his face impassive, though she was still rustling through her paperwork and not looking at him. He reminded himself that this had to be another play in the scheme they were running on him. Even so, the temptation to respond, inquire, react burned in him like a calm rage. "There's some money, a good amount of money, that's due you, and obviously an explanation of epic proportion. But I need to ascertain that you are who I think you are." And there it was. Her arms wobbling, Riverton withdrew a file from her briefcase, Michael Trenley written across the red tab. A few photographs fell free, crisp real estate shots of a house. "Oh, sorry. We had to put the house up, of course. It sold last year, but I can still take you by once we handle the logistics." He tried to still his hand, but it reached of its own accord and plucked up the top photo. The steps were wider than he recalled, and the roof lower, but it tripped a memory. His childhood house. The first concrete evidence of his past life. He felt the blood leave his face, but fortunately she was still digging through papers, focused on them. He struggled to show minimal interest, to choke back the horde of questions crowding his throat. He dropped the photo casually on the cafe table as Riverton perused the folder. The waiter came by. "Hi, take your order?" And Mike said, "Give us a minute, please." He waited until the man had retreated, then said, "I'm confused. Why do you think I'm related to these people?" "Well, you'll see it was pretty obvious." Riverton laid the file open. A newspaper photograph of Mike from the PR shoot with the governor, the same one that the Los Angeles Times had run, but the headline showed that this one had been clipped from the Oregonian. And she slid out from under it a grainy Kodak from the 70s. Mike's father, as a young man. Their faces were remarkably similar, right down to the pronounced Cupid's bow of the upper lip. The family resemblance was strong, if not undeniable. The reality hit him, twisting his gut. The newspaper picture of him had shone like a flare on the horizon. It was how they, whoever they were, had picked up his trail after all these years. It wasn't the greenhouses that weren't green that had led those men to his door. It was his decision to swallow the truth, to play party to the fraud, to put his arm around the governor's shoulders and smile for the cameras. Guilt seethed. Had he listened to Annabelle and his own best instincts, this whole threat would have been avoided. The woman studied him for a moment, then continued. "When your father was in the hospital at the end, he confessed to abandoning you when you were 4. He explained why he had to. That is your story, right? Abandoned at age 4? Because if it's not..." She closed up the file and put it away. Mike just looked at her, his jaw tensed, debating whether it was worth it to spill. That red-tabbed file was sitting there just out of reach, tucked into her well-worn briefcase, temptation incarnate. Could she really be the estate executor? Was she trustworthy? "Look." She grasped his forearm across the table. "I understand the pain you've suffered over this. I mean, the loss, waiting for a parent, searching for them your whole life, just wanting to know. I can only imagine. I have the answers for you. Your parents' estate is waiting for you. I only need to confirm the story of where you came from." His breath quickened, her words working on him. Shep was out there watching, but right now it felt as though it were only the two of them, Mike Doe and Dana Riverton, alone in the world. He wrestled himself back to calmness. He would not ask questions. He would not appear curious. He would let Shep follow her home and get an address, and they would proceed slowly and with caution. He looked down, and she withdrew her hand swiftly and put it in her lap. But not before he saw, beneath the makeup foundation she'd pancaked on, the tiny jail tattoo on her thumb webbing. A tombstone with a number 7 on it, the number of years she'd spent inside. On the edge of his finger was a small flesh-colored streak where her foundation had rubbed off. His heart racing, he cupped his hands so she wouldn't see. "I'm afraid you have the wrong person." He rose, dropped a 10 on the table, and walked away. Chapter 24. "Don't you need, camo sheets?" "No." "Dad, doesn't he look funny in there? I mean, with my pink sheets?" "Shep's fine, honey." "You knew Dad when he was a kid?" "Yup." "I thought no one knew him as a kid. I thought maybe he never was a kid. What was he like?" "Opinionated." "Did he drink? Like beer and stuff?" "Sometimes." "Did he smoke?" "He tried." "Dad smoked?" "Not really, honey. I didn't always act." "Did he have girlfriends?" "Dozens." "Really?" "No." Mike smirked and headed down the hall to get ready for bed, leaving Kat and Shep. Kat cocked her head, eyeing Shep as if readying to paint his portrait. He looked ridiculous crammed into her bed. "So why are you here?" "I owe your dad." "You do? For what?" "He saved my life." "Like, pulled you out of a burning car?" "There are different ways you can save someone's life." "Like how?" Shep blinked a few times wearily. "Ms. C says there are no stupid questions."
"Ms. C is wrong,"
Shep said. "Let him sleep," Annabelle, passing in the hall, called out. Kat waited for her mom's footsteps to fade. "Like how?" she repeated.
"He expected more out of me than I expected out of myself."
"So you owe him forever?" Shep laid back and stared at the ceiling. "I can do long division, you know."
"Is that so?"
"And name the constellations, and the planets in order. Except Pluto, which isn't a planet anymore. How sad is that? One day you're a planet, the next, oh, well, sorry."
"Pretty sad."
Shep lifted his shirt, pulled a Colt 45 from the waist of his jeans, and rested it on his chest. "Wow. Just, wow. Can I touch it?"
"Sure."
She crossed tentatively, reached out a finger, and poked the steel barrel. "Kat, we need you in bed with us now. I've got practicum tomorrow, which I'm already flunking, and if—" Annabelle wheeled around the corner, Kat looking up at her, finger extended, red-faced. Annabelle's own face tightened. "Please don't let her handle that." Shep said,
"Okay."
Annabelle pointed. Kat marched. Annabelle followed. The master door closed, firmly. Raised voices hummed through the walls. A few minutes later, Mike was in the doorway, forearm across the jamb. "Nice dust ruffle. Matches your personality." Mike came in, sat. Shep moved up against the headboard, laid the Colt across his lap. He nodded at the window.
"Don't worry. You can sleep tonight."
"I know." Mike took a deep breath, gestured through the wall at their bedroom, then at the pistol. "Sorry about that. It's been a rough couple days. We've never dealt with something like this."
"She hasn't, you mean?"
Mike moistened his lips. "You don't like her," he said. "Annabelle."
"I didn't say that."
"Technically."
"She loves you,"
Shep said.
"That's all I need to know."
Mike looked at his feet. Shep stared at the seam where wall met ceiling. "Look," Mike finally said, "how things were left. I never—" Shep waved a hand.
"The past don't interest me. You need me now. So here I am."
"I didn't know how to handle things," Mike said. "How to reconcile." He sensed Shep's disinterest and trailed off.
"You've come a long way,"
Shep said. "And not so far, too." The stymied conversation left Mike feeling like he wanted to say something more, but he didn't know what. "We did some good work today." And they had. Shep had followed Dana Riverton back to an apartment in Northridge. From across the street, he'd watched her enter a second-floor place. He'd found an elderly neighbor out walking her schnauzer who'd told him that no Dana Riverton lived in the complex. Mike had left the address, as well as the other bits of information or misinformation on Hank's old-fashioned answering machine at the office. In the afternoon, Shep had applied his focus and Mike's tools to the house, getting the lock secure as only a safecracker could ensure. Shep looked relieved at the turning conversation. Back to logistics. Safer ground.
"Tomorrow," he said, "I'm gonna go see about tracking that cell phone signal."
How?
"I called a guy who knew a guy."
Long shot?
"Yep."
Shep tugged back on the pistol's slide and the round reared up its brass head. He released it again, put it back on his chest. They were, it seemed, out of things to talk about. For once, Shep broke the silence.
"She's a live wire, Cat."
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
"What's it like, being a parent?"
The question, a bit vague for Shep, caught Mike off guard.
"Besides the obvious stuff,"
Shep added. "They're yours," Mike said. "All yours. And then you're letting them go for the rest of your life. You move them out of your bed. They walk on their own, don't want to be held the same. You stop cutting their food for them. They go off to school. Pretty soon some jackass in a car'll be out front wanting to take her to a concert." Shep said,
"We were once that jackass."
"Let's hope she does better than that."
"No shit, huh?"
Shep scratched his cheek with the pistol barrel.
"I guess if you do your job well," he said, "you get to let go of her again."
All the smart stuff Shep ever said came packaged like that, wisdom smuggled in simplicity. Gratitude welled in Mike, and he realized just how much he'd missed him. Again he found himself searching for words. All this. His gesture encompassed the room, the house, his family. "I got because of what you taught me." He looked around, his words echoing in his head. All this. And he realized with chagrin that it may have seemed as though he were bragging. A big shot. On one level, logistics, security, shorthand, he and Shep had fallen right back into sync, but at the same time a part of Mike couldn't seem to get comfortable. Shep said,
"I didn't teach you shit."
Stamina. Mike couldn't bring himself just now to list loyalty. Shep's eyes pulled to a photo on the bookshelf. Cat at 3, hair in her eyes, blowing bubbles.
"Nah, you were always smart enough to know there's more than that."
But we needed it. Stamina. Shep said,
"That's because we didn't have anything else."
He closed his eyes, though Mike knew he was just resting, not asleep. After a time, Mike rose quietly and headed back to his family. 2 sleepless hours later, Annabelle stood at the refrigerator getting water from the door dispenser, one thumb hooked inside the cup to sense in the darkness when it was full. Turning, she froze at a man's shape in the living room doorway. Her hand went white around the glass. "Shep?" The word came out strangled.
"Yeah."
She shuddered.
"You scared me. Didn't mean to."
They stood there, 2 faceless silhouettes.
"You don't want me here,"
he said. She wet her lips.
"Yeah,
but I'm generally wrong half the time, so don't pay me any mind." She cocked her head slightly and seemed to consider him, up and alert at her footsteps, keeping watch. "You know what? I don't know what I want right now. This has been so horrifying. And you're here, aren't you? In it with us."
"Sorry."
He shifted on his feet, a rare show of discomfort. Her face softened. His politeness, his out-of-placeness seemed to tug at her. "You and I have had our differences, but I want you to know that I'm grateful to you for coming." Shep said,
"Okay."
"And it means the world to Mike.
I'm worried about him.
He's been really angry. I've never seen him like this."
"You don't worry about Mike when he's mad,"
Shep said.
"You worry about him when he's quiet."
Chapter 25. There's someone new at the house. Good. Movement. Boss man on the phone was even more abbreviated than in person. He showed up in a Shelby Mustang, the 67, a beaut, William said. It's got that wide grill. Makes her look like she's scowling at you. He sank to the bed, freeing a cloud of dust from the threadbare blanket. Hanley sat opposite, a mirror image, their knees nearly touching. The motel room's lights were off, but the blinking 5 adult channels sign outside threw a neon glow through the curtains, lighting up patches of their faces, their bodies, the dreary furnishings. Dodge was on the floor by the bathroom, his back to the wall, flipping through one of his comics, some violent tale featuring a guy with gesture tattoos on either shoulder. The bathroom door was slivered open behind him, a fall of light laid across the open pages. The stink of mildew hung in the air. "When did he get there?" Boss Man asked. "We picked up on him this afternoon, but he may have come in earlier." "He's formidable," Boss Man said. "Yes." "We'll see about that. How'd it go with our estate executor?" "Wingate didn't bite." "I figured. We need confirmation on this soon, before it gets out of hand." William could hear the whistle of his breathing through his nose. "What's he doing?" Boss Man continued. "This new fella." "Switching logs, checking the fences. Looks like they're waiting." "For what?" "Us." Boss Man said, "Name." "A request, not a question." "Don't have one yet," William said. "We ran the plates this afternoon. Came back fake." "How about that?" "But Hanley went back and pulled the VIN off the dashboard, so we can check on that tomorrow." William nodded reassuringly at his brother. "He's been doing good work on this, Hanley. Helping us achieve the mission directive." "What's the VIN?" William told him the number. "I'm not waiting until tomorrow. I'll have someone handle it now." Click. William said to the dead line, "Okay. I'll be sure to do that, sir." He clicked the cell shut and said to Hanley, "He says you're doing good." "He did? What did he say?" "That you're doing good." Dodge made a noise. William figured him for amused, though whether by the comic book or the conversation he didn't know. He and Dodge got on so well because they never tried to figure each other out. William's talents were a complement to Dodge's, mouth and muscle, 2 interlocking pieces that formed a perfect whole. When Dodge was serving a nickel in Pelican Bay on a battery assault beef, he'd sailed with William's uncle. "When Dodge bumps you," Uncle Len had said, "it's like you're 8 years old and he's a Buick." Uncle Len had been impressed, and that was saying something. He was the one who had started it all, who had introduced William to his distinct philosophy of brutality. Even on his deathbed in the prison infirmary, Uncle Len had held to his code and passed on his obligations. "Burls see to their commitments," he'd told William on visiting day. "But I'm leaving a piece of unfinished business. Only thing I didn't get done." He'd hacked a few times and spit green into a bedpan. "One job. The job." William's only birthright, aside from cerebral palsy and Uncle Len's shattered pocket watch, had been to complete the task. Dodge had gotten out a year later, around the time William's osteoporosis had kicked in, his increasing fragility threatening to sideline him. With mounting medical bills, William couldn't afford to be sidelined. A team-up was in order. When he'd brought Dodge onto Boss Man's payroll, Dodge was happy for the work. He'd appeared at the clapboard house William and Hanley had moved into after their grandmother passed, and taken up on a mattress in the cellar, where he read his graphic novels and meditated in thunderous silence. He had a sick mom in a home somewhere, or maybe an aunt who'd raised him, and all his cash went to that. Dodge wasn't about the money, though. He was about the work. William suspected he wouldn't know how to spend $100 at one time unless he was buying implements. Him and that ball peen. He liked the hammer because he could work for a long time and keep someone conscious. It seemed a good fit for his patience, his deliberateness. William always figured you could read a man by his choice of weapon. Rash, sharp, and to the point, Hanley preferred a knife. As for William, the only weapons he used these days were his words. The Morse code flicker of the motel neon was starting to get to him. William leaned over and used a knuckle to work the stiff muscle of his left thigh. If his legs stiffened too much, they'd scissor when he lay down. The pain was so exquisite they even had a name for it. High tone, like the record company. He'd learned to live with pain from a young age. Maybe that's why he was such an expert in its application. He'd walked on his knees at first, until a staph infection over one cap forced him upright. By 4, he'd figured out a gait that didn't require braces. His first memory was shuffling down the shag-carpeted hall, Hanley doing an infant crawl at his side so he could lean into him when he got wobbly. Despite William's test scores, his kindergarten teacher thought he was retarded because of his loose articulation. During his second hospital stay for pneumonia, his nurse had gotten him speech therapy to help pass the endless bedridden hours. Even as a 7-year-old, he'd known he would be grateful to her for the rest of his life. He spent his time reading dime novels about soldiers and war heroes, fetishizing a military that would never have him. He loved the muscular heroics and daring-do, G.I. Joes charging into the fray, strong of back and square of jaw, their ramrod postures unbending in the face of fair-haired Krauts, underhanded Japs, or jungle gooks. When William was discharged, he learned that his parents had moved into a 4th-floor apartment in a complex with no elevator. It didn't take him long to wind up in a boys' home, Hanley following shortly after in solidarity. William clutched the sheet as a wave of spasticity rippled over him like a prolonged sneeze. The toughest part about cerebral palsy was its unpredictability. Some nights he'd go to bed tight and wake up feeling athlete-strong. Other times he'd be sailing through weeks without symptoms and drop off the cliff, a period of exacerbation coming on fast and hard without warning. Like right now. "Dodge." His voice box felt locked down. "Can you give me a minute alone?" Dodge stood and walked out. His footsteps clopped down the outdoor hall, and then a door opened and closed. William flopped back on the mattress, stared at the ceiling, and emitted a low-throated groan. Hanley said, "What do you need?" "The baclofen. It's in my bag." William tilted his head forward when his brother approached and popped the muscle relaxant dry. It tasted bitter as sin, but it gave him no bad side effects like the Dilantin he took to prevent seizures, which made his eyes jerk like a funhouse effect. He held on as another spasm worked its way through his lower back and legs, and then he dug a thumb into the knot in his left calf, working it. "Okay," he told himself. "Okay." Hanley's forehead furrowed, deep lines between the brows, just like William's. He grabbed William's ankle-foot orthosis from the bag and tossed it onto the bed. The flesh-colored plastic brace, with its foot-like base and high shin strap, looked anachronistic, something out of the polio scare 50s. During bouts, William wore it at night to stretch his left Achilles tendon. William stared at it with enmity. Hanley said, "Need help with your pants?" "No," William said bitterly. Hanley nodded and headed for the door. When he got there, William said, quietly, "Yes." Hanley came back, helped William out of his clothes, and got the orthosis strapped on. William said, "Put the phone near. Boss man's calling back." Hanley set the phone on the mattress beside William, then pulled the sheets over him and turned out the light. William listened to his brother walk into the room next door. He heard the shower start, the pipes humming in the wall. He felt a cramp start in the arch of his left foot, but his back was too tight for him to lean forward and fight the orthosis off. The tightness spread until he was corkscrewed in the sheets, his back arched so only his shoulder blades and right hip were touching the mattress. Sweat dotted his face. He waited, prayed, waited. Finally, the shower turned off. Using all the strength he could muster, he dragged a fist through the sheets and banged on a wall above his headboard. His eyes squeezed shut. He heard Hanley knocking around his room, tugging on clothes, then the sound of running, and finally, Hanley barged through the door. His little brother rushed over, tugged off the sheets, and pulled William's limbs this way and that, stretching out the cramps, massaging away gnarls. William grimaced and grunted, releasing the pain with short bursts of breath. Hanley drew a bath, poured in Epsom salts, and carried William over, naked as a baby. He settled into the steaming water with a cry of relief. And then he was floating, weightless, the muscles letting go. In water he was just like everyone else. Hanley sat on the toilet, flicking dirt from under his nails with their father's folding lockback hunting knife, the one thing he'd left to either of them. William said, "I wonder sometimes if this isn't heaven. And then I remember, it's just how everyone else feels all the time." The bed sheets muffled the cell phone's ring in the other room. "Fetch it for me," William said. Hanley retrieved the phone, and William flipped it open, warm water sloshing around his neck and shoulders. "Yes, sir." The Mustang's registered to a Shepherd White. He was in a foster home in the San Fernando Valley from late 1981 to 1993. Another boy lived there during that time named Mike Doe. Doe popped up in the system as a 4-year-old with little memory and no records, abandoned by his father. Guess when? William said, "October 1980. He's our missing person." In the excited silence, William could sense, after all these years, what this meant to Boss Man. The job. But it didn't take him long to get down to business. "Hanley goes point on this. The family knows your face and Dodge's. You two can play janitor afterward." He hung up. William shut the phone, set it on the edge of the tub, and settled back into the warmth, inhaling the saline vapor from the Epsom bath. His muscles felt relaxed, limber, ready. Hanley was leaning forward, eyes bulging with excitement. "Well?" William said, "We're greenlit." Chapter 26.
"Dana Riverton's a fake name, all right,"
Hank said, his old man voice sounding scratchier over the phone.
"The lease agreement on the apartment was signed by a Kiki Dupleshney."
"That's her real name?" The sharpness in Mike's voice caused Sheila to glance up from her desk across the office.
"Implausibly, yes. She's got your typical con artist rap sheet. Pigeon drops, mail-order nudie stuff, a phony city inspector routine targeting nest eggers for home repairs. She doesn't run a regular team. Looks to be a gun for hire."
"Let's go talk to her about her recent employer."
"She cleared out last night. Manager said she was on a week-to-week. Waiting to time a meeting with you, I'm thinking."
10 minutes prior, Shep had texted Mike from downtown saying that his contact couldn't get anywhere tracking Annabelle's stolen cell phone. William and Dodge either had dumped it or were keeping it mostly turned off, so there was nothing anyone could do. Mike's frustration had hit a high water mark, but now it looked like it had plenty more room to rise. "So she's gone?" Mike asked.
"Into the ether. We'll have to wait for her to rear her head. Good news is, we know she uses her real name now and again."
Mike glanced down at the fat telephone directory spread on his desk. For the hell of it, he'd flipped through the white pages and circled a few names. 37 Gages, 4 Trenleys, none with first initial J or D. "How about Gage?" he asked. "A Gage family lived next door when I was a kid. I know she didn't make that up."
"Yeah, but we need a first name, and I'm guessing she invented the Dana. I checked anyway, and I'm getting no Dana Gages who fit our demographics. And when we start looking at Gages, no first name, without specifying region, well, you can imagine what those numbers look like."
"As bad as John and Mama." Mike asked, "You get anything on John and Danielle Trenley?"
"Nothing helpful," Hank said. "There are a handful of John Trenleys, but race and age rule them out. The only Danielle Trenley the database turned up is a teenager in South Carolina."
Mike thumped a fist down on the phone book, the sound echoing through the office, causing heads to swivel. Mike did everything he could to keep his voice low. "How about the law enforcement alert?"
"I'm making some headway. Emphasis on some. I got to a desk officer at Sheriff's Headquarters Bureau. I guess because they oversee Lost Hills, your hometown, the stations were put on alert. Thus the warm reception you got from Elsie and Markovich. There's a standing request for any deputy who comes into contact with you to obtain biographical details from your childhood."
Mike realized he'd stopped breathing. So William and Dodge had baited him into going to the sheriff's station, where Elsie and Markovich had been instructed to hammer him on his past. But were the 4 of them working in concert?
It seemed a stretch that a law enforcement agency would use muscle like William and Dodge to intimidate a family. "And report back where?" Mike asked. "Who put the alert out on me? Which agency?" "I still don't have an answer. It seems there's a weird routing request." "What does that mean, routing request?" "What it sounds like, son. Take a breath. We're working around some clearance issues here, and a misstep could draw the wrong attention and shut us down. Catch more bees with honey and all that. Plus, I'm trying to see if LAPD or anyone else is looped in on it, too. These things take time." Mike signed off, pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes, and ground at them. His nerves were frayed. Another restless night, another 5 a.m. wake-up augmented the whole day long with coffee. He'd been running on caffeine and adrenaline for too long now, and he felt his mood getting wobbly. Sensing his workers' eyes on him, he rose and headed out to the weed-scraggly front lot. He climbed into his truck, turned on the radio, scrolled through a few commercials and shitty songs, and smacked it off angrily. He gripped the wheel hard and took a few deep breaths. His cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He hoped it was Shep with an update on something. The words blinking on the screen of his cell sent a wash of coldness over him. A's cell. He clicked accept. The screen pulsed, then went live with a video feed. Through his shock, it took a moment for Mike to recognize the cracked asphalt, the laughing children, the wooden benches. The playground at Lost Hills Elementary. His heart felt like a pulsing fist in the base of his throat. The image tilted jerkily up. There Cat was, jumping rope. Mike's mouth was moving, sounds coming out. A hulking figure stepped out from the cover of a jungle gym behind her, his features lost in the glare of the midday sun. The man moved closer. Dodge. Mike's foot dropped like a weight onto the accelerator, his tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. Dodge headed for Cat briskly. She continued to play, oblivious. Mike was shouting at the phone, crushing it in his hand, juggling it against the wheel so he could steer and watch at the same time. Dodge was 5 feet away and closing fast from behind. Cat was giggling, counting as she skipped, the rope tracing a rainbow arc overhead. Mike screeched out of the lot, swiping the gate, throwing up rooster tails of dirt and rock. Dodge came up on top of her, barely brushing her with a hip, knocking her to the ground. Mike bellowed. The screen went black. Chapter 27. He remembered calling 911 and shouting for the cops to get to Lost Hills Elementary, though his office was 7 blocks away and he knew he'd get there first. He remembered reaching the school's phone system 2, 3 times and bellowing at the electronic voice reciting endless options. He remembered calling Annabelle's cell instinctively. When the voicemail kicked on, "Hi, it's Annabelle. I'm probably digging around for—" He recalled that they had just contacted him from the very phone he was calling, and, cursing his stupidity and horn blaring through a red light, he dialed home. Voicemail there, too. Annabelle wasn't back from practicum? At the beep, he heard himself saying, "They got her at her school. I called 911. I'm 3 blocks away now, too. God damn it, I knew we should have kept her out of school." He was furious with himself for letting Cat out of his sight, for listening to Annabelle, all that blind fear and rage seeking an outlet to blast out of him. He skidded into the school parking lot, narrowly missing a mom unloading a birthday cake from her trunk and Cat's first-grade teacher, who stared after him as he left the truck with 2 tires up on the curb. Door open, dinging behind him, he sprinted through the attendant's office. "Where's Catherine Wingate, my daughter? Where is my—" and through the side door onto the playground, leaving behind a panorama of startled faces. No kids. Recess was over. The multicolored jump rope lay on the asphalt, limp and snake-like. His shirt plastered to his body, he dashed over, spinning circles, shouting his daughter's name. He crashed to his knees over the jump rope, hard ground tearing his jeans, and lowered his head. Through the cacophony in his brain, he thought he heard her voice, high and pure. "Daddy?" And then again, "Daddy!" He turned. She was on a picnic bench at the edge of the quad, the nurse crouched before her, tending to a bloody knee. It couldn't be true. He was running to her, but he wouldn't believe it until he touched her. The nurse stood, startled, as he approached. "Hey, Dad,
Your knee's cut up, just like mine." He gripped Kat's arms, clutched her to him. "Ow, Dad! Dad! My knee! That hurts!" "How did this happen?" he said. "Kids skin their knees on playgrounds," the nurse replied dryly. "No, there was a grown man who knocked her over." "How did you see?" Kat asked. "He was huge. He just kept walking. Didn't say sorry or anything." "We're having some work done on the gymnasium," the nurse said. "I'm sure one of the workers accidentally—" Mike hurried Kat off the playground, through the stunned, silent front office, and around his crash-parked truck to the passenger door. Tires screeched as a vehicle barreled into them. Mike swept Kat behind him out of the way and met the lurching hood with a spread hand, Superman holding back a bullet train. The acrid scent of burning tire. The metal grill of a van, hot against his palm. 2 feet more, and he'd have been under the carriage. The color of the van, white, dawned slowly. With a slow-burning terror, Mike lifted his gaze to the windshield. William at the wheel, his pupils jittering, a slash of a grin breaking the sallow oval of his face. In the passenger seat, his eyes fixed on Mike, Dodge raised 2 forked fingers to his throat and jabbed them into the pale skin above his trachea. The engine revved, and Mike strong-armed Kat all the way up onto the curb. As the grill shoved forward, he rolled off the side, catching a glimpse of Dodge's face, staring out at him, expressionless. "Holy crap, Dad, that guy almost killed us!" Hidden behind his back, Kat hadn't registered who was driving. "Buckle in," he said. "We gotta go." "It's just a knee, Dad. I don't have to go home." "We're gonna take the day off, honey." "Is this more of what—" "I need you to trust me right now. I'll explain everything to you later." He sped out of the parking lot, dialing home. Voicemail. In the mirror, he watched Kat's expression as she worked through her worries and moved on to other matters. "So, today in class, Kyle Safransky wouldn't be quiet during reading group, and he kept talking, and finally Bayar was like, 'Shut up, Safartsky.'" Redial. Voicemail. Hearing Annabelle's calm tone on the recording, he was hit with a flood of remorse for venting about her decision on the previous message. "God damn it, I knew we should have kept her out of school." "I got her," he said into the phone. "She's okay. We're coming home." Like Safransky, but with fart. He scanned the road ahead, checked the mirrors, but the white van was long gone. "Yeah, I got that, honey." The image kept flashing in his mind. Dodge pressing 2 fingers into his neck, indenting the flesh, those shark eyes black and inscrutable. It was a prison sign, its meaning obvious. "You are marked." He adjusted the rear view, checked the oncoming traffic. He couldn't wait to get home, behind locked doors, calling in Shep, shoring up their defenses. Spilled her grape juice all over Sage's leg. Shouldn't she? He dug in the center console, reached back with the headphones. "Honey, do you want to watch a show?" Out of school early, and I get to watch Hannah Montana? She pulled the headphones on and settled back contentedly. His hands drummed the steering wheel at the stoplight. Finally, he was turning onto their street, pulling into their driveway. Annabelle's car was there in the garage. She must have just gotten home, was probably listening to his messages now. He waited for the garage door to close safely behind them, then turned to face Kat in the back seat. "You want to stay and watch till your show is over?" He didn't want her to get scared when he explained to Annabelle. "What?" He leaned over, lifted a headphone away from her ear, and asked again. She nodded and slipped back into a TV-induced haze. He stepped out into the garage, wiping his palms on the thighs of his jeans, working out how to tell Annabelle. The door from garage to kitchen swung open on well-greased hinges. He gulped in the scene at once, undigested. His wife's purse and satchel bag dumped on the kitchen counter beside the omelet pan. Way across on the family room hearth, a man crouched unaware, his bowed back facing Mike. A blood-streaked knife jittering in a fist at his side. A horrible wheezing from beyond. A pale feminine leg poking into view around the man's left haunch, a familiar tan sandal strapped to the foot. Annabelle, bleeding out on the family room floor. Chapter 28. Noises filtered through the shock. Annabelle wheezing. A ragged sound that seemed to come not from her mouth but directly from her body. The agitated murmur of the man's voice. "Shit, oh shit, Look what you made me do. The faintest creak of the doorknob clenched in Mike's frozen fist. And then smells. Dish soap, men's deodorant, cordite. Mike's 357 lay in view, nestled in the carpet by the fireplace rocks. The man, facing away, was rocking slightly, agitated, cursing. Still, Mike couldn't see Annabelle's head and upper torso. His angle was offset so he could make out only the faintest edge of the man's profile. The guy's cheek was raked open, fingernail gouges so deep they looked like claw marks. He was William, and not William. The features seemed too even, the musculature too formidable. His arm looked to have been nicked by a bullet, a pencil-thick groove of skin bored from the curve of his biceps where presumably Annabelle's shot had skimmed him. Bunched on the floor to the side of them was, surreally, a plastic drop-cloth. Mike's spinning brain couldn't yet attach meaning to it, couldn't fasten onto the ramifications. He remained motionless a half-step into the house, one hand still behind him on the doorknob, his hip a few inches off the kitchen counter, the handle of the omelet pan poking his forearm. The man fell to his knees, the jolt shuddering his shoulders, and Mike caught a glimpse of Annabelle's blanched face above his shoulder. Then the man shifted, and only her arm and hip were in view, her sleeveless shirt hiked up from her fall, bra strap misaligned. Ink gurgled from a slit in her left side, just below the ribs. You couldn't just listen and sit on the couch and wait for him to get here. At first it seemed the guy was whispering like a lover, but then Mike caught the tension, no, fear in his voice. The man reached forward, working the bra strap like a rosary, his skin wet and shiny, stress popping out of his pores. This is too messy, too messy. We were supposed to wait. I wasn't supposed to. What am I gonna tell? Eyes squeezed shut, he twisted his head back and forth, the child's vehement no. In total, maybe 3 seconds had passed. Surreally, the silence was split by a Muzak version of the Blue Danube. The man dug a shitty plastic phone from his pocket, the ringtone ceasing when he clicked to answer. Hello? His voice jarred Mike from his stunned suspension. Grabbing the protruding handle of the omelet pan, he closed the distance in 4 or 5 massive strides and tomahawked the disc of stainless steel at the man's head. The guy registered Mike's footsteps late, his head craning around to look over his shoulder, his eyes flying open a second before impact. He emitted a terrified noise like a whinny. Mike caught him at the corner of his jaw with all his force, the momentum twisting his head back around his neck the wrong way, the brutal sound like the snap of a stick wrapped in wet cotton amplified 10 times over. The guy toppled over, body hitting carpet as a single rigid piece, and giving off a deadweight vibration. Sobs flashed across Annabelle's face, downturned lips, then normal, a strobe light of pain. Her mouth came open, but there was no sound. Air moved through the hole in her side. Mike clamped both hands over the wound. She pawed at his shoulder, missing, and then hooked his neck. He leaned over, pressed his forehead to hers. Mike took her hand and firmed it over the wound. Hold this tight. To her side lay her attacker, his eyes turned to glass, one boot obscenely touching her calf. His shitty cell phone, an untraceable throwaway model, lay on the carpet where he'd dropped it. Mike pulled back, Annabelle's fingers trying weakly to hold him there, and snatched the phone off the floor, remembering only now that there had been a live call going. The connection had been severed, and he wondered who had... But then he was dialing 911, not giving a shit about alerts, which agency suspected him of what or how this would play, not giving a damn about anything except... An intruder stabbed her, bleeding everywhere. Get someone here. Our address is... Her fingers were loose over the hole, though the stream had stopped, and then he had his hands wet with blood to the wrists back on her, and... Annabelle rested a hand against his cheek. He was, he realized, choking back sobs, his breath seizing in his throat. With a groan, she tilted her head to take in the blood slick that had robbed the carpet of its texture. Oh, Jesus. This isn't gonna work. The words leaked out of her, breathy, hoarse. Her legs cycled against the floor, one sandal loose at the heel, the other kicked off. Where's Kat? Is she... She's fine, she's okay, I have her in the truck. I got your message. Sorry, I didn't listen and keep her home.
It's not your fault. Didn't mean what I said. Not your fault. Jesus, she'd listened to his message blaming her, the last words she'd heard before. Said he was a cop, she murmured. I thought he had news about Cat. Open to check his badge. None of that matters. You didn't do anything wrong. If he hadn't left the message, she wouldn't have been worried enough to open the door to someone who said he was... Where's my baby? The garage. She's in the garage. I don't want her to see. To remember me like... It's okay. You'll be okay. Don't talk like... Get her away from Olive. Leave with her now. Promise me. Don't worry. We'll get you to the hospital and... She grabbed his face in both hands, a burst of strength. Promise me. I promise. Her hands fell away from his face. She said, I'm scared. He was breathing hard, pressing uselessly. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. But I am scared. He stilled, looked at her, held that gaze, those eyes. I know, he said. She lay back, shuddered, and was motionless. Her lips were bluing already, or was it just a trick of the eye? His vision dotted. He reminded himself to breathe. Wrist, no pulse. Neck, no pulse. Chest, no pulse. His own heart seemed to halt in stunned sympathy. He heard a low, frustrated bellow from his own mouth, and then leaned over and vomited on the rug. No pulse. He squeezed her cheeks, her lips opening with a faint pop. Was it breathe, breathe, then push? Where the hell were the... The cheery three-note chime of the doorbell. He shoved himself up, sneakers losing their purchase on the bloody carpet, and sprinted around the corner to the entryway. Shards of glass gleamed on the floor tile. It took him a moment to piece them together as the empty vase that used to sit on the accent table. Ripped from the front door, the slide catch dangled from the end of the security chain. Both deadbolts remained unfastened. Annabelle must have opened to the length of the chain. No peephole, and the man had kicked in the door, knocking down the table. She'd fled into the house, turned, and gotten off a shot. And then he'd stabbed her. Flying over the glass, Mike reconstructed the event with one part of his brain while the rest hummed with senseless panic. No pulse. He flung open the front door. A man with thick black hair and stubble so dense it looked as if his skin changed shade around his mouth and cheeks. Average height, compact build crammed into a rumpled suit. Deep wrinkles split his forehead like cracks. In the midst of the nightmarish chaos, those wrinkles were something Mike could fasten onto. They said this was all real. The man wiggled the badge in front of Mike's nose. Rick Graham. You're not the ambulance. Where's the ambulance? Dispatch sent a request. I was the closest responder. Mike grabbed him, pulled him inside. Help her in here. Do you know CPR? Graham jogged back, keys jingling in his pants pocket. He came around the corner and drew up, grimacing at the dead man's head, twisted around on his neck at that impossible angle. Jesus, Marion. Mike steered him down to a knee. Here, she needs... As Graham checked her vitals, Mike glanced at the still cracked door to the garage. Cat, out there, plugged into her TV show. He could see the light of the screen flashing on the windshield. He had to get this on some kind of footing before she... I'm sorry. Graham stood, rubbing his hands together in what seemed a misplaced show of humility. A new network of lines knit that empathetic forehead. He was older than he'd appeared at first glance, maybe early 50s, with some gray threaded through his black hair and puckers at the edges of his lips. She's dead. She's not, Mike said. She's just got no pulse. Tears were gliding down his cheeks, but his breathing stayed smooth, not fitful, a statue draining through the eyes. If he didn't move, if he didn't breathe, it wouldn't be true. I'm sorry. You're in shock. The paramedics will be here any minute to take care of you. But right now, I need to know. The voice faded off in Mike's head, as if someone had lowered the volume. He looked down at Annabelle, his stomach clutching. Her skin had gone dusky, her fingertips mottled gray, tinged with mauve, like the edge of a bruise. The blood flow from the stab wound below her ribs had ceased, leaving a distinct black cigar burn hole.
Graham placed a hand on his elbow, shook him a little, and Mike heard his voice like a tinny echo. "Is anyone else here, sir? I need to know if anyone else is—"
"My daughter. She's—"
Graham said, "I'd better safe the house." It hadn't occurred to Mike that there might be other intruders. Nothing had occurred to him. Graham drew a Glock from his hip holster and moved cautiously down the hall out of view. Mike turned an agitated circle. His wife at his feet, his daughter in the garage, still mercifully unaware. He looked down at the blood smears marking his shirt, his hands, even the bulge of the dead man's cell phone he'd shoved into his pocket. Kat couldn't see this. She couldn't find out by seeing him painted with her mother's blood. He tore himself away from his wife's side. Pulling off his shirt, he staggered to the kitchen sink, blasted his hands with hot water, running it up his forearms, scrubbing at his jeans, dripping everywhere. The swirling water against the porcelain was tinged salmon pink. A gym shirt was balled up on the phone table by the oven. He pulled it on, thrust open the curtains over the sink, but still there was no ambulance. Something seemed wrong with the view, but his overtaxed brain couldn't lock onto what. It was the same view it had always been. Stretch of curb, row of cypresses, Martin's throwback porch. He glanced at the oven clock, realized that though an eternity had passed since he'd entered the house, less than 6 minutes had actually gone by. Rick Graham had arrived, with impossible speed. It struck him abruptly what was wrong with that stretch of road in front of their house. No vehicle at the curb. Why would Rick Graham have parked out of view? Down the hall, Mike heard a closet door thump open. He could have sworn that Graham was a cop. 12 years at Shady Lane had taught him to read that vibe, but the badge Graham had flashed, Mike couldn't recall which agency it belonged to. He was about to shout back to ask when a chill froze the question in his mouth. He reached down to his pocket, withdrew the disposable cell phone he'd taken off the body. Phone book empty. Outgoing calls wiped. There was one incoming call 7 minutes ago, the one the guy had answered. Mike pressed callback with his thumb, a rim of crimson showing beneath the tip of his nail. The ringing came through the cell phone's receiver, once, twice, and finally it was matched by a flat-toned version of the Blue Danube from deep in the house. Rick Graham's voice came in concert through the walls and in Mike's ear. "Hello?" Graham had gone back there not to safe the house, but to wipe out any witnesses. Mike looked longingly at the revolver lying beside Annabelle's waxy arm, but already Graham's footsteps were headed back down the hall toward him. Mike moved swiftly to the rear door, throwing it open hard enough that it banged against the side of the house. The distant sound of sirens rode the breeze. He retreated and hid behind the kitchen island, peeking out as Graham bolted into the family room, lowering from his ear a cell phone, a match for the throwaway Mike had just dialed from. The whiteness of Graham's fingers was momentarily shocking, until Mike realized that he'd donned latex gloves. In his right hand, Graham gripped not the service pistol he'd been holding when he'd stepped out of view, but what looked like a cheap .22. His right pant cuff was snagged in the top of his black dress sock, revealing the ankle holster from which he'd removed the untraceable throwdown gun. Graham stepped over the bodies and paused at the threshold to the kitchen, spotting the open back door. He cursed under his breath. The concern in his tone did not match the purposefulness with which he sighted on the open back door. "Mike? You okay?" Mike had not given his name. The sirens were getting louder. In the garage, the door to Mike's truck opened and closed, the noise faint beneath the rising wail of the sirens. Mike bit his lip, drawing blood, but it seemed Graham did not hear. In his crouch, Mike was closer to the garage, and he knew the vibrations of the house. He sensed Kat's approaching footsteps, and he readied himself to leap out, but then Graham swore again and dashed out into the backyard. Pressing redial, Mike left the phone open on the kitchen counter. He swung toward the door to the garage, catching it as it opened and pushing Kat gently off the step. "Come on, honey, back in the truck. We gotta go." He turned her, commanding her back into the dim light of the garage. "What?" "Listen to me, Kat. Get back in. We gotta go." She climbed in. "Daddy." She only called him that when she was scared. "You changed your shirt." Yeah, the other one got stained.
With what?
As he smacked the wall opener, sending the garage door shuddering up, he noticed a trail of blood curling from his pinky to his elbow. Light was streaming in, a veil lifting. He grabbed a rag from a shelf and turned away, scrubbing at his arm. Was he really leaving his wife's body alone? The image of her, still and cool as alabaster, nearly sent him sprinting back inside. He had to see her again. An echo of Annabelle, her dying request.
Leave. With her. Now. Promise me.
Kat peered out from the massive truck, her voice tremulous and thin.
Daddy? Daddy?
Hang on a sec, honey. Staggering backward to the driver's door, still swiping at his arm, he didn't recognize the timbre of his own voice. Be right there. Dropping the rag, he fell into the driver's seat. The key waited in the ignition, left there to keep the TV on, and he twisted it violently and reversed out, nearly skimming the roof against the opening door. He braked with a screech and peeled forward. The sirens were screaming now. Couldn't be more than a few blocks away. Hidden behind the row of cypresses at the property line was Graham's car. A dinged-up black Mercury Grand Marquis, just like the car that had followed him leaving the promenade. Mike skidded up beside it, grabbed his Leatherman from the glove box and hopped out, unfolding the longest blade from a compact tool. Crouching so Kat wouldn't see, he jammed the blade through the front tire, ripping forward. Hot air hissed across his knuckles. Faintly, from the backyard, piped the melody of the Blue Danube, growing louder. Stuffing the tool into his pocket, Mike rushed to check out the back license plate. Sure enough, preceding the numbers, an E with an octagon around it jumped out at him, the exempt mark carried by cop cars and G-rides. Beyond the cypresses, the side gate banged open, and Mike bolted before he could memorize the number. He jumped back into the truck and floored the accelerator before he got his door closed, that E sizzling on his brain like a brand. Rick Graham was a cop or an agent. He was involved in Annabelle's murder. He wanted to kill Mike and was willing to off an 8-year-old girl as well just to keep it clean. How many other officers were in on it with him? How deep did this thing go? And where could Mike take his daughter that would be safe? Kat's face bobbed up in the rearview mirror.
What did you just do?
Through the back window, he saw Graham jog out into the street and crouch by that front tire. He tugged off his gloves, took a few steps away from the curb, set his hands on his hips, and stared after Mike's truck. He was too far away from Mike to read his expression, but his posture showed equal parts amusement and exasperation. No pulse. I had to do something to that car. He turned the corner, and they passed an ambulance and a line of cop cars, lights flashing, the noise splitting the air, loud enough to make him cringe. His head jerked to keep the vehicles in sight, windows, side mirror, as they rocketed past. Kat sat rigid in the back seat, a departure from her usual loose-limbed flopping. Dread had turned her voice hoarse.
Where's Mom?
Again came the nightmare repetition, except this time it was not from his father's mouth, but his own. She's not here. He was trying to watch the road, trying to grip the wheel steadily, trying to keep himself from flying apart. It took everything he had, and still he was coming up short.
Daddy,
she said.
What's wrong with your voice? Daddy,
she said.
The light's green. Daddy,
she said.
Why are you breathing funny?
Chapter 29. Kat had retreated into a ball of fear and resentment in the back seat. He needed to get them somewhere private before he explained to her about her mother. At least, that's what he told himself. Maybe he was just at a comprehensive loss for how to break the news. While driving, he'd done his best to make his voice work and comfort Kat, but she was smart enough to take his generic reassurance as worse news, so finally he'd shut up, locking down his body to keep his grief from exploding out of him. He pulled into a gas station, a dark voice needling him. The last time I filled up my tank, I had a wife. Taking a few steps from the truck, he flipped open his phone to call Shep. There Annabelle was, in the screensaver picture. The photo he'd snapped of her in the kitchen the morning he'd found out about Green Valley. He remembered the warmth of the sun across his shoulders, how she'd rolled her lotioned hands in his.
What?
Your hair. Your eyes. The last quiet moment they'd shared before the PVC pipes, his decision to indulge the governor's lie by lying himself, the hell that choice had brought down on them. For the benefit of 40 families, think you can smile for a few cameras. That smile had cost him Annabelle. His thumb twitched, wanting to call her. Catching the instinct, and the blast of reality that came with it, was a fresh hell. It couldn't be real. He couldn't do it without her. Navigate through this threat. Parent. Live. He hauled his attention back to the 8-year-old waiting, needing him to take care of her. Shep. Game plan. He realized he had to use the sleek black bat phone, so he swapped them before dialing. Shep picked up on the first ring. My wife is dead. Saying it caused Mike's face to break. He turned away from the truck, did his best not to double over. Shep said,
What?
Mike glanced over his shoulder, but Kat was still buckled in, staring blankly into space. He forced the words out. She's dead. William and Dodge made a threat against Kat, and I took the bait. I went running to her and left Annabelle open. I left her alone.
Who?
A guy. William's brother or cousin. I killed him. The memory set Mike's teeth on edge. The vibrations sent from the man's skull through the omelet pan had left his arm throbbing, the kind of bone-deep ache you felt getting jammed by a fastball. The sound was inhuman. It was a construction site noise, the complaint of material yielding. He had taken a man's life. He had no remorse and would do it again unflinchingly, but the hard fact of it extinguished something in his chest. Shep had spoken.
How do you know he's related to William?
And it took Mike a long moment to retrieve the question. He thought of that grainy Kodak of his father at the age Mike was now, how Dana Riverton had laid it beside the newspaper photo that had announced Mike to whoever had been waiting for him to appear. Resemblance.
He planned to kill Annabelle.
She fought. The man's words played again in Mike's head. You couldn't just listen and sit on the couch and wait for him to get here. He planned to kill me, not her.
So why misdirect you to Kat?
So he could, I don't know, have time to set up in the house. So it would be quiet and no one would know. Maybe he wanted them there for leverage, to get me to talk.
About what?
I have no idea.
What happened after you killed him?
A cop showed up. Rick Graham. They were in on it together. Graham called to warn him I was coming. Mike explained about the incoming call and how he'd phoned back. Graham came in to kill me, I think, to clean up. I grabbed Kat and took off. So I'm probably wanted by the proper authorities now, too, because of how I left. I don't know who I can trust. Shep said,
Money.
I can't think about that right now. I haven't even told Kat yet. Later we can...
There won't be a later,
Shep said. Okay.
You have your gun?
No. That's the one Annabelle. Shep cut him off.
You need to turn off your cell phone. Not this one, but your original one. It's under your name, and they can track it if you leave it on too long.
Mike powered it down, glancing around. Vehicles flew by on the busy intersection. 2 underage kids smoked by the drive-through car wash. A woman left her VW Beetle at the gas pump behind him and waddled to the convenience store. Shep was talking.
And your truck?
My truck.
You've got sat-nav, right? That means they can track you down through your own GPS system. Get rid of it.
Discarding the truck seemed like losing a last essential part of himself. The passenger seat still retained Annabelle's settings. Slid forward toward the dash, slight recline, headrest low on its prongs. Crumbs from a power bar she'd eaten en route to the award ceremony were still caught in the leather seam. Right now? The gas pump clicked off, and Mike tugged it from the tank.
They've got to deal with a private company for the trace. It'll take them some time to pull a warrant. Money first. Go.
Shep hung up. Mike crouched in a private office at the bank, moving stacks of hundreds into a black vinyl bag the prim-mouthed bank manager had provided. Kat was waiting in the driver's seat in a front parking space, locked in, one hand at the ready on the horn. "Can we provide some other service, Mr. Wingate, to make you reconsider? This isn't about your service. It seems a shame, given your recent influx, to... Why can't I withdraw more? I think under the circumstances, our producing $300,000 cash on zero notice is rather impressive. With computerized banking, we don't stash as much cash in the vault as we used to. As I said, I'd be happy to arrange for a transfer of the balance to any..." A cautious knock on the door, and then an attractive woman in a crisp pantsuit opened the door a crack. "Excuse me, sir, you have a phone call." "You know very well, Jolene, that when the door to the back office is closed..." "I was told it's very important." A red light blinked on the telephone sitting on the corner desk. The manager stiffened. He nodded at Mike and turned for the desk. Mike threw the remaining bundles into the bag and walked briskly out.
"Daddy, why are we here? These people are scary."
"We're going to catch a ride out of here in a second, Cat."
"Are you going to tell me what's going on?"
Yes. Yes, I am. Soon. South of Devonshire in Chatsworth, the shortest distance to the shittiest neighborhood. Weeds rose through cracked sidewalks, vining their way through fallen chain link. Kicked-in front doors were spray-painted with blood reds and metallic greens. Immigration, with a Ghostbusters bend sinister through it. Gang symbols, the see-no-evil monkey with his 2 cronies. Clustered in doorways, meth heads vibrated, skeletal arms poking from puffy jackets, blackened fingers working toothless gums. Falling dusk gave the whole stretch of sordid real estate a haunted house vibe. Mike was horrified that he'd brought Kat here, but he was more horrified of what might happen to her if he allowed whoever was chasing them to catch up. The gleaming Ford crawled along, drawing stairs, a few people shouting at them, their words blurred to senselessness by the purr of the engine. A knock on the back window startled Kat into a shriek. A bony face loomed, caved cheeks and suppurating smile, the outside door handle clicking against the lock. Mike accelerated, the bony face falling away, and turned the corner. An elderly man backed an ancient Volvo out of a driveway, and Mike pulled tight behind him, blocking him in. The man climbed out indignantly to meet him, scraggles of gray hair fringing the drooping line of his jaw.
"Boy, don't you think you can intimidate me? I've been living here since before your daddy's..."
Mike held up $300 bills. "This is for you to wait for us. 2 minutes. We'll come back. I'll pay you double this to give us a ride."
"I was born at night, boy, but not last night. You want more than a ride for that money."
Mike stuffed the money into the man's wrinkled hand. "Just a ride." He drove back to the worst run of meth houses, stopped in the middle of the street and climbed out, leaving the driver's door open and the engine running. Slinging the bank bag over a shoulder, he scooped up Kat from the back seat as he used to when she was an infant. Terrified, she buried her face in his neck. He jogged with her, her breath steaming against his throat. Reaching the quiet intersection, he looked back. Stick figures circled the pickup, flickering past the bright beams, heads cocked. It would only be a matter of time. And Dodge, or William, or Graham could spend the night running down a junky joyride while Mike got Kat somewhere safe. He turned and jogged to where the elderly man stood waiting. He and Kat cut across Jimmy's ragged front lawn, dodging car parts and a rusting lawnmower that had deteriorated into the broken grass. Mike had asked the old man to drop them off several blocks away, and they'd run to cover the distance. Kat hid behind Mike's back as he rang Jimmy's bell. Jimmy tugged the door open, facing away toward the interior.
"Get the damned armchair off the front lawn."
A disembodied feminine voice.
"Why should you care?" "Because I ain't having no duct-taped lazy boy on my lawn, that's why."
Shelley appeared in the hall, pale, slender fingers forked around an ash-heavy cigarette.
"You're a credit to your race."
Her gaze shifted, taking note of Mike before Jimmy did, and then she pinched her bathrobe closed and trudged back out of sight. Jimmy's head swiveled.
"Wingate, what the hell you doing here?"
"I need help."
"Fight with the wife? Shit, I don't blame you. Ever since Shelley and I got back together."
Jimmy growled a low note of frustration.
"You know when she wants to have sex? Tomorrow. That's when."
Kat moved into view behind Mike, and Jimmy said,
"Shit, shoot. Hi, sweetheart. Didn't see you."
Mike said, "I need something to drive."
"You want your truck back?"
"I'm in trouble, Jimmy." Jimmy looked from Mike to Kat, seeming to register the severity of the situation. A minute later, they were in the quiet of Jimmy's garage. Mike settled Kat into the passenger seat of the Toyota, the familiar smell of his old pickup a badly needed piece of comfort. He pointed at the toolbox mounted over the wheel well. "We need to empty that?" "Nah," Jimmy said. "It's all your shit anyways." "Can I switch the plates?" Mike asked. "With the Mazda?" "It's Shell's car, but hell, I pay the note on it." He helped Mike replace the plates, and then Mike shook his hand. "Thank you, Jimmy. I'll make this up to you." "Nothing you haven't done for me already." Jimmy stood and watched as Mike backed out. "Going to find Just John?" he called out. Mike drove off, thinking, "I guess I am." The Days Inn required a credit card, so they'd wound up closer to the city in one of the run-down motels across from Universal Studios. From what Mike gleaned, the place catered to thrifty tourists and people looking to rent a bed in hour intervals. A single-story strip of rooms lining a narrow parking lot, it was the Bates Motel sans taxidermy victims. Car exhaust and the screech and honk of Ventura Boulevard 2 blocks away assailed the senses. The front desk clerk, a collection of tattoos shaped like a man, was only too happy to take a cash deposit. The overnight parking form asked for a vehicle license number, making Mike glad he'd switched the plates in Jimmy's garage. In the room, he dropped the bag of cash in the corner and emptied his pockets onto the bedspread. 2 cell phones, money clip, change, a half-used chapstick he carried for Kat. He closed the blinds. An internal door connected to a room next door, which he'd also rented so Kat would have somewhere to sleep undisturbed while he conducted whatever grim business the night would hold. Kat lay curled in the fetal position on the bed, and he sat to pet her head. She made a little noise and shifted so she could hug him around the waist. He bent and gathered her clumsily into his arms, smelling her hair, taking her in. Her warmth, the tiny fingers, the fragile stalk of neck, that smooth skin, not a crease, not a wrinkle. He looked up to keep his tears from falling, did his best to freeze his chest so she wouldn't sense the shift in his breathing. He owed her an explanation. Now. He went into the bathroom to shore himself up. Leaning over the chipped sink beneath the flecked mirror, he took his reflection's measure. He was nearly unrecognizable. Pink-rimmed eyes, pasty flesh, sweat-dark hair swirled this way and that. No wonder Kat was so terrified. With horror, he saw that blood had dried beneath the fingernails of his left hand. He dug at the black crescents with his other nails, shoving his fingers under the stream of boiling water, but the flakes were stubborn and would not budge. He stopped suddenly, steam rising from the sink, moistening his cheeks. The dried blood beneath his nails was the only part of Annabelle he had left. A memory swept through him, so vivid it seemed he could fall into it. The last time they made love, Annabelle's arms crossed at the wrists behind his neck. "I want you to look at me, all the way through." He cried as silently as he could, banging a fist gently on the lip of the sink. Then he sucked in a breath and forced his face still. Staring down his reflection, he murmured, "Get it together. Talk to your daughter." He splashed bracingly cold water over his face. He still didn't like what he saw in the mirror, but it was as good as it was going to get. When he stepped out, Kat was sitting against the headboard with her knees pulled up to her chin. She was staring down at Mike's phone, her face drawn and terrified. Mike rushed over. "We can't turn that phone on." "I was calling Mom and—" She started crying. He snatched the phone from her. The block letters of a text message crossed the LED screen. "You're next." His stomach went to ice. He threw the cell phone on the floor, crushed it under heel. She shoved herself farther away, as if to escape the phone's toxicity. "What does that mean? I want to talk to Mommy." He crouched at the edge of the bed, took her hands. "You can't talk to Mom right now, honey." "Why not? Why not?" She can't talk. That's not an answer. Dad, that's not an answer." "Honey, listen. Mommy—" He took a deep breath, let it out as evenly as he could. The last photo he had of his wife was in the phone he'd just smashed into the thin carpet. "Mommy is—" The other cell, the sleek bat phone, rang. Mike snapped it up. "Shep?"
"Yeah,"
Shep said.
"it's me."
A rare hesitation. "What?" Mike said. "What is it?" Shep said,
"She's alive."
Chapter 30. "Don't you dare," Mike said. "Don't you fuck with me."
"I'm at the hospital,"
Shep said.
"They have her at Los Robles Med Center."
"I saw her. I saw the body." He was fighting now, through a different sort of denial. Hope felt too dangerous, a wobbly tightrope.
"The body?"
Kat's voice, flat with dread.
"What happened to Mommy?"
Mike covered the phone. "She was hurt."
"How bad?"
"I don't know." Back to the phone. "I need to see her."
"You can't come here,"
Shep said.
"Cops crawling all over the place."
"She needs me."
"She doesn't need anything right now. Kat needs you, alive. Now I managed to grab the doc alone in the hall. I'm gonna put you on with her."
"Wait, Mr. Wingate?" A cool, feminine voice.
"This is Dr. Cha.
"I'm a trauma surgeon. We have Annabelle stabilized. That's the good news." Stable. I was with her when she died. She had no pulse anywhere. She was blue. Kat was crying. Mike holding up a hand for her to wait. Just wait. It was going down fast and wrong, exactly how he didn't want to break the news. Dr. Cha was talking in his ear already. The blade slipped between her 6th and 7th ribs, slicing her spleen and puncturing a lung, causing it to collapse. The collapse is called a tension pneumothorax. That's what made her lose breathing and pulse. The hypoxia, low oxygen, is what caused her to look blue. The paramedics needled her on site, got that lung inflated. She had some blood in her chest from a nick in the artery. We rolled her to the OR and got her spleen out, but I didn't move on the artery. I'm hoping it clots off on its own so we don't have to crack her chest. She's only lost a few hundred cc's of blood over the past few hours, and it seems to be slowing down. We're continuing to transfuse her, of course." Kat was on her knees on the bed, her face focused and alert. Mike circled the room like a caged animal, rubbing the back of his head, emotions sawing back and forth, cutting him to the quick. His wife, alive, but alone and injured, and him not there. He started for the door, his feet moving him before his brain slammed into drive. He halted. "The bad news?" he said faintly. "She's not coming fully back online. We're looking for her to initiate her own breaths. She's intubated, and show some pain response, wiggling toes or fingers, anything. Right now, she's not. It's early yet, and we hope that it's temporary, but only the next couple of days will tell." What does that mean?" "The longer it goes, the worse it'll look. Now, as her husband, you're her healthcare proxy, is that right?" "Yes." "You might want to get down here." He fought with himself, excruciatingly aware of Kat, her pained face hammering home his responsibility to protect her. Annabelle's voice came at him again, a ghostly imprint. "Promise me." "I can't. There's a threat. To me, my daughter. The people who hurt my wife." "There are plenty of police officers here." The silence spoke volumes. "I see. That side of it is not my concern. I am Annabelle's advocate here, not the cops. And I need to make sure I can talk to you if we have to make a tough medical decision." "Can I transfer healthcare proxy responsibilities?" "No." "Are you reachable?" "I don't know." "You might want to figure that out in a hurry." "Okay, I can be. Through Shep." "Is he family?" "Sort of," Mike said. "Just so you know, if there's a major decision, we need to see you in person, or we're going to require something in writing, a fax, whatever. If not, the decision-making passes to the backup proxy." Annabelle's father. Jesus. "I'm handing you back to your friend now." And she was gone. Mike reached for the bed, lowered himself down, light-headed with relief, and a new host of concerns. Shep again.
The doc told me there'll be security and on-call nurses with her through the night shift, so she's safe through morning. No one's gonna pull anything with this many bodies around.
Mike lost his train of thought, found it again. I need you to call Hank Danville, my private eye. He's former LAPD. Kat was rocking herself and moaning. He lowered his voice so she wouldn't hear. See if he can find out why dirty cops are gunning for us, what they want from me. Shep said,
Where are you?
Mike gave him the hotel name and room number. Shep said,
Contact no one. I'll see you in 3-4 hours.
Mike hung up. Kat was staring at him, her face ashen. He fought for focus. Your mother's injured. She's at the hospital.
Is she gonna be okay?
We don't know yet. She stiffened, recoiling from the words.
What happened to her?
She was stabbed.
Like in the movies?
She stood abruptly, hugging her stomach, shifting from shoe to shoe so quickly it seemed she was stamping her feet.
I want to go see her.
We can't, honey. Daddy's in some trouble. I'm not sure what's safe right now.
Why don't we call the police?
I don't know which cops we can trust.
You mean they hurt Mommy?
I don't know, sweetheart. I don't have many answers. I know that must be really scary, but I'm going to figure this all out and keep you safe. We're gonna be fine.
And Mommy too?
He swallowed hard. Her face seemed to collapse. He sat on the corner of the bed and rocked and shushed her until her jagged breathing settled. He said, We need to stick together. I won't let anyone hurt you. But I need you to be strong as we figure out what to do. If you can be strong, we'll get through this. Deal? She nodded against his chest, her face flushed in streaks. Her tiny hand poked up, and they shook.
Deal.
15 minutes later, they were in Target, a dead on their feet march through the aisles. Wonder Bread, peanut butter, baby monitor and batteries, a powder blue child-sized sleeping bag. He wouldn't let Kat out of his sight, not around a corner, not for an instant. She trudged beside the cart, yawning, scratching her head, rubbing her eyes. The black vinyl bag, filled with cash, strained on his shoulder. It occurred to him that Kat had left her eyeglasses back in his truck, but there was nothing he could do about that now, and besides, she only really needed them to read. In a bin on the checkout lane, Beanie Babies stared out with doleful, stuffed animal eyes. Mike plucked a polar bear from the heap, wiggled it at Kat. Snowball 2. Bride of Snowball? She read the tag. Its name is Aurora, she said flatly. He bought it anyway. The checkout lady said, What a pretty girl you have. Mike's thumb had moved to the cool gold of his wedding band. He had to concentrate to get his mouth to move. Thank you. The woman looked at him, uneasy, and rang them up without another word. Back at the Bates Motel, he loaded batteries into the baby monitor and tried the reception with the connecting door closed and Kat on the other side. Testing 1, 2, 3, she intoned. Testing 1, 2, 3. Some static, but it worked well enough. The parent unit had a belt clip which he hooked onto his waistband. It maintained a decent connection to the edge of the parking lot and down to the front desk. When he came back, Kat's face was gray with exhaustion. On the little counter, he made her a peanut butter, no jelly sandwich, grateful to have something to do, some way to provide something for her. Meticulously, he spread the peanut butter and cut off the crust. His hands were shaking, and he thought of his father's arms in the station wagon, shaking as he held the wheel. For the first time, Mike felt a stab of empathy for his father's situation, the blind panic of watching one's life come unraveled. The feeling felt forbidden, threatening. He tamped it down with anger. After all, his father had captained his own fate. Mike focused on the sandwich, centering it on the plate and slicing it on a neat diagonal. What did he think? that a lovingly made sandwich could mitigate the hell his daughter was going through. Yes, that was his hope. He gave her a half, and she took a few nibbles before setting it aside. He was crestfallen. Can you eat any more? It'll make me throw up. She pulled her legs in Indian style and scratched at her head. Okay, sweetheart. Okay. She was really digging at her hair behind her ear, and it hit him. Head lice. He sagged against the counter. For some reason, this, above all else, seemed an insurmountable obstacle. It reminded him of those endless first nights they'd had Kat home from the hospital, the baby cries, the feedings and changing and burpings. He remembered the comprehensive exhaustion, himself and Annabelle lying there in the dark, trying to rise to the wails, reaching back for more that they just didn't have, but that as parents they had to produce, because if they didn't, no one else would. Slurping at a leaky juice box, Kat was having trouble keeping her eyes open. He went over, turned her head, and parted the fine hair at her nape. Honey, your head lice are back. She had fallen asleep against him. Sweetheart, we gotta run back to Target. I have to buy mayonnaise and saran wrap and get this taken care of. Can I just stay here? She mumbled. Can I just sleep? Please, Dad? I'm sorry, he said, and her shoulders rocked with dry, soundless sobs. An exhausting 40 minutes later, she was curled in her new sleeping bag atop the starchy sheets, her head wrapped in mayo. Mike nestled the baby monitor transmitter into the sleeping bag right beside her, and then he retrieved the polar bear beanie baby from the Target bag. This isn't just an ordinary polar bear. Her eyes slid over, found him. This polar bear has magical protective capabilities, he said. A magical polar bear. That's right. He will keep us safe. If we get attacked by animal crackers. We have to name him. Do you like Aurora? Hate it. She picked it up by the tiny scruff, studied its face. Snowball, too, like you said. Snowball's revenge. Reluctantly, she tucked the beanie baby into her sleeping bag. She scratched at the plastic wrap on her head, doing her best not to look miserable. Will you read me a story? They didn't have any books, but he couldn't bear handing her another disappointment. Desperate, Mike opened the nightstand drawer, and there, instead of Gideon's Bible, someone had left a dog-eared copy of Green Eggs and Ham. It might as well have been water into wine. He ran his hand across the beloved orange and green cover, then held it up triumphantly. Kat said, Dad, I'm 8. Oh, Mike said. Too old for it. He made a show of putting it back. I mean, if you really want to read it. I do, he said. Then, okay. She yawned, half asleep. I heard Dr. Seuss wrote this after someone bet him that he couldn't write an entire book using only one-syllable words. Anywhere. What? I will not eat them anywhere. 3 syllables. Oh. I guess I heard wrong. Mom does the best voice for Sam I Am. He collected himself, read the first page, and then Kat was out cold. He brushed an eyelash off her cheek. For a time he sat watching her sleep, waiting for the lump in his throat to dissolve. Finally he crept into the connecting room with his vinyl bag of cash, easing the door shut behind him. He adjusted the volume on the receiver clipped to his belt until he could make out Kat's faint breathing. Slanting the blinds a half-inch, he pulled the chair around and sat for a good half-hour with his feet up on a rickety radiator beneath the window. At last the Mustang's headlights swept the glass, scanning bars of light through the blinds and across Mike's face.
He rose and opened the door before Shep could knock. Shep wore an army green rucksack over his shoulder. Mike peered out at the night. Were you followed?
No.
How do you know?
I know.
Shep took in the room, his gaze moving from the dark seam beneath the bathroom door to the interior door to the baby monitor receiver clipped to Mike's belt. He nodded faintly, putting it together, then said,
Hank wants to see you face to face. He's got to make sure he doesn't have a tail, but he should be here within a few hours.
Shep dumped the contents of the rucksack onto the bedspread. Soap, a razor, a brush, women's deodorant Mike assumed he'd bought for Kat, though she was at least a few years away from needing any, and a stack of Safeway phone cards.
Prepaid cards go through a central calling center, so they can't be tracked.
Shep's hand dipped beneath his shirt. Then he held out a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver, like the one Mike had left behind at the house, but with a black rubber handle. Mike stared at it a moment, then took it. Shep stretched out on the bed, closed his eyes. Mike moved the cash from the black vinyl bag into the rucksack. He returned to room 9, pulled a chair to the bed, and sat before the small bump of his daughter beneath the covers. Her back rose and fell, each sleeping breath giving off the faintest whistle. He felt something inside him give way a little. He swallowed, a dry click in his throat. His hand, he realized, had tightened around the grip of the Smith & Wesson.
Chapter 31. The morgue smelled unnaturally clean. William walked the hall, his shuffle step pronounced, shoes squeaking on tile. He couldn't find an elevator, so he labored down a flight of stairs to the basement. 2 cops and a coroner awaited him, standing before a picture window covered from the inside with a blackout drape. The big cop produced a card with a flourish. "I'm Detective Markovich. This is my partner, and the coroner." Everyone nodded awkwardly. "I'm sorry for this," Markovich said. "There's never anything useful to say." "No," William said. "There isn't." "When's the last time you saw your brother?" the black cop asked. "Months." "What was he doing down here?" "Henley was a drifter." "Fortunate you were in the area." "I was in San Diego for business. I drove right up when you called." They'd found William's cell phone number in Henley's wallet. The brothers carried each other's number in case of emergency since they were purposefully hard to locate. The house and land were still under their grandma's maiden name, which she'd gleefully gone back to after the old man succumbed to liver cirrhosis. The call, dreaded as it had been, was not a surprise. William had known that something was off right away, of course, but with the cavalry en route to the crime scene and no call from Henley, he and Dodge, waiting in the van a few blocks away, hadn't had many options. "We found your brother in a house, with a severely injured woman, Annabelle Wingate. Any idea of his relationship to her?" "He was always something of a ladies' man," William said. The black detective made a noise deep in her throat that implied a lack of surprise. "Did she die?" William asked. "The injured lady?" "She's critical." William scratched at the stubble of his neck, the rasp pronounced off the concrete walls. "Huh," he said. Markovich nodded at the coroner, who cleared her throat nervously. She was an attractive woman, blonde. "I'm going to push this button and the curtain will rise. The body is lying inside on a table. I'd like to forewarn you that there was some trauma to the head, so—" "Do it," William said. She clicked the lever, and the curtain rose. There lay Henley on his back, presented like some ceremonial dish, his gray skin catching reflections off the stainless steel table. A medical green sheet was draped over him, folded back to his chest. Though his head was in the correct position, it was all wrong, as if it had been popped off and screwed back imprecisely. The left side of his face was dented, flesh draped like parchment over the space that bones should have lent form to. William reached over, touched his fingertips to the cold glass. Though Boss Man had confirmed Hanley's death already, William realized he'd held out a fantasy of a mix-up. It took him a moment to find his voice.
Yeah, that's Hanley.
I'm sorry for your loss, Markovich said.
I want to touch him.
I'm sorry, the woman cop said. There's an active investigation. William wobbled over to the door.
I want to touch him.
His voice wavered. He waited, stooped, pathetic, eyes on the floor. The silence was thunderous. Finally, the coroner said, he could use latex gloves. A box was fetched. William pulled on the gloves, stepped inside. The room, a good 20 degrees cooler, smelled of bleach, metal, and musk. The odors seemed to lodge in William's lungs. The detectives and coroner kept their respectful distance, if respectful was watching him pay his last respects through a picture window. He put his back to them, blocking their view, and slid off one glove. Reaching out a steady hand, he laid it on his baby brother's cheek. It never ceased to amaze him how devoid of life dead flesh felt. Hanley, he murmured. He pushed his brother's eyelids down, then wormed his hand back into the glove. He stepped out, past the others without a word, and labored down the hall. Getting up the stairs, he broke a sweat. His grip on the railing felt arthritic, and he tugged at the fabric of his pants to hurry his legs up a step at a time. Walking out, he let the nighttime breeze blow through his face into his lungs to drive out all those scents. Dodge was waiting in the van, hands on the wheel, staring ahead as if driving. William struggled into the passenger seat, cranking down his window. He reached for the sunflower seeds on the dash, then thought better of it. Dodge stuck 2 cigarettes into his mouth, lifted a cheap plastic lighter from the breast pocket of his unbuttoned shirt, and lit them up. He passed one across to William, who took it with trembling hands. They sucked, breathed smoke. William flicked his yellowed nails against one another. He rubbed his eyes, then finally looked over and nodded at Dodge. "When we get him," William said, "we'll take our time with him." Dodge dropped the steering column gear shift into reverse. He said, "Course." 10 minutes later, even with the freeway air blasting in his face, William couldn't get his lungs clear. Chapter 32. Mike opened the interior door, towel drying his hair from the shower. Kat was awake in the darkness, hugging her pillow, her own hair a white swirl of mayo and plastic wrap. "I didn't know where you went." Mike pointed to the monitor at his hip, which gave off a soothing rush of white air. "I got you, sweetheart." He gestured next door. "And Shep's here." At this, her face lightened a touch. Shep waited for Mike's nod, then leaned through the doorway.
"What's with your head?"
"Lice." She made a face. "I know." Shep vanished for a moment and returned with his dop kit, the same one he'd had as a kid. He rooted around, produced a pair of clippers, and tossed them to Mike. "No." Mike shoved the razor back at Shep, as if it could cut Kat's hair itself. Shep held up his hands in surrender, came in, and took up on a chair in the corner. Mike's mouth moved a few times as he tried to put his gratitude into words, but Shep cut him short.
"Handle your business."
Mike closed the door quietly after him. Kat jerked awake in the darkness with a cry. Shep didn't move from his chair.
"You're okay,"
he said.
"Where's Dad?" "Meeting a guy next door. You've only been asleep a few minutes."
"Someone who will help us?"
"Sure."
"Did you see her?" Kat asked.
"Yes."
"What did she look like?"
"Chalky. Peaceful."
"Is she gonna die?"
"I don't know."
Her bottom lip started to go, but she got it under control. Can I have a hug?"
"I don't do that,"
Shep said. She flopped back down and curled up in a little ball. Within seconds, she was asleep again. She fussed, eyelids flickering. Shep rose from the chair and moved silently across the room. He stood over her. She fussed some more. He reached out and rested a large hand on her back. She stilled. A moth landed on the window by Mike's face and spread its leathery wings. Rain started up, a patter on the motel roof that grew to a constant thrum. Just as he started to doze off, the rumble of Hank's Oldsmobile outside jarred him awake. When Mike opened the door, Hank ducked into the room, pulling off driving gloves, rainwater dripping from him. It's like a cow pissing on a flat rock out there. Slanting rain smudged the streetlights. Steam rose from the hoods of idling cars. A seam of straw-colored light fringed the eastern horizon, interrupted by the blocky rise of Universal City. Mike took a long look outside before closing the door. Hank brushed off his coat, his trousers, the drops big enough to tap the carpet. I'm sorry about Annabelle. You know there's nothing you could have done differently.
Does anyone ever say that when it's true?
Hank tugged at his jowls. Point taken. He scratched his shin.
They ID her attacker yet? Mike asked.
Hanley Burrell. Mike pictured the angled view he'd had of the guy from across the kitchen. That unshaven cheek, the hunch over Annabelle, those fingers fussing obscenely at the strap of her bra. Mike couldn't manage to attach the name to him. It conferred a humanity, a real-worldness to a figure who seemed to have crawled out of a nightmare. Mike turned the name over, came up blank.
Where's he from?
No address. I guess he was a transient.
He have a brother, William?
Indeed he does.
Let me guess.
No address for him either. No. His last knowns put him in Redding, but that was 2 years back.
Mike exhaled, fighting to concentrate.
North of Sacramento, middle of nowhere, Redding? Nodding, Hank hacked into a fist, a rattling cough that went too long and left him winded. His head drooped, and he pasted a few stray hairs back over his scalp with a palm. Then he drew himself upright, finding again that proud posture. Still, he looked as fragile as a newborn's neck.
Listen, Mike said. I know this is about the last thing you need right now.
But Hank showed little interest in taking that detour. There's more, he said, cutting Mike off. William's got a robust record, as you can imagine, a good list of known associates. One is Roger Drake, a 6'6" piece of work, like a Mack truck with no one behind the windshield.
Dodge.
That's right. Now, when the cops searched the blocks surrounding your house, they didn't find a vehicle registered to Hanley. So someone dropped him off.
Or he rode with Rick Graham. The cop
Shep mentioned that. Hank drew in a breath, mouth corkscrewing to the side. When the ambulance and first responders arrived, they said there was no one at the house but Annabelle, and there's no Rick Graham working for any law enforcement agency in this county.
Can you check other ones?
There are a lot of counties from sea to shining sea. Could the badge have been a fake?
He had an exempt government vehicle. Plus, I got a read on him. The guy was a cop. A lifer, too. He had the swagger, the demeanor, the whole thing.
Hank pulled his gaze to the ceiling, as close to an eye roll as he'd allow. He wobbled on his feet a bit, and Mike realized that he needed to sit but was too proud to ask, and Mike had been too dense to offer. Mike sat on the bed and gestured, and Hank, grimacing, eased himself down into a chair. The effort left him short of breath again, his eyelids sluggish when he blinked. What kind of meds was he battling just to be here, just to be upright? A wave of gratitude washed over Mike. He wanted to express it somehow, but, as if reading his thoughts, Hank spun his hand for Mike to proceed, a curt, irritated gesture. Mike continued. I'm thinking Graham was the backstop in case things got sticky and the authorities got involved. That's why once he caught wind of the 911 call, he went in instead of Dodge and William. If he's really a cop, then why did he take off? Hank said. Why wouldn't he have just shot you and filed a false report? Maybe he was planning to, after he finished sweeping the house. I think he figured he'd see if he could handle it quick and easy. If he gets spotted, he explains his way out of it. If he can sneak away, even better. Hank frowned skeptically. A cop executioner?